underway in the FTX Road to Miami preliminaries, and Ju Wenjun is currently inside top 8. She could be the first female player in the Meltwater Champions Chess Tour to qualify for the knockout stage. And another pleasant surprise on top of the table, the 21-year-old from the US, Savian. And today we are also going to celebrate the only American world chess champion in history, Fischer. And we're going to do it together with Simon Williams, who's back in the studio. So it's going to be a fun day, everyone. Welcome to FTX Road to Miami.
There we go. The avalanche continues.
Oh, what's happening on the bar? 3 seconds. 1 second to make a move. Wow.
These guys are maniacs. Incredible game.
Pure panic from Shakria.
He's going to show the checkmate to us.
Wow.
Why did he give up this pawn?
Panic.
This diagonal, and he has.
He's done that.
The player's just
He's just blundered.
He's lost his rook.
And it's over. Jingli Ren, his first smile so far in the tournament. And big smiles in the studio as well. We are very excited that Grandmaster Simon Williams is back to join the commentary. And as always, we have International Master Jovanka and Grandmaster David Howell. And Simon, you've been in England. Charlie the chess cat has been to Cat Hospital.
He has.
How is he?
He's doing better now. So I was supposed to be here at the start, but my cat, who's 19 years old, he got a bit ill, so we had to take him to Cat Hospital, and he's surviving now. So he's doing a lot better. So I flew in today, and we got him in the garden yesterday, and it's a bit of a heat wave going on in England. It's really boiling, really hot in England, and I actually fell asleep under the sun, so not a good look for gingers. So the makeup artist has done a great job today. Well done, Rita, you're doing brilliantly. So I'm a little bit, under this is just tomato, but it's going well, thank you. Yeah.
And we're so glad to have you back, and we're glad to hear that Charlie's doing better. And in the FTX Road to Miami, it's been a bunch of surprises. And I was surprised as well yesterday, David, because there was a football match between Norway and England in the Women's European Cup. You beat us 8-0.
Yeah, I'm surprised you're bringing it up, Kaja. I think that's one of England's greatest ever successes. And hopefully England can bring it home this year.
But in the tournament, Jovanka, who's been the biggest surprise to you?
I guess it has to be actually the leader, Sam Savian. He's 21 years old, making his debut. I would never have guessed he was at the top. But another surprise which really warms my heart is to see Ju Wenjun doing so well. And now she is in good chance, good hopes to qualify into the quarterfinals. And that would just be sensational. She would be the first woman to ever do that.
Absolutely. I think there is a lot of women around the world cheering for Ju Wenjun right now. And day 2, it was a day of some major surprises with 2 young Americans on fire, and a massive day for Ju Wenjun.
Checkmating ideas on the board right now. Aronian in big trouble. Okay, he just retreats his bishop, Jeffrey. He's going for a different angle, going for this angle towards the Black King.
Beautiful. I love it.
The Black King still finds no solace. He's going to continue getting checked right now. Another check. The Black King is marching. And this game, it might well just end in checkmate. What a finish now from Jeffrey Zhang. Rook takes pawn, and please show us the checkmate live on Aronian. He resigns instead. But what a win by Jeffrey Zhang.
Oh my goodness me.
He's played it.
He's played it.
So this is the only way for Savian to defend, using his queen on this diagonal to defend the key pawn. But let's keep an eye on the players as we show this, because he has indeed just sacrificed his rook on the edge of the board. But he must be shocked right now. Maybe this wasn't on his radar either. Look at this, the queens. Sam Savian has forced them off the board. All he needs to do now, take this one back with your pawn, swing the white rook across, support the white a pawn, and start motoring it up the board. This move will cost black his bishop, and Aronian is gambling all of his hopes on the black h pawn. The problem is, white has 2 rooks. Sam Savian wins a really impressive game. He needs to shuffle across one square. He doesn't find any of the 3 best moves. And now, is there a knockout for black?
Just take the knight.
Take the knight because
she's winning now.
Takes rook.
Yeah, she's winning. This is a huge blunder by Wei Yi. He's missed a really important trick.
Okay, the queens are off, and now it's going to be very difficult for Wei Yi.
One last threat for White. White was threatening to go up to the top of the board with his rook and check, but no more checks. Has Wei Yi given up? There we go.
Yes. Wow! What a performance today by Zhu Wenjun. She beats her fellow Chinese player. Winning 3 games, Zhu Wenjun. She is doing great so far in the preliminaries. Let's take a look at the standings, where we will find Zhu Wenjun currently inside top 8 in 7th place. And it's not only the points, David, the way she played yesterday. What can you say about that?
Yeah, it feels like a big breakthrough for Zhu Wenjun at this top level, playing some of the best players in the world. She has played in the tour in the past, maybe not with results that she's too pleased with, but this time she's dominating games. She's controlling games, which we haven't seen her from her in the past. She's been beating some of the world's elite with really smooth chess.
And we did see, on top of the table, he's won 5 games in a row. Samuel Savian with a performance rating of 3,000. I mean, he's only 21. Is this a breakthrough for Samuel Savian in the top elite?
It could be a big breakthrough for Sam Savian if he can keep it up. Anyone can have 2 good days of chess. He's had 2 fantastic days of chess, but it's all about whether he can continue that, especially the rest of the prelims, but the knockouts. We're assuming he's going to make it now. The knockouts is going to be where he can make his mark on the chess world.
Absolutely. But some of the elite players, they are struggling. Anish Giri had a horrible first day, but he is now inside top 8 in 6th place. But Richard Rapport, risky in 8th place right now, one of the top seeds. And Levon Aronian, the highest rated player in the tournament, currently outside. So what is it about these players? What is it about for them now, David?
These more experienced players, they just need to keep calm. They know that the youngsters have kind of got off to this really fast start, and they need to just hang in there, stay around that magical 8th spot, and they will get their chances. Even for players like Aronian, who's outside the top 8 right now, we know he's good enough. He just needs 2 or 3 wins. He needs to maybe be a bit more solid, and he can still make it. It's all about solidity for the top players.
Absolutely. Let's take a look at the games coming up in the first round today. Round 9 out of 15 in the preliminaries. Timur Ajabo pulled out yesterday. He is sick, so that means it's going to be a walkover win for Levon Aronian in the first game. Shakhriyar Mamdiaro, he starts off against Hans Niemann. Arjun Regaisi, the youngest player in the tournament, currently in 2nd place. He starts out against Jan-Krzysztof. Duda, Jeffrey Chong, he's had a fantastic tournament as well, starting off against fellow American Sam Shanklin, who is really struggling. But we will start out following the game between Zhu Wenjun and Lenia Dominguez, and that's going to be exciting. She won quite a few games yesterday, Zhu Wenjun. Can she keep it up today, starting with the white pieces in the first game? And in game 2, we're going to follow the game between Richard Rapport and Levon Aronian, both fighting to qualify for the knockout stage, 2 of the big favorites. And yesterday was the 50th anniversary of the 1972 match, the first game. We did celebrate that yesterday, and today we're going to celebrate the world champion, Bobby Fischer. He was a great chess player, described as a genius, but he did have a troubled life, and today we're going to dig into his story.
When he has won this match, has become the world champion, he basically walks off the stage. He disappears.
Well, Bobby Fischer, he became the world champion in Iceland, and he spent the last years of his life in Iceland. Now, he did have a troubled life, but in Iceland, he did get a few friends, even if he kept mostly to himself. And today, we're going to kick off with a good story about Bobby Fischer.
I went with him once to the cinema, and we were going to see this film, King Kong. Usually when I went somewhere with Fischer, I would pick up the bill and pay. But this time I had to change the jacket, and I didn't have my wallet in it. So I said to Bobby, well, Bobby, it so happens that I don't have my wallet with me, so you have to pay for me. The ticket. And he said, that's all right. Then we went to the shop and to buy some popcorn, and he brought the popcorn to me, and I asked him, where's the Coke? I also asked you for the Coca-Cola. Then he just handed me a bill of 500 crowns, and I'm not going to buy Coca-Cola. I hate this company. And we both, of course, were laughing about this, But he hated big corporations, for some reason.
There's a lot of things with Bobby Fischer. He had, didn't want to spend money. There was a lot of things with him, David.
Yeah, I think his opinions, they're a bit like the way he played chess. It's, very extreme. And he had very strong opinions on very many things, some which we can argue with now, but that's just why he was such a good chess player, because he committed in things he believed in.
Yeah. And Simon, Bobby Fischer, to you, what is his legacy to you?
Massive legacy. He really did encourage so many people to play chess, and I think the timing of that World Championship match in '72 was really important during the Cold War. The interest around the world was just ginormous, and it just inspired generations of top grandmasters to play. I know the English team, I think a lot of the players who have been the top grandmasters there, they learnt chess because of Bobby Fischer. So it's really one of the biggest influences on modern-day chess, I think, out of anyone, really.
Yeah, and celebrating him today, the chess player Bobby Fischer, the genius, Jovanka, but he did also have this darker side to him. Can we forget about them? Can we forgive him about those opinions and just honor him for the chess player he was? Or do we need to get to know both sides?
We definitely do need to get to know both sides. I mean, his opinions, especially in later life, were incredibly dark, actually. And we shouldn't forget that side to him. And but we can also reconcile that with the great chess that he played over the board, and also the man that he was at the time of greatness. And we also have to address the issue of mental health, and that's very important, because it was clear that this was something that really affected Bobby Fischer all throughout his life.
Yeah, absolutely. We're going to get to know all sides of Bobby Fischer today, but now heading into the play zone. 16 players still in the tournament, playing from their homes all over the world. We're going to start out with the game between Zhu Wenjun, sitting at midnight in China, and she's going to play Lenya Dominguez, sitting quite early in the US. So that's going to be an interesting game. Zhu will have the white pieces, and she's on fire. Could you hold us a favorite, David?
Oh, this one is tough. I'm going to say Zhu Wenjun just for this one-off game. I think in general, Lenya Dominguez would be considered the favorite. He's so solid. He's one of the best players in the world. His openings are just fantastic. But he's lacking a bit of form right now. He's struggled to kind of play his way into the tournament so far. And Zhu Wenjun, she's on fire.
Yep. Zhu Wenjun, the only female player in the tournament. She is also the lowest ranked player in this tournament. But yesterday, with a massive performance, she was able to beat 3 of the top players in the world. And this is what she said after that great day.
Actually, I'm kind of surprised that this time I play much better than previous time. And I think maybe because they want to beat me, so they choose some unclear game, and I get some chances.
You could be the first female player to qualify for the knockout in a Champions Chess Tour tournament. What would that mean to you?
Well, I guess I will be more excited the games, and I will see if I can if I can qualify. But basically, I think they are just very strong players, and well, it's still a lot to go.
Zhu Wenjun saying that she's expecting odd openings from her opponents, but now she will have the white pieces. What can we expect from her openings, Jovanka?
Yeah, well, she just traditionally opens with the Queen's Pawn, or maybe even brings out an English opening. But we can expect something which is relatively solid, but at the same time has a little bit of poison. Black will still have to play very accurately. And I am really anxious to see how this game develops, because David mentioned Dominguez is a very solid player, and he has his answers all worked out. He's also published chessboard courses on them, so I'm willing to see, he's in a must-win situation. What will he bring to the table?
It's going to be exciting to see 16 players getting ready for round 9 out of 15 in the preliminaries. Zhu Wenjun. at midnight in China, getting ready. Can she keep it up? She had an amazing winning streak yesterday. I think I see her in the background, but she's not at the board quite yet. And what kind of player is she, Simon? What is the style of Ju Wenjun?
She's a very exciting player, really aggressive, very tactically alert. And I'm also having a little laugh at what you've done to Rajabov there, because he had the massive cross on him, and I was kind of like, I was worried about him. It's like he's been assassinated or something there, but I know he's been ill and he's had to withdraw from the tournament. But OK, we're off with the moves, David.
Yeah, we're off with the moves, and it's disappointing we can't see Ju Wenjun right now. Hopefully we can get her camera back in a moment. But it is the Queen's Gambit. It's for the chess queen, the women's world champion. And it's the Queen's Gambit accepted. So this is a variation of the Queen's Gambit accepted. Black won a pawn temporarily, white won the pawn back, so it's level material right now, and we are likely to see at some point a very symmetrical pawn structure. And this is a very modern way of treating it. Treating the Queen's Gambit accepted for white, it looks very, very modest. White has castled the king. White's just going to put pieces on very natural squares and take the battle to the middle game. Simon, maybe you have more experience in this type of structure than I do. As far as I know, it's quite balanced.
Yeah, not really, David. I mean, I've actually always struggled playing against the Queen's Gambit accepted, but I think Dominguez has done a chessboard course on it. Am I right in thinking that? So he obviously knows the opening incredibly well, but the way they're playing, the speed they're playing, it must all be theory. And I like what Ju Wenjun has done here, guaranteeing a lovely square for the white knight.
Yeah.
It is actually theory, and up until now, they were following. Up until this pawn move, this a2 to a4 pawn move, they were following a game that Dominguez had played himself, that Dominguez had won. But now they're in different territory, and Dominguez still playing very, very quickly.
Yeah, what's interesting to me is that Dominguez is playing instantly. He's been blitzing out all his moves, but the evaluation bar, the computer really likes White's position. So maybe Dominguez just assumes that this is the type of advantage that could fizzle out. If Black is really accurate, he can neutralise White's activity. Simon, this is the square you were talking about, right? This dream outpost for the White Knight, the c4 square. It's dynamite here, c4. Oh. Just
yeah, pin drop.
I shouldn't have to explain my own jokes, but yeah, this White Knight is on a great square.
I've got to warm up a little bit, you know, so just getting into the swing of things. So
thanks, guys. Thanks for the support there. And meanwhile, Black is castled, so we're finally at the end of the opening.
After 14 moves, we're out of the opening and in the middle game. And well, this kind of position, is it too early to say if it's like drawish? Is it something that could be quite dramatic?
I think it's a great opening choice from Ju Wenjun. I'm slightly surprised Dominguez has gone into this because White is super solid. Even if there is another trade of pawns in the centre, I don't see too much going wrong for White. It's roughly symmetrical, lots of pieces on the board. White is rock solid, no weaknesses. And I was going to say beforehand, Ju Wenjun, she can use this strategy against higher-rated players, especially players like Dominguez, who they're far, far behind on the points right now. They need to take risks to beat her. So she can just say, OK, I'm going to be solid, not take any risks. You're the one who's going to have to gamble. You're the one who's going to have to kind of come at me and risk everything. And that's how she beat players like Rapport yesterday, how she beat Wei Yi. They pressed too hard against her, and she just counterattacked.
It's a really good strategy because, I mean, in the past, when I've played higher-rated players, I've probably taken the other strategy, trying to mix it up, trying to complicate it, trying to do something before they do. But allowing your opponent to come at you and to overextend themselves is kind of like just a very good war strategy in general, isn't it? Allowing the opposition to try too much, and it's working very well. I mean, she's a great player, and she's proven that already. Some exchanges in the middle here. I mean, Dominguez still playing at the speed of light.
Yeah, and the way he's looking, so he was looking off to his left, towards the right on our screen, but he's looking off towards his left. That normally means a player's just trying to memorise something. So he's probably studied this exact position before or something very similar, at least. And you're right, Simon, he's been playing so fast, and that means he's within his homework still.
Yeah. And there are 20 games in the database. And with great players playing them, we have I've forgotten his first name. My mind has gone blank. Dreyev.
Okay, Alexei Dreyev.
Alexei Dreyev, yes. He faced off against Nestor Inakev, and then we have Borki Predojevic against Roman Eduard. And again, we have a list of just grandmasters all playing this opening with both white and black.
Okay,
and the most popular response is actually to capture back with the pawn, with the bishop. But that's not the only move. If white wants to initiate more trades, and this is why Ju has taken a pause, she can also capture the knight, which is actually played, also another popular choice. And knight takes knight, that is again the only move. And now, okay, you can capture the pawn with the bishop or the queen. Both moves totally viable.
Yeah, and if you take with the bishop, it looks like you have nice control. This bishop looks very strong. I guess if you take with the queen, you need an answer. There is a big threat, I should mention, on the board. Along this diagonal, white's queen wants to capture, for example, this pawn and give checkmate. That would be a very nasty end to the game, but you do need an answer to this bishop move. And has this been played before, Jovanka?
It has been played before, and now, get this, white has tried. I don't know whether it's a great move. All the games that have been played in this particular position has ended in a draw. White zoomed to the edge of the board, to the a7 square, and counter-attacked the bishop.
Wow, this would be very, very creative by Ju Wenjun. I don't think she has studied this exact position, so if she finds a manoeuvre like this, which is quite counterintuitive, putting a queen on the edge of the board, then fair play to her. But, OK, she goes for the more solid approach, and I think this is a good move too. Just taking back the pawn with the bishop, and these two pieces stand great right now. You could definitely imagine a situation where white just exchanges off black's best bishop on the next turn and then starts to maybe try and get this rook into the game. I slightly prefer white, if anything. How about you guys?
Yeah, I mean, I think black still has to try and equalise this position. If you just compare pieces, white's got this lovely knight. One of the problems that white does get long-term, though, is the c3 square. Maybe we can highlight that one, David. Just in the ending or later on, if black can ever get a piece to that square, especially the knight, maybe after an exchange of dark square bishops, that can win the ending, and especially because the white pawn next to it can also be very, very weak. So there are some sort of long-term problems that white can have in this type of position. Yeah,
long-term, as you mentioned, Simon, maybe this is a target if the queens disappear. But meanwhile, what do you think of this move? Dominguez, again, very, very quickly. He's barely pausing for thought. He just pushes his pawn, and this looks like a bit of a target now, the knight. The knight looking at this pawn, the black queen is going to be tied down defending it for a long, long time.
Strange.
I must say I'm a bit surprised by this, and either he's done his homework very, very deeply, up to move 17 in a non-forcing variation, or he's just trying to play by instinct, and he is a big expert on these types of openings, as Simon mentioned. So maybe he understands it a bit deeper than me here.
Yeah, it has been played before. I mean, again, not the most popular position we've ever seen, but we have a Swiss Grandmaster, Noel Studer. He's played this move twice, and also Ivan Sokolov, very strong Grandmaster from Holland, has also played this. Not without success, though, because he did lose his game.
Yeah, all this name-dropping, it's just like a list of Grandmasters.
Yeah, I know.
And I think we'll start that challenge at some point. Someone was saying, name as many Grandmasters as you can in 30 seconds.
Yeah.
We need to start that.
Wow.
I mean, the names you've been listing off there, Jovanka, those should feature on this list.
Yeah.
Not right now, though.
In 30 seconds. And you have to sort of be strategic because, I mean, if you choose a lot of, for example, the Russians with these super long names, it takes too long. You need to choose David Howell, for example. That's a good one to choose.
Wesley So.
Wesley So, yeah, that's a good one. Yeah.
But then you can just do the surnames, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's
So,
clever.
Boo, and then...
Yeah.
You could do like Van Verrees, and then you get two in one go.
Exactly. Times two. Howell, you get two.
Yeah, Howell, you
Yeah,
get
well, we actually need to set the rules straight for this challenge. coming later in the tournament, but you can start practicing. It's true.
It looks like Dominguez, he's trying to think right now, how many Grandmasters can I name? How many?
It would be cool to see the viewers do it.
And Ju is actually her last name. That's a short one too. Ju.
Ju.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And there's, China, there's
Oh.
you.
Yeah.
I remember once getting called out by Anand. I played a game against Anand, and afterwards we were analysing. He was like, "You've played this before." I was like, "No, I haven't." "You played this before." "No, I haven't." It's like, "No, the Chinese Grandmaster, you played it before." So you could just say you, Ju,
Ding.
Ding.
Yeah.
Nguyen is also, I don't know how to pronounce that one, I'm sure I've kind of have totally, but that's a common Vietnamese name.
Yeah, there's a few Grandmasters
Few
with that surname.
Grandmasters, yeah.
Yeah, something to work on.
So we know that that's a name with only 2 letters. Are there any grandmasters with only 1 letter in their last name?
Wow. Maybe, I mean, I'd like to change my name just to X. Simon X.
Simon X.
It's not Simon W.
It's a bit boring, isn't it? You know, X sounds a bit more like, you know, bad kind of James Bond villain, doesn't it? You know, live in my castle in the sea or something.
Yeah.
Simon X. No, I think it has to be 2 letters, doesn't it? Which is can't be any 1 letter.
What was
Grandmaster, can there? No, it can't be.
What's the child of that
Elon
big,
Musk?
Yeah, big chess fan, Elon Musk.
Yeah.
He always tweets about chess. I saw this picture of him at his school chess club recently when he was young.
I know, yeah.
I think he said it was quite. I think he said it was quite a simple game, though, didn't he? In one of his tweets, Elon. So he obviously got that a little bit wrong. But,
This is not a simple game. This
not a simple
this one
game.
at least.
No. But yeah, I think his kid's like XY234.5 or something. So strange. But,
Maybe not the easiest surname of a grandmaster to remember.
In some countries, you wouldn't be allowed to name your child that.
I remember Tiger Hillip Persson was telling me an interesting story. Tiger's from Sweden, and he's one of the only Swedish people called Tiger, because you're not allowed to give yourself, you know, you can't call your kid the strange name. It's just not allowed. So his mum had to get special permission from the priest to be called Tiger. And then he was able to be, you know, one of the only Swedish people to be able to, you know, call Tiger. So, yeah, but you can get away with anything nowadays, can't you, really? Change your name.
In the US, I think you can get away with anything.
Maybe in US,
Yeah.
there's some very dodgy names. So we won't go there.
All the apples and the,
I have a great story, but I'll tell you after the show. It happened to one of my sister's friends in America. But anyway.
Oh, you can't tease us like that.
Yeah, well, I'm going to have to, because otherwise...
You're in trouble.
Yes.
All right. We do have a rook move.
Yeah, we've had a couple of moves since we last discussed the position, and not too much has changed. I guess it's just mainly that the dark-squared bishops are about to leave the board. And a trade of dark-squared bishops, I'm not 100% sure who that favours. You would think in general that would favour black, because white's bishop in the middle of the board looks fantastic, but it would help to activate white's rook that has just moved if black were to initiate the exchange right now. And maybe we can jump in, because the move I want to play, just because I'm a caveman, is a very direct threat. I would love for Dominguez to pick up his queen, which is not doing too much, and play the move he's just played. He threatened checkmate on this square with his queen, with his bishop. This is a bit of a weakness, and Zhu Wenjun, of course, had foreseen this, and she just dropped back her bishop to defend. And the reason I like this for black is because not only are you looking down at the white king, but also from this square, you might be protecting this weak pawn that I highlighted a bit earlier. So just indirectly protecting it at some point. And again, big question, what does black play here? Can you just move your rook across? Do you maybe move the bishop into the centre at some point? Do you trade a set of bishops? If you trade, then maybe that helps white. I don't know, this rook looks pretty good right now. It's a lot of questions, actually, a lot of choice in the current position for black. What do you guys think? What's the first move that jumps out to you?
I was just trying to think in positions like this. Obviously, you mentioned there's a lot of exchanges which are possible. And it's kind of like, which pieces do you want to exchange? I think it's always worth asking yourself that question. So if you're playing on the black side of this position, what minor pieces do I want to get off the board? And I think you're right. I think you're right, Dave. Well, you know, you normally are. When you say the bishops come off and he swapped them off, that helps black. It seems like that's a great exchange. And I'd even be trying to swap off. Well, white's knight seems like such a powerful piece, but I don't really want to exchange my knight off for it, because I can see the black knight having potential. I'm wondering about swapping my bishop off that knight, but not convinced by that either. So, so I don't know. They both have good pieces, don't they, in this position?
Yeah, it could be a case of knights versus bishops. As you mentioned, there is an idea of maybe planting the bishop in and then taking this knight, or at least hinting at it at some moment. And it's that manoeuvre you mentioned earlier, Simon, that really attracts me. Yeah. I'm not sure right now or a bit later, but at some point trying to jump into this beautiful outpost that black has secured for himself. Now the dark squared bishops are off the board. White's dark squares are slightly weak. So I'm expecting to see that happen from Dominguez's next move. Meanwhile, we have seen Zhu Wenjun pause after this bishop capture. Is she really thinking of taking back this bishop with a pawn? The reason we didn't even mention that, really, is because this pawn is simply isolated. It's not going to go anywhere anytime soon. It can be blockaded on the square in front of it by black's bishop or black's knight, for example, with a bishop now, or with a knight, maybe even stronger, jumping into the square. So it's really surprising that Zhu Wenjun has paused for thought right now. Has she spotted something else? I mean, you have to take this bishop back.
Yeah, absolutely. Just wondering whether, if we can pull up her camera, maybe it's just an issue of the computer freezing, or... No, she's just thinking. Yeah, very strange decision, because you do not want to capture that bishop with a pawn, as David highlighted. And
is she going to be extra sneaky, extra tricky, and try and push Harry the h-pawn, maybe?
Yeah, I mean, I did just cheat by looking at the computer, and it's kind of like, it just seems like you can get away with that move so often.
You can get away with it here as well.
I think, yeah, it's unbelievable.
Wow.
What a find there, David, that you've done, yeah.
I'm just trying to get into her head, and the only explanation for her pausing to think here, because rook takes bishop is such an obvious move, is that she wants to counterattack. Instead of grabbing the bishop, she wants to hit the black queen. And OK, let's get the board up, because this is such a key moment, and let's definitely keep an eye on Zhu Wenjun's camera, because, Simon, you confirmed there, pushing Harry the h-pawn, you can do it in nearly any position. It looks like you just have to recapture a bishop, but first you can hit the black queen. It looks like you're giving a pawn away, but if the queen takes the pawn, then you've actually tricked her, you've lured the queen onto a bad square, and suddenly you're hitting the queen and you're hitting the knight at the same time. The black queen has to zoom back to protect her knight, and suddenly, after the white queen moves, I'm not sure exactly what square, then again, you can hit the knight using the rook and queen, and you've unpinned your own knight. So next move, when black defends the knight, you can maybe go and grab this pawn. It's hanging on the edge of the board. And, I mean, this is 2 or 3 moves deep, and...
He's played it.
She's gone for it.
That's quite incredible she found that move. It's so... I think most people would just grab that bishop without thinking. They would not... I mean, even me, I love pushing that pawn. I would not think about pushing it here. So, you know, very interesting move played.
It just shows such great awareness, right? Just looking for every option and on every move, full board awareness. But it also shows such kind of self-control. As Simon says, in this position, I would just think, OK, I'd pre-move almost, rook takes bishop, move on, look for the next move. But just to kind of expand your horizons and even find a move like this one, pawn to h4, hitting the black queen, and big dilemma now. What does Dominguez do with this black queen? Maybe he doesn't want to put it on the edge of the board where it will get hit by the white rook. And if he doesn't put it on the edge of the board, then where's it go? It needs to ideally protect this pawn over the next few turns, and that pawn is going to be a big, big weakness.
Yeah, I mean, maybe just retreat it, David, to that sensible square, and then try to play the knight manoeuvre that you mentioned. I mean, the long-term problem, I think, are on white's side here. If that black knight can just slide into white's position, as the route you're showing here, that is a really problematic square in the long run, because you cannot really get rid of that black knight. I mean, the white knight can be exchanged, but that black knight just can't ever be exchanged by a minor piece, because the white bishop is on the wrong square. So I think it's fairly even, I would say. I don't know what you think, Jovanka. I mean, it looks fairly even to me at the moment, but a lot of play in the position.
Yeah, I have to say, because I really like counterattacks. I actually don't like white's position at all. And I'm just saying this, right now I think it's okay, white is safe, but I can just envisage a future where this pawn on h4 might be a little bit of a liability. And when I compare the bishops, I'm thinking black's bishop is amazing. White's bishop, just completely defensive piece. And all black needs to do is maybe just put a rook onto the 5th row, and again, put the knight into the dream square. And then, you know, you'd start looking at it, you're like, oh, well, black has got the initiative there. So maybe, you know, maybe I'm just a bit too future focused, maybe not living in the present. But I'm a little bit concerned, actually, that things can go the wrong way.
Are you a saver? Do you save your money rather than spend it?
No.
Do you have your piggy bank, put the pound coins in since you're 2 years old?
No. I'm not a saver at all, actually.
You're not?
No.
Right, OK, so you don't play chess like you live life? Because one thing I've noticed, a lot of people live life like they play chess, right? You know, you have crazy sacrificial players. They're a bit of a lunatic normally. Or you have this, you know, your safe and steady players, and they're a bit more like, what am I going to eat tomorrow? You know, kind of players. So, would you say you're like, you know, do that? I mean, what kind of player would you say you are?
I would say I'm probably more on the side of careful, but I am a little bit instinctive.
So, are you a careful person?
Yes, in some things.
You had to think about it. I was very
I know.
carefully thought about the answer there.
Yeah, I did.
I know which category you fall into, Simon.
Yeah, maybe let's not go there. What about you, David? You've got a very unique style of playing. Like you love the grinding, the torture.
I do.
Yeah, the long game.
That's my heaven, the grind. But when I was younger, I used to be more just kind of carefree. I just wanted to attack, and I thought checkmate was the only way to end the game. But now I realise there's a lot more finesse to it.
Do you live your life as you play chess?
Do I grind in real life as well? It's all about the long game.
Well, haven't you got a course coming out with the word grind in it? Is that right? Is this a dance course or?
It's a chessable course. That's right, Simon.
Yep. What's it called?
Grind like a grandmaster.
Yeah.
Grind like a. Are you going to be pulling some moves in it, though?
Yeah. Viewers will have to buy it to find out. There may or may not be some slick moves in that.
Oh, it's going to be a line now to get that chessable course. It's not out yet, but it's coming. It's coming.
But it is a question, right? And we should put that question to everyone watching. Do you play chess the way you live your life? Are you carefree? Are you a saver? Are you cautious?
Yeah.
Are you a gambler? I want to know.
Yeah.
You can tweet us using the hashtag #ChessChamps.
I agree.
I think that must be the best name for a chess course so far. It's quite unique. Grind like a grandmaster. I like it. So very special course as well.
Yeah.
People are going to have to buy it.
I can't wait for it to be finished and for it to come out.
And Game 6 in the World Chess Championship match in Dubai is featured. That was a very long, grinding game. And later today, David is going to take us through Game 6 in the 1972 World Championship match. Was that a grind as well, or was it crazy in another sense?
That was a different kind of grind, maybe. It was just, it was a masterpiece from Fischer. Both his opening choice, which really surprised Spassky, then his middle game was just artistic, kind of seizing control over the whole board. He had complete domination at some point, and then the finish was a bit more brutal than most grinds. I think that's regarded as one of Fischer's greatest ever games and one of the greatest games in World Championship history.
Spassky even applauded him after the game.
Yeah, Spassky, the gentleman, he knew that in that game Fischer really showed his quality.
Yeah, it's also quite an interesting story when it came to Spassky's preparation for the match. He was convinced that Bobby Fischer would only open with one move, that was push the king's pawn forward. Mm-hmm. And when his coaches and seconds said, let's look at what you have against the queen's gambit, he goes, no, I don't need to study because I'm just going to play this opening called Tartakova. And where did he lose? In his beloved Tartakova.
Wow.
Okay.
Yeah, that would never happen nowadays. Nowadays, all the top players know a bit about every opening. They have plans everywhere. In those days, they just prepared against one move. And, and either the preparation worked or you were on your own to freestyle.
Well, after a long pause, Lenya Dominguez did retreat his queen, and we do see the position that you predicted, David, on the board.
Yeah, and this is where Simon mentioned just a very calm move, Black's knight rerouting. And, he doesn't go for that very calm move. He instead attacks the white rook. And this is logical in some way. The white rook looked pretty good on this fourth rank. But pushing this pawn forward does leave some looseness in Black's position. There's no longer a square for the black knight to use, or maybe a less stable square for the black knight to use in the centre. I've got mixed feelings about this one. It looks decent for now, but I could see it backfiring later.
I think you have to be very careful pushing pawns, don't you? Because they're the only bits that can't go backwards. And when you push a pawn, you always weaken squares. And both of the squares on either side of that pawn are now weakened. And as you mentioned, David, the black knight might be a bit looser, but also the white queen has maybe an aggressive square. It can get out the pin now. Maybe it could even jump in there at this moment in time.
Yeah, let's show this.
Potentially.
Yeah, you mentioned the queen jump, and that's why pushing pawns. This pawn no longer has grip over this f5 square. A white knight would love to land on this square, but this is a double attack. How does Black deal with this? Does he have to jump out the way with his knight again? The knight is attacked twice. This queen looks beautiful, but I guess Zhu Wenjun would need a follow-up. And I don't see one right now. Maybe this is what Dominguez is thinking. He's just banking on the fact that the white queen can get active, but it's kind of false activity. It looks nice and pretty, but it's not achieving too much. Also, you've got to be careful that the white queen doesn't get trapped by the black bishop at some point.
I have cheated. which I try not to do. But, you know, it's my first day back. I'll take it a bit easy. You know, it's like going back to school again. Get a calculator out, put it on standby.
And your neighbour's answers.
Yeah, that's it. There's some funny case of that in chess, which maybe we'll mention later, but there's an amazing idea here, which the computer gives. And the computer gives, I think I just have to mention it, going queen d3.
Oh, in the current position?
In the current position, which makes a lot of sense. You're getting the queen out of the pin. You're attacking the knight. Now, I don't know what happens if the knight moves, but the main line it gives is bishop d5, for example. And now queen takes bishop.
Whoa.
Which is an incredible positional idea, I assume.
Giving up the queen.
And it says it's very good for white, this variation. I don't know how strong this computer is. Maybe the computer. I'll just check this laptop a little bit, make sure it's working properly, because it looks a little bit wonky, doesn't it, that idea? But it's a very interesting. We love a queen sack, so it's a very interesting idea, at least.
Yeah. So giving up the queen, but in return you get a rook and you have a bishop. So it's not a massive material sacrifice, and I guess the justification is that you're going to win this pawn. That's guaranteed. And once you win this pawn, for example, if black moves, once you take this pawn, then white's a pawn is a pass pawn. It's going to start advancing. And
we could see it, you know, because she's moved her queen to attack the knight. And if Dominguez intercepts that attack with the bishop, then maybe. But I mean,
even the rook, Jovanka, I guess,
she must
as well.
be planning it, because if the rook moves to hit the queen, you don't want to run away. You don't want to step back and retreat.
It's an incredible idea. If she plays, I mean, if she finds this idea, it's an incredible idea, isn't it? I mean, I don't know how many people have seen h4 and this idea of giving up the queen there.
Yeah.
It's brilliant stuff.
If Dominguez moves his knight, which is attacked right now instead, then the white queen can still jump into the position maybe. I mean, I really hope he's just going to block on this square so we can see that beautiful queen sacrifice from the Women's World Champion.
Takes a lot of guts, though, to
incredible.
sacrifice your queen, even if you do get material in exchange.
So what kind of personality do we think?
Oh,
come on, take it.
Let's keep an eye on the players, because queen takes bishop would be an amazing move right now.
Yeah. Oh, she plays this. It's a round of applause move.
Yeah, if she plays this and wins the game, which she might well do. And I guess black's queen is just not really too active right now, so this type of sacrifice would be justified, and she looks very interested in the position. She looks so tempted. Queen takes bishop, giving up the queen, getting this really powerful rook. You will win this pawn. So you will get a bishop, a rook, and a pawn for the queen. That's level material anyway.
Yeah, I mean, I was just wondering, David, if black can move the knight to next to the rook here. That's the only move I'm thinking I'd be a little bit worried about, but maybe it just doesn't help. Maybe you just take the pawn, attack the knight, and white's pieces control the board, don't they? And this is where they're dominating the queen. So it's a very clever idea, and I just hope she plays it now.
She gets control of the light squares and everything. I love it.
Doesn't play it.
I was going to ask, how tempting is it to push the pawn as well and attack? Oh, what a golden chance.
Yeah, I should be surely thinking about it there, surely.
Maybe if it wasn't a rapid game, if she had more than 3 minutes on the clock, she would have spent more time looking at it at least. Now she's not giving up her queen, she's simply trying to swap off the queens, exchange the queens, which makes sense as well, but she will lose a bit of time. For example, if black says no, shuts the door and just pushes a pawn forward, blocking the queen trade. And when the white queen moves, I'm not sure where, then I think black should be completely fine now. Actually, I'm not sure about this square. Sorry, my misclick there. But in this position, it feels like black should be fine. Just simply no way through. The black pieces actually guard a lot of entry squares now.
Yeah.
Oof, missed opportunity maybe.
Yeah. What kind of person? Can we get anything from their personality, from the way they're playing? Do we feel? I mean, Dominguez is very booked up, quite tactical player, but quite safe. But he's very well, researched.
Yeah.
So I mean, and Jun, we'd say is a great attacking player, but tactical vision's very good. I mean, I don't know. It'd be interesting if we could gather anything about their personality from the way they play.
Yeah, I'd be inclined to agree with you, Simon. I mean, Lenia Dominguez, super talented, the best Cuban player since Capablanca. But, now I'm playing for the US, but, I mean, he's supplemented his kind of talent with so much hard work. I know that the English #1, Michael Adams, whenever we're playing in team tournaments, whenever we used to play Cuba, he would be like, oh, no, I have to play Dominguez. His openings are too good. Yeah. And, he nearly never loses, at least in classical chess.
That's interesting here, because I can't really imagine Mickey Adams, England's greatest ever player, being scared of anyone.
Exactly.
So it's quite, he can be scared. It gives us a bit of hope. So, but yeah, Dominguez is just really, he's incredibly strong player. I think he's been Blitz World Champion before. Maybe as well, so a number of years ago.
I mean, you have to have good instincts to become Blitz World Champion.
And of course, we mustn't forget that he's a long-time second of Fabiano Caruana. Helped him challenge for the crown in 2018. So, very well prepared, a very, very strong grandmaster. And Ju Wenjun, of course, she's the Women's World Champion.
Yeah.
And I was trying to recall who's helping her, actually. She has a team behind her as well.
Probably most of the Chinese.
I'm thinking Yu Xiaoteng. Is that
Possibly, yeah. I mean, he's coached a lot of the top.
And she's got a smile on her
players.
face.
Yeah, she looks pretty happy with her position.
Yeah.
Wait.
I'm curious, what is she thinking about?
She's just loving this white rook that's just lifted up the board, just enjoying the fact it's in black's position.
That'd be really disconcerting if you're playing someone. There was this Russian grandmaster, I won't mention his name actually, but he played in England quite a lot, and he would do that very often. He would just start smiling. You're playing him, and you're like, "What have I done? What have I done?" He'd be like, and he'd be like, "Why is he smiling? Why is he smiling?" It would be a little bit odd, I think. So, but it's good to see them enjoying themselves as well.
I noticed she does this though. I've sat next to her a few times in tournaments, and she's always smiling.
Yeah, it's great.
Enjoying the moment.
Sometimes it's all about, as David says, just managing to just crack a smile and enjoy the situation that you're in. I did it once when I was totally lost. I had a horrible position. I could barely move. I didn't, my opponent had so many winning plans. And I just looked outside. I was playing in a ski resort in Norway, and I thought, life is beautiful, actually. Let me look at how lucky I am. And I started smiling, and I'm sure everyone who walked past would have gone, why? And then I looked down at my position. I thought, actually, they have one trick that I could try to set up. And so I set that up, and my grandmaster opponent fell for it. And then the smile continued.
So the smiling works.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know. I mean, she's enjoying herself. It's nice to see that. A bit of emotion over the board there. This looks like a lovely square, David, for the rook, doesn't it? I mean, the one that it's moved into, and it seems like she has a little bit of pressure maybe here, right?
Dominguez definitely thinking he is now, for the first time in the game, under Ju Wenjun on the clock.
Yeah, and it's because black has the questions to answer right now. White's rook is super active. Black's rooks look good, but they are just blocked out by the white knight, so they're kind of staring against this kind of rock-solid statue, this knight, which is well fortified, and white's rook can maybe zoom across to the A file to start looking at black's weakness that we've been talking about on the A5 square, that weak pawn. White's other rook can slide across. White can double up rooks, hit the black knight. Meanwhile, what does black do? Maybe black can centralize the king. That would be first thing on my radar. But at some point, Dominguez is going to have to answer the question, what is he going to do with the black knight? Now there's no path into the position, like Simon was highlighting earlier. OK, he does centralize his king. This is maybe the most logical move. That's the only piece not participating. But how is black's knight going to get into the position? How are you ever going to get rid of white's knight? If you ever trade it off with black's bishop, then white's bishop suddenly becomes a strong piece as well, just replaces the white knight. Oh, it would be so tempting now to just go across with the white rook.
I'm also wondering what black's next move is. Yeah. This is a really good thing to do that not enough lower-rated players do. They're only thinking about their own ideas, and I think the basic step you can do to improve your game is to think about what your opponent's next move was. And just in that last position, I couldn't really see a very good move for black, but it's a good way to think. But OK, interesting manoeuvre happened in the game.
Can she win a pawn?
Yeah, I'm just thinking, can she not step forward or just take the pawn as a...
Yeah, I mean, it looks like she can just get greedy right now.
Yeah.
And she has a couple of ways with which to do this. It looks like it's all gone wrong for Dominguez in the current position. If we just backtrack to show what was happening, as Simon mentioned, black barely has a move here, right? Black is struggling to find a move, but she decided to be direct, attacking this pawn with her rook. And after the black knight retreats, hitting this rook, first of all, if in doubt, just give a check. You don't have to rush. You can give a check and then decide what to do next move. But also the big question, can you just guzzle up this pawn? Rook takes pawn. If rook takes rook, yes, your knight's temporarily offside. Maybe Dominguez's idea is to get the black rook into the position, but you have won a pawn. It feels like it should be good for white somehow. OK, she does give a check instead. but this pawn is going to drop. Dominguez's idea is to offer a trade of rooks, and he must be banking on the fact that here he can get active with his rook. Otherwise, there's no other justification. I mean, if white gets time, for example, to just drop back with the knight, or maybe even come forward with the bishop, it's just a clear pawn, and black's pieces are still passive. So his whole idea is to get active. And are we going to see this happen on the board? Is she going to get greedy and grab a pawn? I think she needs to. And here we go. The rook is now attacking this pawn with the bishop. And what to do here? Big question. She's done the hard work. She's won a very important pawn, but what's next?
Yeah, I mean, I guess the first thought would be to move the bishop, but I mean, you can try to swap the bishops off maybe, but it does come with a little bit of risk, I think, as well. Because let's say black exchanges the bishop, we can show this. And now you kind of want to take with the knight. But maybe now black's knight can activate and things... It seems like black's getting a bit active, maybe. I don't know. There's still a bit of danger here, maybe.
I mean, I know... Yeah, that's a little bit dangerous, right?
Bit, yeah.
Another very tempting idea in the current position. Yes, this pawn is attacked, but I'm just thinking of the time that you tricked us, Simon. This black knight is on the back rank, and you could kind of fix it in the knight stable. You could bring the bishop forward, just try to lock this knight in. Look how the bishop dominates the knight. The knight has nowhere to go, but I guess it would come at the cost of giving back your pawn. OK, she does offer a trade of bishops. I was going to say here, you give back your pawn, but at least your bishop is dominating the black knight right now. I'm not sure whether this is enough. Instead, we didn't see the knight stable. I'm a bit gutted about that, but bishop takes, bishop and key moment. We mentioned knight takes, maybe allowing the black knight to come out. Is she going to take with the pawn, maybe?
It's possible, right?
You do give black a passed pawn, though, and you do allow black to maybe go behind and win this guy.
Yeah.
Suddenly it's less clear.
Yeah, it kind of feels like black is just active enough to sort of have at least good holding chances here. Could be wrong, of course, but now I guess this is a position I was a little bit worried for Zhu Wenjun if Dominguez just brings his knight out. There are other options, of course, but bringing the knight, improving your pieces, defending your central pawn there, keeping the threats going, just looks so natural to play this move quickly. And they're both getting quite short time, right? So they're going to have to start picking up the pace soon.
I think that's a great move, Simon, bringing the knight out into the game. The problem is, if you take this pawn as black, then you do have to worry about white grabbing another pawn. OK, he has done this. At least now I was going to say the black knight is once again dominated by white's knight, but at least now Dominguez has the idea of going after white's remaining queenside pawn. So are we going to see the Hoover come out, everything disappear, or can Zhu Wenjun work some magic and grind out this endgame?
It's I do wonder, and OK, so we're actually going to see this, and he doesn't go for the A pawn instead. I wonder whether he was afraid that maybe white's rook is going to get active.
Yeah.
But what's to stop the white rook? I'm thinking of transferring it to the fifth row and then trying to get behind the pawn.
I like that. That's a very nice idea, I think.
Yeah.
Best place to, if your opponent's got a passed pawn you're starting to get worried about, and it's a rook ending, and this is a great idea, Jovanka, getting your rook behind your opponent's passed pawn is the ideal situation, well worth remembering, and the rook is very active there. That's a lovely manoeuvre, actually.
Yeah, it looks very, very good. And you will gain time against this black knight in the process. For example, if the pawn pushes forward, you hit the black knight, and where is it actually going? It doesn't really want to sit on the edge of the board. It looks pretty bad there, temporarily at least. And if it goes forward, you can pin it and win it.
Would this make it into your, if Zhu Wenjun wins, your grind like a grandmaster course, maybe?
Yeah.
Because it's a bit
Part two, maybe.
Could be a puzzle, right?
It could be. I mean, there's definitely some grinding going on here with white. It's the pawn up still.
If she wins in 100 moves, I'll nominate it for the course.
It's got to be 100 moves to get in your course.
Yeah, it's got to be over 68 plus 1 moves.
69. Yeah.
It's got to be a long endgame grind. You have to win by outlasting your opponent, by tiring them out, and by eking out these small advantages. And OK, the black knight now on the edge of the board. We mentioned that this isn't a great piece, and maybe it's trying to get back into the game. How can we stop it from not using that square, but using this square?
Yeah, so it's just pushed on, and Yeah. They're gonna have to. I mean, calculation is very important in these type of endings as well, because they both got dangerous passed pawns. So you assume when you get to an ending, calculation is not so important, but in actual fact, it can be more important, and it's a good thing to train in simple tactics in the ending. I mean, can the Black Knight now come in, David, do you think, or is that too risky?
Yeah, I think the Black Knight would love to come in, but yeah, you definitely have to calculate whether White's A-pawn is now the more dangerous of the two passed pawns.
It might be time to perhaps, I was going to say, introduce new pieces into the game. Maybe Black can activate the king, but that's actually very difficult. And so Lenya goes for your knight activation move, but a very tricky position, actually.
Yeah. Very, very hard to calculate this
Whose pawn is stronger? That's the big question. White's rook, I love where it's placed right now, but how can you increase the pressure? And
I like this. I kind of like this maneuver. Maybe centralising that knight, or maybe trying to use it to support the pawn. Obviously, when I say I like that move, the computer completely drops, as always. But it seems very logical to put the knight in the centre of the board.
Yeah, very, very logical. And some tricky knight jumps as well, some tricky checks. Black's king has to be really careful where it goes, actually. What does Black play? If Black's knight moves, if Black's knight, for example, goes and grabs White's central pawn, then Black's passed pawn, the B pawn, will drop. I don't think you want to make that exchange, ideally.
Definitely not. I always say in the endgame, it's not about the quantity of pawns, it's the quality of the pawns. And by that, I just means that how far advanced up the board, whether they are supported, whether they can even move forward. So always never judge by the quantity, judge by how good they are. And it's difficult because at the same time, Lenya has to guard against the knight check. So maybe it's time for taking some precautions there. Try to control the white knight, but that kind of also feels like it's the wrong direction. Such a hard position.
Yeah, I mean, this seems kind of sensible. That knight was very strong. Try to give it a kick away. I think that's a good move.
Yeah, and where is White's knight going to run to? Well, suddenly it's still all three results possible. Yeah. I mean, we talked about Zhu Wenjun grinding out this win. We not really talked about her being in trouble, but if she puts on the white knight on a passive square, suddenly Black's pieces could be taking control.
44 seconds, David, as well. This is quite worrying. I mean, we know how good Dominguez is in Blitz, being the ex-world champion. So Zhu Wenjun is a little bit of danger here that this could go wrong. You're right, David, I think, and she's got to play quickly. 30 seconds on the clock.
Yeah.
And she's shaking her head.
Yeah.
And she doesn't quite know where to put the knight. In this kind of case, I guess, could you argue for maybe tracking the king, gain some time on the clock, an extra 10 seconds, and then decide what to do with the knight?
I think she's panicking a bit there, Jovanka, isn't she? You could say when you're shaking your head and you've got 20 seconds left, not a good idea.
She's got less. She's got 5, 4,
move,
3. Okay, she gives a check.
Just in time.
Yeah. So when in doubt, give a check. That tends to be a good strategy. The Black King forced to make a difficult decision. It didn't step into the centre. That would have been maybe more ambitious, but also more risky. Stepping down the board. Instead, it retreats, and she's created a threat. Zhu Wenjun. The White Knight wants to leap forward now, giving a check to the Black King, forking also the Black Rook. A double attack. So Black's Rook or King need to move. One of the two. Oh, which one? Do you just move maybe the Black King towards the White Rook?
That makes sense.
Yeah. I mean, just getting out of any potential checks.
Mm-hmm. And also stop keeping an eye on the white pawn, the A pawn, making it sure that it doesn't advance further.
Yeah, I mean, that would be the first move on my radar, but there might be a downside to that move. The White Knight might jump forward anyway. I think she's found a good solution, or at least a safe solution, asking some questions of Dominguez. And he looks so calm, he looks so focused.
What do you think? Will we see a winner in this game?
Still definitely possible. Yeah. All three results possible.
I'm thinking that, and I just looking at the camera, looking at the body language, I see that Zhu is maybe in a little bit of a panic mode. She's getting stressed by the clock. Meanwhile, Lenya just looks like he's in his element, completely unfazed.
But then again, Zhu Wenjun, with a few seconds on the clock, she's managed to beat Rapport, beat Wei Yi. She's beaten several players while playing on the increment, and Dominguez has made a couple of mistakes when low on time in the tournament, so the calm exterior might be
Look at the time
might be
now
a
as well,
mask.
David. I mean,
Yeah,
you know,
under 20 seconds.
quarter up on time. So
Yeah.
I think that was a great, as you said, David, a great idea. The check and the knight coming back, really just clever way of stabilising. And now it's Dominguez who's real trouble on time.
5 seconds for
5
Dominguez.
seconds. 3,
He needs to move the king or the
2.
rook.
Okay, he moves the king.
Okay, shuffles across. Very logical. I'm expecting white tonight now to jump forward, attacking the black rook. Again, creating 2 threats. One to take the black rook. The other one is for the white rook to slide across in front of the black king, give a check, and attack the black knight. So, okay, black had to defend his knight. What has Zhu Wenjun got up her sleeve now? She's created some really nice tricks. Can she get greedy, go grab some pawns? Is she going to give a check with the white rook?
Okay, she tucks her king to the edge of the board.
And now her rook is attacked by the black knight. Black's pawn does look very scary, though.
I know it can advance 1 square.
Black's pawn can advance 1 square, but then white's pawn's going to start running. Whose pawn is stronger?
I think it's Jovanka, your rook manoeuvre, getting the white rook behind that pawn is so key, isn't it, in this position? The white rook is such a strong piece, and it does stop that pawn.
4, 3, 2. Ooh.
He goes black.
He's lost a lot of time by doing that.
He's lost time on the clock and on the board.
Yeah.
Or it's going a little bit up for Zhu Wenjun.
I know, and the position is still really unclear with both sides having those passed pawns. And again, 7 seconds for the Chinese Women's World Champion. And now she gets greedy. But
Okay, this is risky, though. Because White's knight is so far away from the action now.
Wow.
Oh, there we
Look
go.
at the evaluation. Yeah, sorry, David. I was just saying, it's going crazy, isn't it?
Yeah, and black now, does he use his rook and go across, go after white's far advanced pawn? That, to me, is the first instinct. White's pawn is too strong. You have to go and stop it. Both sides using rooks behind the opponent's pawns. It's really instructive.
maybe now is the time to give a check with the rook to the king, ask some questions. Because a bailout, oh, that was a bad move according to the bar. Never mind.
Check. Where's black's king going? It's going forward, of course.
I'm just wondering whether you can kind of try to bail out and try to just give up your knight and win the passed B pawn.
OK, so white's knight gave a check. Will it give another check? It's just offside. She got greedy just for one moment, so she's currently 2 pawns up, but it's all about black's passed pawn now being much stronger than the counterpart. And, OK, this check is desperation, I think. She just wants to get her knight back into play, but black's king is super active. Black's pieces have taken control.
Is there still some hope? You know, now, OK, setting a little trick. If Dominguez is tempted and just grabs that pawn with his rook, hoping to decoy the white rook, unfortunately, that's not possible because there is a check with the knight to the c6 square.
Such a naughty trick. That one is, I mean, that's the kind of thing anyone could fall into. Maybe we can show it on the board quickly because Dominguez, is he going to fall into this trap? Is he going to take this pawn, as Jovanka mentions, trying to distract the white rook so that black can make a queen? But this would blunder into a nasty knight fork. And he can't play this. He needs to find something else. Maybe move the black king across.
He's doing the knight stable with the king.
Yeah.
So, this is...
Yeah, dominating the knight, controlling any squares it wants to go to. Really, really strong move from Dominguez, and maybe that spells the end for Zhu Wenjun. Now white's knight is just a terrible piece on the edge of the board. Knights on the rim are dim, and this knight is again on the rim.
Oh, there's no way to get it out.
Yeah.
Which is so unfortunate.
You can get it out this way, but it's just far away from all the action. All the action is about this pawn. Black's knight is a monster, meanwhile. OK, she gives a check. The black king just sidesteps. And now you have to stop this pawn. You have to go back where you came from. But this is just game over. Once you go back where you came from, the black knight... OK, she gives a check. I was going to say the black knight blocks and you make a new queen next move. She gives a check instead. And what is happening here? The black knight blocks again and black is making a new queen. It looks like game over for Zhu Wenjun, unfortunately. No way to stop black making a new queen. Oh, heartbreak.
Yeah.
Heartbreak for the Women's World Champion.
Yeah, it just goes to show the effect of the clock. And a new queen is on the board. But OK, it doesn't change anything. Black is still completely winning.
Yeah. Unfortunately, a knight and 2 pawns is not enough compensation for a queen. And yeah, she'll give a few checks. She might try and grab another pawn with her knight, but no more chances.
Well, all the other games that have finished so far have ended with draws. It looks like Jan-Krzysztof Duda is about to win against Arjun Erigaisi. I've seen the bar all the way over to the young Indian side all game, so that must have been a dramatic one. Duda shifting it around and maybe about to win. Two of the young players towards the top of the table. Ju Wenjun, she had a fantastic day yesterday, but it looks like she is about to lose to Lenia Dominguez, who is fighting hard to qualify. He only has 5 points before this round, so it's looking really hard for him, but 3 points will be very important for him in this game. And Arjan Tari just won his game against Radoslav Wojtacek. 3 points for the Norwegian.
Yeah, this is heartbreaking. I was just looking, she played so well for 45 moves and just one mistake. That cost her in this game. But Dominguez, yeah, maybe he'll launch a comeback now.
Yeah,
that's how safe the Black King is.
Yeah, it's when the time started to get low. Ju Wenjun just went a little bit wrong there. So easy to do, you know, to even in these endgame positions, they can be tactically so complicated. And that's the end. We have a result.
Yep, she has resigned.
She has resigned. Ju Wenjun losing to Lenia Dominguez, winning 3 games yesterday. But she starts out with a loss. And this one, it was looking good for a long time, David. And then something happened with time trouble there.
Yeah, it was looking so good for Ju Wenjun. And it was just, I think, one mistake that cost her the game. And it was one moment of greed. And it's understandable greed. It looks like Black isn't really threatening anything right now. Black has just lost a bit of time with the knight. And here, Ju Wenjun decided to grab a pawn. It looks sensible. This now means that white is 2 pawns up, but suddenly, after the black knight jumped forward, the white rook had to move. It was all about this pawn, and white's knight, notice, was offside. It didn't participate in the rest of the game, not to a great effect anyway. And if she had her moment again, I'm sure Ju Wenjun wouldn't have grabbed this pawn. Instead, for example, just waiting, just moving the rook, or just maybe defending a pawn, just getting ready to bring her king into the battle. I think this would have given her decent chances, at least to draw, maybe even to win. So it was just that one moment of greed, grabbing this pawn, that cost her the game.
Coming up in 9 minutes, we're going to follow the game between Richard Rapport and Levon Aronian, 2 of the top-rated players in the tournament, who both have struggled a little bit so far. So this one is one where both will be fighting for 3 points. We're going to take a quick commercial break, but when we get back, we're going to show you the fantastic story of Bobby Fischer returning to the country where he became world champion, Iceland, where he spent the final years of his life. We'll give you that story in a few minutes.
What do you think about this opening? Honestly, what do you think?
You don't have to play knight c3. We can actually put a piece on d2, which is better because then we avoid the potential doubling of our c-pawns.
What you have to understand about practical endgames as a whole is that just like in the middle game or the opening, you cannot rely solely on these general considerations.
Bobby Fischer, he became the world chess champion in 1972 in Iceland. And when he was kicked out of the US a few years later, well, the people he got to know in Iceland during that world championship match, they came to his rescue.
Well, I'd like to be a world champion and keep it for maybe 20 years or so.
When you think about his life, what makes it remarkable is how he ended up. It's not just his genius. It's the fact that when he has won this match, has become the world champion. He basically walks off the stage. He disappears.
It was not possible to get him to play chess. He said, I don't like chess anymore. They have destroyed chess by the computers.
I hate chess. Really, chess just the last few years has changed dramatically with all this computer stuff.
I tried to get him to come with me to the schools and talk to the children and tell them about chess and all that, but no.
Fischer returned to chess in 1992 when he played a rematch against Boris Spassky in Yugoslavia. But because of an embargo over war crimes, American citizens were banned from commercial dealings with the nation. So Fischer became a criminal.
This is my reply to their order not to defend my title here.
Later, in Japan, he was detained.
The Japanese told me we will hand him over to the country where he has citizenship.
A small group had been working to get Bobby Fischer to Iceland.
We managed to convince the Icelandic parliament to give him an Icelandic citizenship.
When he landed at the Reykjavik airport, I remember I felt a sense of pride. But we managed,
But the American Foreign Ministry warned Fischer.
You have to realize that if he goes out of Iceland, we will take him at the other airports. Therefore, Fischer never went out of Iceland after that he came. He could not attend to the grave, to the funeral of his mother, or the funeral of his sister, which were the only relatives he had in the world.
Kari Stefansson met Bobby Fischer after he came to Iceland.
I was interacting with one of my heroes when he was handicapped and really he wasn't at least himself as I had witnessed him from distance, as this absolutely boundlessly brilliant man.
His mental health has often been brought into question.
He was very paranoid. He was focused on two particularly evil elements in the world. One of them were the Jews.
And then later, like a typical Jewish snake.
The Jews, according to him, were the source of all evil in this world. And what is remarkable about that is both his father and mother were Jewish. And the secondly was CIA. He was absolutely convinced that the CIA was after him.
His problems which probably stemmed from his childhood, I suspect, because his mother was an activist and she left him alone at their home in Brooklyn. So he was living alone, 15 or 16 years old, studying chess all days.
I'm 15, I'm from Brooklyn. He is 15 years old and he is from Brooklyn. He is the United States chess champion.
Despite his problematic childhood, this troubled genius climbed to the top and played one of the most famous matches in history.
The world sensed him and understood him like one man against the world. He was playing the great power, the Soviet Union, in the middle of the Cold War.
And the beauty of it was that the man who won that was from America, when basically 90% of the chess culture resided in Russia.
Fischer was buried at a remote location 1 hour outside Reykjavik.
We believe that it was his own wish to be outside, far away from most of the crowd, like he lived his life. there are some aspects of his personality that has some resemblance to the Icelandic sagas, you know, some outlaws, for instance. Icelanders have some sympathy for the outlaws, you know, because the Icelandic sagas are very often about outlaws.
Yeah, I think we should remember him as a man who transformed chess. I think he is the man who brought chess into the public view. We have to remember him as a creative genius. And at the same time as I think we should remember that the genius who performs spectacularly for those of us who are following him is always paying a price for this.
That's where he ended his life, the great chess genius Bobby Fischer. Must have been special to visit his grave, David.
Yeah, I was a bit lost for words. I think myself, Askill, Bjornar, we didn't really know how to feel because it's such a small place, kind of off the beaten track. It's not what we would have expected for such a great champion, for such a famous person, simply. So, yeah, it made me a bit emotional, I must say.
I can imagine. Well, everything's happening today. We are jumping straight into this game. Richard Rapport is taking on Levon Aronian, now playing for the US, and they have both been struggling a little bit so far in the tournament. Richard, with the white pieces in this game. So what kind of opening are we looking at?
It's the Sicilian defence, but I think I want to pass this one on to Simon. It's not the most usual Sicilian, right?
No, I mean, I've seen Richard do this stuff before, and this is why so many people love Richard as a player, because he's bonkers, basically. And we were talking about personality reflecting in their chess play, and I don't know what Richard is, you know, I don't know him so well, but the strange move, Dave, this is G4, right? And this is a way to try and gain space on the king side. It actually makes some sense, but it is a very committal move. Pawns can't go backwards, as we've seen. So it's a unique position maybe already, right?
Yeah.
Possibly.
Totally.
Very rare, at least.
I mean, now we're in new territory. Before that, only one game had ever been played like this. It seemed to be a trendy idea, actually. You know, I saw a few grandmasters try it out in 2021, 2020. Something I've never actually seen before. But OK, I'm all eyes. I want to know what this idea is.
The funny thing is, this variation, so white started, OK, obviously it's Richard Rapport. He's going to put a knight on the edge of the board at some point, unexpectedly. He's just done that now. But this variation with G4 on move 3, I actually recommended this to a student of mine, I think it was a couple of years ago, and they were like, no, it's too ugly. It's, do you know anything about chess? And I was like, wait, who's the teacher here? Who's the student? So yeah, I mean, it has a lot of point what white is doing. White is gaining all the space on the king side, because that's likely where black's king would love to castle. I'm not sure that's going to happen anytime soon. Aronian, look at his pieces. They're just not out. And meanwhile, Rapport grabbing all the space. Yes, Aronian's grabbed space on the queen side, but that's less relevant right now. And I think the space grab that Aronian's made, it only makes it less likely that Aronian's king is going towards that side of the board. So, yeah, it's such a weird, wacky position that it's hard to draw kind of specific conclusions about it, because we will see more surprises over the next few moves. But either way, white's setup does have some logic, and at least he's better developed than black right now.
Well, this is the first game today for Levon Aronian, actually, because he was supposed to meet Timur Rajabov in the first game today, but Rajabov is out. He pulled out because he is sick. So that was a walkover win for Levon. And let's take a look at the results from the previous round. We did have quite a few draws in that one, but Levon Aronian, he did get 3 points against Timur Rajabov. Duda in a dramatic game against Arjun Ergaisi, 3 points for Duda. Ariantari, a win for him against Wojtaszek, and Lenia Dominguez, we did see him win his game against Ju Wenjun. So the standings, and please interrupt me if something dramatic happens on the board, but standings. Right now, we still have Sam Savian on top of the table, 21 points, 2 points ahead of Jan-Krzysztof Duda. It's all about the youngsters. Look at that. Jeffrey Zhong in third place with Arjun Ergaisi on the same score. Mamedyarov, the oldest player right now, towards the top of the table. Anish Giri is inside top 8, and so is Levon Aronian. and so is Richard Rapport right now. But I did see our stats genius Ty update that Aronian currently only 52% chance to qualify. So we need still points to secure a spot in the knockouts. And we do have a few moves.
We do have a few moves, and it's really heating up. It's only move 11, but White is burning a lot of bridges in order to launch an attack against the Black King. And Black King did indeed commit to this side of the board. So Richard's saying, OK, I'm going to go straight for you. And Simon, this really reminds me of a Dutch defence, just with colours reversed. And it's like a super-powered version for White.
It does, yeah. I mean, it's a nice little pyramid he's created as well. I kind of like these patterns. You know, that pawn chain, 4 pawns in a row supported. But this is exactly what you were saying earlier, David. I mean, you know, forget about what the computer says. Chess is often about king safety. And it's also about getting the type of position you enjoy playing. And I think nearly everyone prefers attacking rather than defending. It's much more fun in general. That's not everyone, but nearly everyone. And Richard is certainly one of those players. So he's picked an opening that gets him into a position where he can attack, where he gets out of theory. He's not really a theory man, and he can have some fun. And that F-pawn, which you get in the Dutch, is going straight up the board towards Black's king. And I would be feeling actually very uncomfortable if I was Black here, just because I can see a lot of things happening in this position. So, yeah, I mean, it's looking like what Richard wants anyway, this position.
Yeah, it looks good, doesn't it?
It does, yeah. I mean, to me, it looks very scary. I mean, the white knight on the rim has some lovely ways into the position. As well, you know, it's just the Black King is a target. Yeah. Oh, look at it! He literally doesn't care, does he? He's just going straight in. You know.
I love this move for 2 reasons. Firstly, it looks like a pawn storm, but he's also opened up a path for Her Majesty, the Queen, to enter the attack. Oof, this looks super scary. It's definitely breaking a lot of rules. It's very committal, but if it works, if he wins this game quickly.
So, for example, you know, just to elaborate on your queen move, you know, that would be very to say Black makes some non-moves, and then we could see a nice mating attack that went, queen, and then suddenly the pawn, F-pawn comes, and once that pawn steps forward.
Or this pawn steps forward, OK. Yeah.
Then
the queen can come in.
I mean, it's like, forget what the computer is saying, oh, Black's a little bit better. This is where you've got to turn off the computer, because just facing this, it's like literally you're stuck in the middle of a road and a bulldozer is just coming towards you and you freeze. And it's like, oh, my words. If you get out of the way, you'll be OK, but you've got to get out of the way. And actually, it's now shot up the computer in Richard's favour, and I would not be surprised if there's some big move here, maybe F6 or something, David, do you think?
So if we backtrack, just in this position, Black decided to get rid of one of the white knights. Makes sense, but he's lost the bishop pair, and Simon, you mentioned F6. Why not?
Yeah.
F for forward, and F for forward means throwing the F-pawn forward, and, yeah, it could be fatal.
I mean, I love it when Richard plays like this. He's a joy to watch, because there's not many top players you can play, you know, get out of theory on move 4 or 5 and then destroy someone as strong as Aronian. I don't know if that's going to happen, but he's just going straight for it. I mean, you mentioned caveman. Yeah. This is caveman chess at its best, you know.
He's attacking a knight. He's trying to rip the shelter around Black's king open. One thing Black should never get tempted to do is play pawn takes pawn right now, because suddenly the Black king is just doomed. It's just on an open line. There are squares around to checkmate it. The white queen is going to come in. The white bishop's going to come in. Everything is pouring forward. So Black cannot touch this pawn. He needs to maybe move his knight out of the way, but where? That is the big question. Maybe, I was about to say, maybe this square, just to blockade White's pawn here. So, for example, pawn takes pawn now would likely be met by just a rook move, and Black now would use the white pawn as shelter. It's a bit of a weird pawn structure, actually. The Irish pawns.
Yeah.
This is tripled pawns. Yeah, it's not ideal long-term for White, of course, but short-term you have kind of conquered the dark squares here. So what is the follow-up? That's the question here. Do you capture this pawn? Do you leave the tension? Do you just take a time out to maybe capture this pawn in the centre instead?
He's taken the pawn and... Oh!
OK, he does.
He does capture the key. But, OK. But now the queen can come in and...
Yeah, it's super tempting for the queen to come in, maybe for the knight to start doing a dance towards the Black king. Lots of options for White.
I love this idea of the knight moving in, David. I mean, but I guess black can at least exchange it off.
Yep.
I mean, that knight coming in that route you mentioned is a really scary idea.
Scary, yeah.
And you can also see the dark square bishop. If you've got to look at all your pieces when you're attacking. You should look at your pieces near your opponent's king. Can they do anything? David pointed out that knight jumping in. But then you've got to try to involve all your army. It is your army. And again, David highlighting a piece there, which looks like, the dark squares, let's get it on lined up against the king. And there's some obvious ways you can do that by, for example, David pointed out here, putting it on that diagonal. So there's a lot of tempting options here. Maybe that's the only problem that Richard has, a bit too many tempting options in some way.
Yeah, and he's barely paused for thought until this move, Richard. This is the first time he spent more than 1 minute for a move, and it's because he realises his position is so promising for white. This bishop, if it enters the action, it's unchallenged on the dark squares. It will conquer the dark squares and simply win the game. So if he can get this piece into the play, it's not clear how this move that I mentioned, getting onto the diagonal, looks nice and pretty, but at some point at least, I'm not sure what black plays, but at least you can block it out with this pawn for now. So this diagonal, you can't quite conquer it yet. Just too many tempting options. I'd be still so tempted to move the knight round this way, maybe to even retreat. Oh, he just, yeah.
This is very clever because he's avoiding that knight exchange but going for your same plan. Well, it looks clever. I don't know if it is, but it makes sense as well, even if the computer hates it.
Computer will hate any human move.
Yeah.
But yeah, you want to recapture this pawn. This pawn for black is stuck right now due to a pin along this diagonal. So black's central pawn is going to drop. Then the material will be balanced, but also the white knight might want to sneak around this way. First, Aronian attacks this foot soldier, this guy. Okay, that's clever. It's attacking this pawn, but also defending the bishop so that the pin is broken along the long light square diagonal.
Yeah.
Maybe this is something that Richard might have underestimated. Is this a real threat to take this pawn for the black queen?
I think it is, actually. I mean, I think the queen is within touching distance of her king, because the natural move that I was thinking about is just ignore the pawn, introduce the queen into the game. But then again, black's queen is very active, and suddenly you can start thinking about some counter-attacking possibilities as well.
This is very sharp, isn't it, Jovanka?
Totally sharp. It's wild. It's what we love about chess. We don't quite know what's happening, and that deep, dark forest of complications.
Yeah, so it's really sharp. Let's see what the players come up with, and I'm really excited about what's coming because I have a feeling this game is going to end in some checkmating attack. I'm just not sure who's going to be checkmating who. At the moment, it looks like white's been doing all the running, but Richard still needs that momentum, that creativity to continue.
Yeah.
And
obviously, okay, he's going for a more sensible approach here.
Okay.
And I suppose the point is the black knight's going to be attacked in some variation.
So if this knight, I mean, white's knight is so strong, maybe he has to remove it, Aronian?
What's his plan if it gets removed? It's going to be.
I guess he wants to take with a pawn to stop black going queen takes pawn, but you don't really want to take with the pawn in general, do you? I mean, I think Aronian's chances have improved by this.
Yeah, maybe we can just show this because it's a really critical moment, and taking with the knight is strange to me, especially the fact that he only spent a minute or two on this move because it is such a crazy position. Both players really trusting their instincts in this game so far, but this knight is too strong for white in the centre, so black should remove it. He has just done so, and as Simon mentioned, the whole idea must be to take with the pawn, because if you take with the bishop now, then this queen can swoop in with a check. And this is really, really frustrating because the king would love to hide in the corner. It just gets checked again at the very minimum. And at the very minimum, black can force a draw. If you drop back with the bishop to block, now suddenly black is the one attacking you. The queen, the bishop, and the knight attacking the bishop. This doesn't look ideal. Black's also a pawn up. So is the idea to just recapture with a pawn, but then suddenly you've blocked your own bishop in. And these guys are all isolated.
Black's got a lovely outpost in front of that pawn as well. I mean, you can
never kick these knights away now.
Yeah. So this is looking better for Aronian than it was, I think.
Hang on a second.
Okay, typical, typical. He doesn't care. Take a pawn with check.
Oh, but will we see a draw? Will we see Aronian just try to give checks with the queen, try to repeat the position? I don't know here. I think Richard knew that he'd blown it slightly. And yes, he's attacking the black rook, but
if the black rook moves, maybe he has time to start coordinating his pieces, bringing the white queen out, for example. But the question is, if black wants a draw, does Aronian want to draw? Is Richard gambling on the fact that Aronian will go for the win, allowing him to play for the win as well? Difficult moment.
And you called it that. Rapport is just happy with the draw. He's just taken a lean back on his chair. Meanwhile, Aronian there in his basketball shirt, he is considering. But we've actually seen Aronian refuse draws. You know, he's actually consistently played for the win. And now, as we're closing in on the last day of the preliminaries, he has to go for something. It's his moment, right? Oh.
Yeah, but
such a tense moment.
It does come with risk. If you play for the win, it could rebound. That's happened several times on Aronian. Will he be scarred by those memories? Playing for a win against Eric Geisy, losing that game.
We got to take a bet, right? What do you think? Do you think he's going to be happy with the draw?
I think he'll play for a win. I'll start it off. I don't know why. I just think he will. So there you go.
How about you, Jovanka?
I think he will play for the win as well.
I think he'll take the draw.
Okay. All bets are on. What do you guys at home also think is going to happen? Will Aronian risk it, or will be satisfied with a draw? Tweet us using the hashtag #ChessChamps. And okay, it looks like David is going to maybe edge our bet. But this is very professional. Just repeat the position.
There we go.
You guys were right.
There we go.
No draw, no repetition.
No draw, yeah.
I think the queen check is quite clever because it stops white's queen going to that square. And I mean, Aronian is a real fighter. If there's any way he can play on, then he will. So that's what he's done.
Yeah, and the two knights are not necessarily worse than the two bishops right now. Black also has an extra pawn, which does kind of help a decision to take a risk and play on to avoid a draw. So it's all up to Rapport now. How can those kind of lazy queenside pieces, the white queen, the white bishop and the white rook in the corner, how do they join the action? If you're pawn down, you need them to start playing as a team, those white pieces. I'm expecting the white queen to develop. I'm not sure exactly where. And yeah, it's really complex still. The evaluation bar might have finally settled down towards the center, but that's not to say the position is calm. It's still a weird, wild position. And okay, attacking the black queen. This bishop drops back. This makes some sense, I guess, just forcing the black queen to make a decision. She might get kicked around a few times on her way out of white's camp there. Yeah. I'm still slightly surprised he played for the win, Aronian. I'm a bit gutted I lost that bet. But,
did we have anything on the bet? Because we used to have...
we didn't bet anything.
I think during the World Championships, you owed me quite a lot of beer, David.
Yeah.
I think we were betting the odd beer, or should we say like 4 or 5? Yeah. So I think we need to introduce this again.
Not sure I can afford that now. Yeah, the white rook lifting. You love these kind of rook swing ideas, Simon.
I do, yeah. I love the rook swinging over. I mean, we talked about the swinger plenty of times in the past, and it's covering a lot of squares here. But I'm just trying to work out whose king is weaker here. And I'm actually thinking maybe Richard's king is actually the one which could be in a little bit more danger in some variations. I mean, the black knights can jump forwards. I don't know if you want to do it straight away. The black rook has potential, which is at the moment stuck behind the black knight. But there's quite a lot of ideas here, David, I guess, that black has. Maybe black's got more ideas than white, easier to play.
As you mentioned, the knight could jump forward and then the black rook could start swinging down into white's camp, but Aronian, I mean, these two players love to surprise us, right? And in this position, what a move. I'm not sure this would even cross my radar, to be honest. It's so counterintuitive always to allow en passant to capture like this. And is this tempting right now? Should white capture this pawn as if it just moved 1 square? Or should white leave it and just maybe get on with swinging his rook across, hoping that, for example, if the queen comes, he can block, and then at some point the white queen can come into the attack? It looks really complicated. Maybe Aronian's idea is to offer a queen trade here to stop the white queen from entering the black half. Black is still this 1 pawn up, and any queen exchange might well favour him. Suddenly, as you mentioned, the black knights are coming. The black knight could dance into this square. Still unclear, to be honest, who's better in this endgame.
Yep.
Let's such a weird position.
Totally weird. Somehow my vibe is saying to me that white perhaps shouldn't capture the pawn, should instead leave it on the board. I agree with you. Perhaps the endgame is the best chance. White does have the bishop pair. It's a very powerful weapon. They can create a lot of damage. So I'm predicting that the rook will attack the queen.
Yeah. The problem with capturing en passant here is that the black pieces will come into the action. Maybe the knight, maybe the rook. And actually maybe with the rook, just so that you can meet this one with a check. Still mighty complicated though.
Yeah, I mean, I think Aronian's last move, you said that maybe you wouldn't think about this move, Dave, but it's a class move, isn't it? F5 is really a clever move, because also by using that pawn, you're grabbing some more squares for black. That pawn is controlling more squares in your opponent's half. And it just looks like a good move. And it kind of feels like Richard's position is kind of like getting worse here. Worse and worse, move by move. The bishops are not really doing anything. The black knights look more scary, and black's pawn up as well. So good decision by Aronian to turn down the draw in the end.
Yeah, at least in practical terms, it feels like he's still got some control.
Yeah.
Quite a lot of control. So, yeah, let's see how the players react. They have slowed down. I thought this game would be a bit like some of Aronian's games yesterday, where, I don't know if you were watching, Simon, but when he played Hans Niemann, for example, I mean, I think they were on move 35 and Aronian still had more time than he started with. But, OK, we did see en passant, a pawn exchange there, and this variation we showed, black giving a check.
Looks so dangerous for white in this position, and for black, but really just dangerous, doesn't it? Danger. And, well, I guess he has to get rid of that knight now, doesn't he?
Too strong.
Too good.
Yeah.
There are some traps here. For example, if you bring the white queen forward and give a check, I think that would actually backfire. Maybe we can show this because, of a very, very sneaky move here. Aronian is threatening checkmate in one move. He's threatening to take this bishop with his queen, trapping the white king. And if white does give a check, it looks like you're counter-attacking here against the black king, but suddenly the black rook will just sidestep, blocking, and white's queen, if it captures the knight, for example, still, this is checkmate, because the black queen now is protected by its rook. So that would be a huge blunder, as Simon mentions. I mean, if it were a blitz game, at least I wouldn't even calculate. Just remove that knight, and Richard does that. The queen steps back to capture. Whose king is safer? That's still the key question, right?
That is, yeah.
Suddenly white is threatening some checkmating ideas, taking this pawn, hitting the black king.
What normally happens in these crazy games, everything gets swapped off, we get to a very boring ending, and it's a draw. It's always the way. I don't know why that is. You get the most, stupidly crazy positions and just everything, calms down. But we could even see that now, couldn't we? I mean, white has a very strong threat. This is double power, the queen and the rook. And black can maybe move the rook to force some exchanges if he wishes. He's a pawn up. You can certainly think about going into an ending.
And then everything could get hoovered off. What do you think about this ending? As you mentioned, pawn up, but winning chances?
I mean, I think, white's doing OK here with that move you're pointing out, and black's pawns are very weak in this position. So I wouldn't have thought white's in too much danger in this ending. Black could be in danger in some positions even. I don't know. What do you think?
Rook and bishop tend to work a bit better than rook and knight in general, and you're right. Lots of weaknesses to deal with. Yeah. For example, if the knight drops back, you can start going after these pawns as well. I think this is not what Aronian wanted when he turned down that opportunity to draw earlier, so he'll be looking at something else in the current position. But what else? Do you drop back with a knight to defend this pawn? Knight on f8, there is no mate, but you do lose this pawn. Suddenly I'm liking white's chances.
Yes.
I'm so fickle. I mean, I think we all are.
Yeah, definitely. Kind of changes every move, this one, doesn't it?
Yeah.
It's
keeping us all in suspense as well. That's what we like about chess. Anything can happen. All three results are possible. Yeah. And, there's no such thing as an easy game, actually. You still have to find the moves, and it looks like we might be headed into the territory of the endgame that David earlier showed us, that where black is to pawn up, but still not out of danger. Still a lot of excitement to be had. And, the players are keeping us entertained with their spectacular chess. And, of course, we love to see when you guys get involved in the action. So please share with us how you're watching the tour from. Share us where in the world you're watching us, who you're watching with, maybe some animals. We do like our pets. And you can do that by tweeting us using the hashtag #ChessChamps. And we will feature them on the show.
Yeah. We haven't seen Aronian's little dog for a while, have we?
No,
But
Punchik.
he's probably in the US, right? I think they brought Punchuk to the US when they moved.
He couldn't have left it in Armenia, could he? He can't leave his dog in Armenia. He can't do that.
It's a lucky mascot.
No. He's got to take it to America.
Yeah. It's actually quite complicated, right?
Yeah, especially
move.
America. He probably needs a passport, needs to be ID'd, make sure he's not a threat to the national security.
Yeah.
These kind
Medical
of things.
check.
Yeah, medical check. Yeah, probably a long process. So, I hope he's got his dog.
I think he does. I think it's in the US where he lives in St. Louis. But right now, Levon is playing from Armenia, his birth country. And he revealed to us a few days ago that it is because he is sort of transferring over to India, where the Olympiad will be played in a few weeks. He is going to be on the American team. And Armenia is closer to India than the US.
Yeah, I think, unfortunately, we won't see Rapport at the Olympiad because he hasn't yet transferred over to Romania, and I guess he won't be playing for Hungary. So that'll be a big miss. That's a pity.
David, would you ever... Obviously, you live in Norway now. You're an Englishman, really. But would you ever consider... You're good friends with Magnus. If Magnus sort of said, David, I need you to become Norwegian. Here's $1 million.
Depends how high the bribe is. If it's $1 million kroner, maybe.
I think that would tempt anyone.
If it's €1 million, maybe. I think England need me more than Norway, though.
Definitely, we need you in England, David. We need you.
Norway are fourth seeds at the Olympiad. It's incredible.
It's amazing. Yeah, I mean, this event coming up soon is it's incredible.
Yeah,
let's hope they do better than their female football team, shall we?
Yes.
Meanwhile, some exchanges have happened on the board. We mentioned the queen's rooks disappearing. This endgame, white was a pawn down. White has regained the pawn at the cost of trading off the bishop for knight. And now it's a pure rook endgame. And I think, unfortunately for Rapport and Aronian fans, this one is fizzling out towards a draw. That doesn't really suit either player in the tournament standings. Both really wanted the win. Now, after another pawn capture, temporarily white's a pawn up, but this check is Aronian's plan, and look at this, the black rook's getting greedy, it's going to grab a pawn on the next move as well, and yeah, everything's disappeared.
Exactly what we said.
Exactly, you called it, Simon.
Just the most interesting game, pieces everywhere, we don't know what's going on, rook ending, draw, it's just the way, karma.
You did say, 15 moves ago, you said that's just how chess works, right?
Yeah, it just happens that way, doesn't it? Sometimes it's strange.
Yeah. Especially when both players are equally talented, both players are equally kind of sharp and seeing everything. And it's actually been quite a high-quality game, I think.
Yeah.
Totally.
Despite the weird, quirky start.
Yeah, I mean, it happens. Fizzles out to a draw. Draw is the perfect result for chess. I mean, I think I saw an interview, I think it was actually with Nepomniachtchi, where he said that a draw is the perfect psychological result of a game. You don't feel high, you don't feel any lows. When you win, you kind of have some adrenaline rushes, and when you lose, you also feel some dejection. So you get a neutral state from a game like this, and this is good for the brain, apparently, and the mindset.
There are different types of draws. Sometimes you're completely winning, you mess it up, and it's a draw, you're depressed. If you're completely losing, you save it, draw, you're on top of the world. So,
I mean, I think that's a load of rubbish. I prefer winning. So, I mean,
exactly.
Winning's much better, surely. Much better feeling.
Yeah. But don't you find that sometimes when you're winning, you start thinking about the future, and you can't necessarily go to sleep that easily?
Yeah, but it's an exciting feeling. I don't mind that feeling. Well, OK, I mean, it's nice to be excited because you've got a chance in the tournament, next game's coming up, and it's a really good feeling. I think that's why, why we play chess a lot.
Yeah.
For the winning, It's not the taking part, it's the winning. I don't care about taking part.
That's why I got into the game when I was little, because I just couldn't help myself. I love the winning.
I think when people say, it's the taking part that counts, rubbish. I don't think it is. Maybe a little bit, but it's, you want to win, don't you? I mean, if you lost every game you played, you wouldn't really be enjoying yourself, would you?
I think that's how people truly fall in love with chess in the first place, is the winning, and then they appreciate the beauty later. At least that's how most people I've spoken to experience it. And meanwhile, neither side will be winning this game. It's just one pawn against one pawn, and easy draw. The white king is just going to sit and wait. The white rook will wait. There's no way to actually attack this last remaining white pawn. If anyone's on the better side of a draw, it's black right now. But just because black's king and rook are more active, it's not enough. Not much else to be said. I think Aronian might try one or two little tricks, but Rapport has 7.5 minutes. He's not going to blunder this one away.
Well, easy start to the day then for Levon Aronian. This is the first game he plays today because the first one was a walkover win against Rajapov, who pulled out of the tournament. And this one should also be a quite quick one for the Armenian. And when the game finishes, we'll jump into the game between Wei Yi and Jeffrey Xiong. Jeffrey, he had a fantastic start to the tournament, winning 3 games in a row, and he is currently in 3rd place, doing very well, the young American. And I guess we're getting close to that draw.
Yep. Simply no way to win white's remaining pawn. If black somehow manages to attack it, white will counterattack by going for the black pawn. And unfortunately, you can't achieve both of those things at the same time. You can't attack white's pawn while keeping your own pawn safe for Aronian here. So, yeah, not much to play for, unfortunately.
It looks like just a draw, doesn't it? I mean, yes. Yeah.
If the pawns disappear, rook versus rook, easy draw.
Yeah.
Although I might be tempted to play that one out till 50-move rule.
Grind like a grandmaster.
If they trade pawns in 4 moves, and then they can play 50 moves, 50-move rule with just the rooks, you get to move 100.
Do you know what I'm looking forward to most about your course, David? A lot of the chessball courses are becoming books.
Yeah.
And I want to see what the front cover of that book will be. You know, that's what. Yeah, I just want to see. I mean, I've got some images in mind. You know, some
we get a post,
artwork.
David.
Yeah. I'll think of something, especially for you, Simon.
Yeah.
Yeah, it might be a diagram of that beautiful Game 6 from the 2021 World Championship match. But, OK, here we go. This is exactly what we were discussing. As soon as black goes for the white's pawn, the black pawn will be attacked.
Yeah.
And you have to be slightly careful here.
Yeah. But the white king is in snapping distance. It just has to move itself off the 4th row so that there is no discovered checks.
Yeah, black's big threat here, other than king takes pawn, is to push the black pawn down 1 square, and that is a check. The black rook will hit the white king. So white's king needs to quickly move. You can actually retreat it, I was about to say. And as soon as black's king goes to take your pawn, the white king can retreat and kind of cut off. We'll see this, I think, happen in a moment.
Oh.
What we call shouldering.
Why does the bar jump up here?
It's gone a little bit funny, I have to say. I mean, it doesn't look as simple, does it? Or
I think it's still a draw.
Right.
Yeah.
The white king now will retreat.
It will take a step opposite.
Yeah. So this is the opposition.
I mean, you're a pawn down.
Yeah.
I know it's a draw.
Yeah.
The problem is white's rook will just wait, and I don't think black has a winning plan. Also, you can step in front of this pawn.
This is the key in rook and pawn endings. There's only 1 pawn left. If you put your king in front of that pawn, generally it's always a draw, right? So this is the ideal thing. Just get your king in front of the pawn, use your rook in the right way, and we're going to probably see that 3rd rank defence at some point.
Yeah. Actually, against the B and G pawns, against knight pawns, as we call it, you can even go really passive. You can just put your rook on the 1st rank and just sit. There's no way to win. So knight pawns, the B and G pawns, are the worst pawns to have extra.
Right.
In these rook endgames. As Simon mentions, there are other defences. The Philidor defence, the 2nd rank defence. There are others against other pawns, but yeah, this one you can do anything. Yeah. We'll see the position repeat itself, most likely. They're still teasing us.
Yeah.
He's still a pawn up.
He's hoping here that the rook is captured. Is that a draw anyway? No, it's not a draw if you capture the rook, so you've got to be slightly careful. But you can just move your king forward, and a rook endgame will lead to this. A rook exchange will lead to this dead drawn king and pawn endgame. You have to be slightly careful where you put the white king, but there we go. The game ends in stalemate. It's a draw.
33 minutes. It's a draw between the 2 top players in the tournament on the classical ratings. As leads, Rapport and Levon Aronian. 1 point for each of them. They are both fighting to qualify for the knockout stage. They're not safe, either of them. But only 1 point in this game. We're going to jump into another game going on here in round 2 of today, round 10 out of 15 in the preliminaries. Wei Yi against Jeffrey Zhong, and the bar very much over to the Chinese player side.
Yeah, it's on the white side here, the evaluation bar, and I was just doing a quick count. It's actually level material. Both sides have queens, rooks, a minor piece each, level pawns, but I guess it's all about king safety, just like the last game, and it's not 100% clear whose king is safer. White's king, there's an annoying pin, the black queen quite active, but I guess long-term the black king is in a lot of trouble. Black's knight awkwardly pinned, and okay, a retreating move. What do you think about that one, Simon? Maybe there was no other plan.
Yeah, I mean, you don't want to retreat in such a position with your queen so aggressively placed. But as you say, Black's queen is really the saving grace for Black at the moment. It's pinning White's rook, and White can't do anything whilst his rook is tied down to the White king. So I guess he's decided this is the only way to proceed, is to swap those queens off and try to go into a slightly better sort of endgame type of position where his bishop is better than the knight. I thought it was interesting, I think it's Peter Lecco Cemento, who mentioned in Adjournments Chess 24 that Wei Yi was one of the players he thought has made the most progress in the last year or two, and in another year or two he thought he could be easily top 10 in the world. And we see Wei Yi in the previous tour, and he played fantastically well, and he does seem to be, you know, he's always been incredibly talented, as a number of the Chinese players are, but do you think he could be a real contender, maybe? I mean, he's a great player, right?
Yeah, I remember playing him in 2015, so 7 years ago, and he'd already broken the 2,700 mark. Wei Yi, something that Jeffrey Zhong, for example, who's a lot older now than Wei Yi was at the time, something that these other guys are struggling to do. But Wei Yi, he kind of plateaued for a long time. It's just about that next jump, and I guess it's all about whether, you know, China, they do let their players out to play a bit more. If Wei Yi had the freedom to go out and play open tournaments to compete against the top guys over the board, I have no doubt he'd be up there. Yeah. Top 10, top 15 maybe. But it's tough for those guys at the moment.
It is certainly tough. And for instance, the pandemic has been really hard-hitting. You know, I know Ding Liren actually struggled to get visas, and the Chinese team won't be playing in the Olympiad.
Is that due to COVID? Because regulations for traveling, basically?
Yeah, basically. Wow. So it's not easy, you know, and even though you do make the improvements necessary, if there are no tournaments to play, there are no tournaments to play. Yeah. And I've been very impressed with Wei Yi's play. You know, he has such a tactical style, but also we've also seen some positional mastery from the Chinese player. You know, he's look at this position. He has a slight edge, and he's nurturing that. And both players totally focused. And I can't wait to share with you one selfie that we've got actually from Patrick Culetta, whilst the players are considering what to do. And he says, watching masters at work and working myself on a new painting. I love it when our viewers are so talented. That is such an awesome painting.
Wow.
Thank you, Patrick, for sending us in. And if you want to share with us a selfie, how you're watching the tour, who you're watching with, where you're watching from, then remember, do take those pictures in landscape mode, and we will feature them on the show. #ChessChamps.
Very nice. Some painters. Are you guys artistic? Not on the chessboard, but you know, when it comes to arts, painting, I don't know, music.
I did art as GCSE. So yeah, I mean that was a long time ago now.
Wow. What did you get?
Got an A.
Ooh,
got an A in art.
Nice.
But then I lost all my skills, I think, at some point. But I wouldn't say I'm particularly talented at all.
You save your artistry for the chessboard now, Simon.
Well, even that's gone a bit off nowadays. But no, I mean, chess is lots of different things, and I think art is one of them. You know, and that's the side of chess which I fall in love with when you see these lovely checkmate patterns and lovely puzzles. I mean, it can be a sport, it can be an art, it could be a science, but the artistic side is certainly what I'm attracted to in the game. You know, I'd rather watch a beautiful game of chess, some beautiful tactics, than go to a museum and look at, you know, some paintings. Yeah. You know, I just find it much more artistic looking at some chess games. So, yeah.
Maybe there should be a chess museum with just, like, screens showing some beautiful combinations.
Yeah, could work in Norway, maybe.
Well,
you know, so, yeah.
Actually, there's an artist who combines chess and paintings, and she's Maria Eugenia, and I have one of her paintings. So I've managed to combine the two of them. You know, have chess and art.
Cool.
It is cool, and I'm kind of very multifaceted. I like art, I like music, I like everything, and I also like chess. And
I think we should all, for another challenge, draw a picture of each other.
Oh, I'm terrible.
I know. It could go horribly wrong, but it would be really funny. Could lead to some problems.
Spoiler alert! Yours is just going to be a stick man. I don't know how to draw anything else.
I went to a bachelorette party last year, and a naked man walked in, and we all had to draw him. So I've been practicing.
Oh, so that's why you were busy recently.
Yeah. Well, I'm also glad you said draw him.
Only drawing, no touching.
And talking of drawing, this game, I don't think it's going to head towards a draw. It feels like Wei Yi is maybe outplaying Jeffrey Zhong. So the queens have disappeared, and I just love White's bishop and the potential of the White bishop. All the black pawns, well, most of them at least, lie on dark squares, and I just have a feeling with pawns on both sides of the board, he's got great winning chances. Jeffrey is just suffering for him. And what do you guys think? I mean, this F-pawn now for black, is that just dropping off? Is White about to win a pawn? Look at the White rooks lined up perfectly, the White bishop lined up perfectly.
Definitely.
It's a real uphill struggle. Black has to just push that pawn and hope for the best, I feel. But not sure it's going to survive too long.
Yeah, at least black's rook is quite active in the middle of the board. That could be something that saves black, maybe. I mean, but I agree, the bishop is looking fantastic here for White at the moment, so, yeah.
Yeah, I just don't see how you save a pawn here for black, or how you at least prevent White from getting active. It's all about this guy. It's attacked 3 times. I was about to say it's going to push forward. If it pushes forward again, that would be great for black, but before it does, it could be captured, and I think we're going to reach this position with, OK, the players are playing super fast, and it's all about this next move for White. 2 very tempting options. 1, you can push this pawn forward, harry the h-pawn. Actually, this one, I was just going to point out, there is a trick, maybe, of a rook check. The problem is it doesn't have to be taken, but the White king could shuffle. But if it is taken, the black knight would jump forward with a fork. So we don't want to allow that. Let's get our rook as far away from the king as possible, so there are no forks. And I was going to say the other option, the very tempting one, is to get active with the rook. And I mean, black's rook looks nice and active as well, but it's completely controlled by White's bishop. Meanwhile, how do you keep a handle over this rook? It's just going to the 7th rank, maybe via a check, and it's going to start gobbling on some pawns. Maybe you could try that now. Can you just jump forward to the 7th rank? A rook exchange, maybe you can just start allow it with White and start marching your king forward. Maybe this way.
It looks really good.
Look at running.
White has everything. Better bishop, better king. It looks incredibly dangerous.
Wasn't there, we were talking about Bobby Fischer, wasn't there a very famous endgame that Bobby Fischer played where he demonstrated the power of the bishop versus the knight, nothing else on the board? I can't remember the game it was, but I remember, you know, it's one of those games, one of those endings that everyone should know, but maybe someone in the chat can help us out or on Twitter. But
can't remember his opponent's name. I remember the game. Bobby was famous for his light squared bishop being his favourite piece.
Right.
And I was told this by Magnus recently. I can't remember exactly why, but that was always the best piece, the best minor piece in chess in general, the white light squared bishop. It was the one that did most of the work.
Maybe like going back to the days of Morphy, Marshall, because they'd always bring it out quickly and use it in the attack, and you know, especially when you play the king's pawn, opening it up straight away. So yeah, it's interesting that. Yeah. But now we see the London system all the time, and a blooming dark squared bishop coming out and.
Hey, you should be proud of that, Simon. The Jovanka London system.
I'm still proud of it. Yeah. So.
Yeah.
And meanwhile, okay, we see a dance, the king and knight.
And it's a critical moment here, you know, Wei Yi has a choice. He doesn't have too much time, under a minute. And the big question is, does he repeat moves, or is he going to gamble and run with his king to the left? What do you think? It's a race.
It's a race. If he gambles, at least. Tournament situation-wise, he's on 13 points, Jeffrey on 17. He would love to gamble and go for the win, Wei Yi, but, oh, is he taking the draw?
Oh, he has.
Yes, he is.
He's not taking the risk. White's king could run towards the other side. It would be a pawn race, but there we go. Wei Yi bails out with a draw.
I would have bet there on him going for the win. I mean, seeing his games in the past, Wei Yi takes a lot of risks. You know, he does. And I mean, we haven't talked about Jeffrey Zhong as well, who's another young talent, an incredibly strong player from America. I wouldn't say come from nowhere. He's been around for ages, but he could be a fantastic, contender as well. So there's so many of them. So, yeah.
But a draw in this game, you were hoping for something else at a point there, David. What could have happened?
Yeah, just to show the final position and to show how Wei Yi potentially could have played for the win. There was some risk involved. It was in this position that Black started giving some checks. Black's knight came to check the White king. As we saw, the White king sidestepped, the knight checked again, and we saw a repetition of moves like this. But if White didn't want to continue that dance, if White had played for the win, he might have just gambled, gone running with his king. The reason he didn't do this is maybe he was scared of a knight fork attacking these two pawns, but it would have come down to a race. White's king would have started running towards these pawns, and here, for example, Black would start pushing his h-pawn, and maybe he was just scared of this pawn running down the board. It looks very, very fast, and the White bishop might be able to stop it, but the White bishop will have to give itself up for this passed pawn at some point. And I can't blame him too much for not gambling at the final position, but it's a real pity because it felt like Wei Yi had the chances. And White's king, it was so active, he could have found a way to play on, and potentially with both sides, with pawns on both flanks, there were some winning chances. A slight anticlimax to that game.
In 15 minutes, we're going to follow the game between Anish Giri and Jan-Krzysztof Duda. Duda is now in shared lead in the tournament. And you guys know what? If he wins that game, he will overtake Magnus Carlsen as the highest rated player in the tour.
Wow.
Yeah.
Never thought we'd hear that, that moment.
Big game for Duda coming up, and a big game coming up in the 1972 World Championship match. Game 6. It's gone down in history as one of the most fantastic games played by Bobby Fischer. And when we come back, David Howell will take us through that amazing game. We'll be back in a few minutes.
So we just race to the line. I'm definitely gonna crush it. Set, go!
Someone asks me how my chess game is going.
Sometimes maybe good, sometimes maybe shit.
Seriously? Checkmate. Aim chess is an intelligent system that analyzes your game, prevents mistakes, and develops recommendations for improving your skill. Phew.
Welcome back, everyone, to FTX Road to Miami. We're now going to talk about the 1972 World Championship match. Bobby Fischer and Boris Spassky were tied after 5 games in that match, but then came Game 6, which ended with Boris Spassky standing up and applauding Bobby Fischer.
Game 6 always seems to have a special place in World Championship match history. It was no different in 1972 between Fischer and Spassky. By Game 6, Fischer had levelled the scores. It was 2.5 points each. And Game 6 is where he took control of the match. On move 1, Fischer surprised Spassky by opening with the English opening instead of his usual 1e4. This psychological blow, Spassky simply couldn't recover from. And later in the game, after a really nice opening, we arrive in this position. And simply, it's a huge attack for White. If you look at the rooks, they're on a powerful open line. White's queen nicely centralized on the same diagonal as the black king. All that's needed is a killer blow. And Fischer found the winning motif. He found the breakthrough in really nice style. First, Fischer simply stepped back with his queen. His favourite piece, remember, Fischer, is his light-squared bishop. He lines up the queen and bishop on the same diagonal, indirectly attacking the black knight. The black knight decided to move. Spassky brought the knight forward, and this was the finishing touch. Fischer sacrificed one of his rooks for the black knight, and after a recapture, he brought his other rook into the attack. Note how the black pieces are too passive, they can't defend, and after a few more moves, we saw a result. The final move of the game, of the famous Game 6, Fischer's immortal game, was queen to f4, lining up the queen against this pawn, going for the black king, but more importantly, threatening to bring the rook to f8, a double attack against the black queen and the black king. This last move, queen to f4, forced Spassky to resign, and for the first time in the match, Fischer took the lead. From then on, he went on to dominate.
What a game by Bobby Fischer. Did this game describe his style, his genius?
Yeah, I think this game had it all. He was a very universal player, Bobby Fischer. He could beat his opponents through long grinds. He could beat them through blistering attacks. And this was a combination of all of them, really. It was just great opening preparation, really smooth positional strategic play, finished off in devastating attacking style. So this game really showed his superiority against Spassky in all phases of the game.
Is it a game that you grow up studying when you're a chess player, Simon?
Yeah, I mean, I think every chess player has taken an interest in this World Championship match because it was such a big historical moment. And that game, yeah, again, it showed another side to Fischer. It showed that he could play this long sort of way of playing, which is supposed to be the more Soviet way of playing. They wanted to play long games, but suddenly he took them in their own sort of war, situation and outplayed them in it. So it was a big turning point, I think.
Yeah. The whole match started out with the Boris Spassky waiting for Bobby Fischer to arrive in Game 1. Bobby, he lost that game. He lost Game 2, walkover. But after that, it was mostly about Bobby Fischer, right? He when he started winning.
Yeah, he just showed his dominance, and that was it. Boris Spassky himself, as you guys have said earlier on, it felt like he had lost the match after Game 3, after he accepted all these kind of conditions that Bobby had imposed. But Game 6, it was just a work of genius from the American, and it just showed everything that he was capable of. And I personally know lots of people who actually learned to play chess and followed the match without even knowing how the moves went. They didn't know anything. They were just like looking at it and they were like, "Oh, why did he play this? Why did he play that?" And it was a very romantic way of learning the game.
Definitely. Bobby Fischer, the character he was, the chess he played, he definitely did popularize the game of chess. And the best female chess player of all time, Judit Polgar, she was born a few years after Bobby Fischer became world champion, but she got to know the American very well after her father invited Bobby Fischer to come live in Hungary.
I have mixed feelings. I'm sure I would remember his chess and his career if I would never met him in person. Of course, it was very special when I met him first time. You know, I mean, you meet a legend. I was a teenager at the time, 16. So it was very interesting and very confusing at the same time, because he was not that handsome young man anymore who you see on the pictures when he became world champion. He loved to eat. He loved an incredible amount of food he could eat. Well, he was a very big man. He was a giant guy. Some people from the media got to know the information that he's actually there visiting us. And then in the backyard, there was a camera, and he noticed that there is a camera. And when he saw it, he said to the bodyguard, "Catch the guys." And then, I mean, the bodyguard knew exactly that he's running for his life. He has to get the guys, you know. So you should see this scene when the bodyguard is just running out from our house, down the stairs, crossing the garden, opening the gate, running after, and then they were running. So after like 5 minutes or 8 minutes, of course, like Bobby was like crazy, like, what is this? How is it possible? I have to get the tape. And then the bodyguard came back with this treasure of the tape, because he took it out from the camera. And then it was a brand new built house, what we had back in '93. And so Bobby said to my mom that I need a hammer. So my mother said, "Why do you need a hammer?" But okay, no, I need a hammer. So my mother brought the hammer, and then Bobby put it down to the floor and then took the hammer, and I started take it, just destroy it as much as possible. So this really showed how he felt about being front of the public. He was not ready to play with me or my sister's regular chess, because there were also talks that later on that I might be playing a match against him. And he said, well, if it's going to be a match with you and we say that it's the first time ever, it has to be true. Well, of course, sometimes I wonder that maybe he was kind of afraid, or he didn't want the challenge, or I don't know, but it's a fact that normal, regular game we didn't.
She didn't play chess with him, but she definitely got to know Bobby Fischer. He turned, I guess, a little bit paranoid in his later years.
Yeah, I guess it started maybe when he was a bit younger. I think we'll find out more about that during the week, but yeah, it's definitely manifested a lot when he was older. I think once chess was out of his life, once he had no way to distract his mind, to nothing to focus on, that's when the ghosts, the demons started appearing, and yeah, that's when they started to take over. Yeah. So it's difficult to hear. I mean, stories like that, yeah, I mean, it's interesting, but the paranoia, that was maybe what defined his later life.
Yeah. And it's, of course, it's impossible to know, of course, but imagine if he had stayed sane and he had defended his title and he had stayed a world champion for maybe 10 years, yeah, you know, popularizing the game in the US. It could have been such an amazing story.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, he did a great job anyway. And
yeah,
what David mentioned, it reminds me of one of my favourite sayings that, you know, chess doesn't make you go mad. Chess keeps mad people sane. I think it's something along those lines, which probably was very true with Bobby. I mean, it's that fine line between genius and madness, and he had that, and chess was very good for him. I think it helped him a lot, you know, as it does a lot of people. So, yeah.
And maybe the reason he's such a mythical figure now, such a famous figure still, is because of that mystery of disappearing, going away. He never lost his title over the board, at least. So that adds to the legend of Bobby Fischer.
Definitely. Fantastic chess player. And we have a bunch of fantastic chess players in the FTX Road to Miami. Here are the results from round 10 out of 15 in the preliminaries. Hans Niemann winning his game, of course, against Timur Rajabov. Walkover win. Rajabov is out of the tournament. Sam Shanklin, 3 points for him against Aryan Tari. Duda, 3 points against Ju Wenjun and Arjun Ergaizi, the young one, winning his game against Shahryar Mahmoudjarov. So we do have now 2 players on top of the table with 22 points. It's 21-year-old Samuel Savian and 24-year-old Jan-Krzysztof Duda Ergaizi in third place with 20 points. Anish is currently inside, so is Levon Aronian right now. But nothing is decided, and here are the games coming up now in round 11. It's going to be Ergaizi against Niemann. All-American battle between Jeffrey Zhong and Lenny Dominguez. But we are going to follow the game between Anish Giri and Jan-Krzysztof Duda. If Duda wins this, he will be the highest rated player in the tour, on the tour ratings, higher even than Magnus Carlsen. But Anish Giri will have the white pieces. So what should we expect in this one, David?
I think Anish is just going to do his thing, try and get out of the opening with a solid advantage if he can, a position that he can control, that he can manipulate in his way. He doesn't want chaos. That would suit Duda, especially the way Duda's been playing. Anything slightly chaotic or slightly complicated will favour the Polish player. So Giri just needs to get us kind of solid opening without too much risk, I feel.
Anish Giri, he struggled big time on day one in the tournament, but it's been better. He won the 2 final games yesterday, 2 draws so far today. So he is looking to get one of those 3-pointers, and he could get it against Jan-Krzysztof Duda. But it's going to be difficult because Duda, he's on fire. One of 2 players on top of the table. And do you think Magnus Carlsen will keep an eye on this, Jovanka, knowing that Duda, with a win, he's going to be the #1 rated tour player?
Yeah, definitely. You know, the world champion is not world champion for no reason. Now, he's incredibly competitive, and I'm sure he will not be happy if Duda pips him on the rating spot. And okay, the players have kicked off, and it is an opening called the Berlin defense as an answer to White's bishop move.
Yeah, and this is a surprise to me, but it's also clearly a surprise to Anish Giri because Jan-Krzysztof Duda nearly never plays the Berlin. I'm trying to recall, I don't remember a single instance of him really playing the Berlin. When he has been playing E5 as black on move 1, he's going towards the Petrov defense in general. We saw that in the candidates tournament. He tends to oscillate between the solidity, the rock-solid Petrov defense, and then some crazier, more ambitious open Sicilians, perhaps. So a bit of an early surprise at this moment. And there's various ways you can react to the Berlin. You can allow black to capture this pawn in the centre with his knight, which Anish has done. And now the question is, OK, he does move his rook across. We're not headed towards that dreaded Berlin endgame that actually has gone out of fashion at the top level these days, but that was very, very trendy for the last 20 years. And this type of position, it's very symmetrical. Look at the pawns, completely identical structures. But White has a small advantage here because White is the first one to get castled. Black needs to spend a couple of moves doing that. He has just done so. And White will occupy the centre first with pawns. So it's just that kind of first move advantage of having White. It's a small, it's a tiny little gain here, but it can be significant if Duda doesn't enjoy the positions later. Often White gets the bishop pair with this last knight move. The idea is to jump with the white knight into the centre once again and hit Black's start square bishop. Giri taking a solid approach. I'm surprised that Duda's going so solid as well, though, for Black.
Maybe Jan-Krzysztof just wants to coast towards the quarterfinals. But, you know, that's not necessarily a wise idea because the higher up in the standings you are, the more benefits you get when you do play these knockouts. Like, for instance, you get to choose the colours and what colour of the tie breaks you're going to have. And, OK, well, we will see how this plays out. At the minute, this is all pretty mainstream.
This is very, very well-known stuff. I've had this position myself before, with both colours even. And here the main move is to kick away Black, the white knight. The fact that Duda was thinking there, just pausing, makes me think, because he's unfamiliar with this opening, he doesn't play it so much himself as Black. He's just trying to remember the move order. And here, Black has actually 2 bishop moves. Normally the bishop retreats. I'm not sure which is most popular, actually, in the grand scheme of things, but at the top level, at least, it's been more trendy to retreat this way in recent times, although over the last couple of years, at least until 2 years ago, nearly everyone was going back another way with their bishop. And this pawn push, very trendy, very logical as well, just stopping black from expanding safely in the centre. Will we see a whole bunch of exchanges? We will. Pawns coming off the board. Normally now, black's bishop, dark square bishop actually comes out to attack white's rook, but this one, rock solid as well.
Yeah.
So symmetrical now, the structure.
Yeah.
But white still is supposed to have a small advantage here, just because white is the first one to move. White's the first one to create threats.
This isn't the most popular continuation. In fact, it was better, well, not better, but it was more popular to attack the rook, as David highlighted. Here, I'm just looking at it. It's quite funny because certain openings are just favoured by grandmasters and others are by amateur players. And here, it's just, grandmasters.
I remember Grischuk mentioning about the Berlin.
Yeah.
I was commentating with him and we were talking about the Berlin, obviously a great opening. And he said something along the lines like, no amateur player should play the Berlin. They'd be absolutely bonkers to do that because it's so boring at that level. You should play more exciting chess. But as you get stronger, you want to try to take the edge out of your opponent's play so it becomes more popular. But if you're starting off in chess, it doesn't always make sense to follow the openings of the top players. Yeah. I think it's actually bad for your chess because there's no way you can replicate their moves and you're playing without as much energy as you should be. So I thought that was, interesting, him saying that about the opening and maybe reflected in the Grandmaster games being played.
Yeah. It's a topic you touched upon, Simon. It's like just figuring out why you play chess, right? Yeah. It's like if you're a top player, they're playing for the results mainly, in order to win, in order to boost their reputation, in order to earn more, in order to achieve career satisfaction. For the rest of us, 99% of others, it's you want to enjoy the game. You want to... and this position, we'll try and find some enjoyment from it. We'll try and find reasons to get excited, but it's not the most exciting position right now. It's just completely symmetrical. Black is attacking white's central pawn, but Anish can firstly defend that. Maybe he doesn't need to defend it. Maybe he can ignore it for a move or two. OK, he does bring his bishop out to defend his central pawn, and we could certainly imagine if the queens were eliminated, if the queens were traded, it should be a draw. But black still has issues here. If black wants to exchange the queens because white's queen is so active right now, then he might have to compromise and ruin his own structure at some point. So it's a bit tricky. White's queen is putting a lot of pressure on two different pawns right now, and black has to deal with that somehow. White's next moves are natural. White's just going to bring the rooks to the open c-file, and it's only black answering questions.
But you always have the power, David, to say, switch games. I don't like this one. You do that if you feel that this is not going to be entertaining for us.
OK, I'll do a quick scan while you guys chat. Let's see if there are more exciting games out there.
Well, we've been talking about artistry.
Yes.
And I just wanted to share with you another awesome picture, a selfie, that a viewer has sent in. And Erin Haddus says, Karen Katz in front of her wall of chess thought position cutout inspired by chess champs at Jerusalem Artist House, curated by Sophia Dekel-Caspi. Wow. And just take a look at that. There's awesome series of paintings, all inspired by the tour. I mean, that's just brilliant. And if you two want to share with us where you're watching the show from, how you're watching it, who you're watching with, and of course, your location or any pets, we love that, then please do tweet us using the hashtag ChessChamps and we will try and feature them on the show. We love it when you join in the fun.
Absolutely. And I saw the word wall there, and it just reminded me about something that we should definitely tell you guys, because Chess24 now has a new feature. It's called the Chess24 wall. It's completely new. If you go to Chess24, there is a tag called wall, or you can just type in chess24.com/wall. There will be a bunch of news going on down there, but there's also going to be puzzles posted every day, and if you solve those puzzles, you can compete for some great prizes. So do check out that new feature. I really like it. It's kind of like a Facebook wall. You just scroll down to see many cool posts. So go check that out.
Reminds me of Game of Thrones, the wall.
Oh, yeah.
Will the wall come crashing down? But actually, all of us, we filmed some content today that's going up on the wall, right?
Did we?
Oh,
I didn't know that.
clearly memorable, Simon.
I did see a camera when you were in makeup, Simon.
I did, yeah, I did. I was like, get out of my face. Don't film me. I was doing a Bobby Fischer there. Give me that camera. Hammer, please. Where's the hammer? So,
Sunburned and don't want that to come out.
Yeah. Yeah, been covered up. So.
I'm going right into the Chess 24 wall right now. See if I can see.
Are we live there?
Let's see. Okay, hasn't been posted yet.
Oh, wow. Yeah. Well, you have to keep refreshing the page to see this content that we've produced.
But there are 3 puzzles actually out. Maybe actually even more puzzles that you can solve for a chance to win prizes. So go check them out. And in this one, a long pause for Jan-Krzysztof Duda. What do you think, David?
Yeah, I think he's just struggling. He doesn't like this position. We talked about styles, reasons to play chess, reasons to pick certain openings, and this one just doesn't kind of play to Duda's strengths. This one is very much based on his tournament standing. He knows he's doing great in the prelims right now. Black against Anish Giri is always hard, so he just wants the solid, kind of a solid setup where he can just kind of guide the game towards a simple, non-dramatic draw. But look at this. Okay, he improves his rook, very sensible, but the evaluation bar really doesn't like it, and I don't really see his next move. If White just puts a rook on the open c-file right now, I don't think we're going to switch away from this game yet. We will if it becomes more boring, but I do think Anish Giri has good chances, just style-wise. Anish Giri has a position with White, no risk. He can just grind it. He can just apply small pressure here and there, create 1 or 2 threats later on. And Duda's on the defensive. There we go. A rook enters the open file.
Yeah, and it's still not easy to develop those pieces there on the left. This is the big problem. And well, Giri is going to start doing what you say, Python strategy, where you just simply wrap around your opponent and you just start putting pressure on and suffocating them. When it's done to another grandmaster, it's so beautiful because it kind of takes a level of sophistication. I'll get there, and it's very difficult to do because when you think about it, most people who play chess actually play to a very high standard, and when they're evenly matched, for some person to do this to another, it takes some mastery. Have you ever suffocated someone? Well, no, that sounds wrong.
Yeah, unfortunately,
scratch that.
Yeah, well, let's not go there. It's a long legal case. Yes.
No, but I mean, have you ever?
Oh, the chessboard. Oh, right. Yeah, I think so. Yeah, I think we all have, and it is actually a really nice thing to do, which sounds wrong, but I mean, when you're controlling the game the whole way, it's lovely, to suffocate them. So, yeah.
I can't believe I said that.
Have I ever suffocated anyone? Yeah.
Anyway, move on.
Suffocation on the chessboard.
Yes.
Such a dramatic game, the game of chess.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I prefer the term massaging. It's less brutal than suffocating. You massage your opponent, you massage the advantage.
Or you massage your pieces, like a boxer in the ring, and he has his coach massaging him to get ready for the next round.
Exactly. Suffocation's too brutal.
You can see it the way people move the pieces. If they're really enjoying it and they're massaging or suffocating, they can actually really start enjoy playing with the pieces, and they're very delicate, just to show, oh, hello, little pawn, just move it over there, and yes, that's very nice. Good job, boy, good job.
Patting on the back.
Yeah, give it a little pat when it moves, so, yeah. I'll bet you've done quite a lot of massaging in your life, David.
I have.
So, yeah.
My worst kind of opponent is the one who sits there with his hands in his head and then, starts massaging the temples. Ooh. And then just kind of starts adjusting the pieces.
Oh, with a little finger.
Yeah, with a little finger. And I don't know why, but it really annoys me and I'm just just stop.
Yeah.
But, yeah.
I have to remember that next time we play. So, do the little pinky push.
Do you think this is the type of position where Giri would be doing that? Just saying,
maybe we've got the glasses, adjust the glasses.
He's doing the temple thing, isn't he? He's starting it. He's doing the little, I
think he's really enjoying his position, Giri.
It's a Giri position as well. I mean, he loves it when he's in control, no risk, and safety first.
He's doing something with the glasses there.
He's enjoying himself, so I think.
He's taking the loss out of the equation with this opening, Giri. Just minimal risk for white. And, OK, this rook move, it's already a bit convoluted in a way. It blocks in black's light-squared bishop. I understand Duda wants to swing his rook across to start attacking the white queen, but he's spending a lot of time with one piece. He's neglecting developing the other pieces. And the evaluation bar really doesn't like this one. Already, white can start creating some threats here.
This is maybe, David, it's a good example of, like we were talking about, playing the Berlin. OK, the Berlin doesn't really suit Duda, maybe, even though it's a great opening. And you know, enjoying the openings you play is so important. You know, whatever level, you've got to try to play positions you like playing. And it does seem that Duda's uncomfortable, David, do you think?
Yeah, exactly. And I was going to say, Anish Giri can create some threats. He did create a threat. His rook came up to the 5th rank. Black's central pawn now is actually quite weak. It is a target, and Giri has to decide. Does he try and cash in now? I don't think he should rush and capture that pawn, but he could be tempted. White's queen is under fire, meanwhile, from the black rook. Maybe we can show why Duda is allowing this pawn to drop in the centre of the board. If white's queen, which is threatened, goes and takes it, then suddenly after a queen trade, black is doing pretty well here. For example, black can bring his bishop out, attacking the white rook. When the white rook moves, then some pawns will drop, either the pawn on the A2 square or this pawn. And, OK, we do see a capture, but in a different, more flashy way from Giri. If we backtrack, he didn't take this pawn with his queen in the end. He took it with his rook. And taking it with the rook means that there's tension between both rooks and both queens. And Duda said, OK, I'll take your queen, you take mine. I'll take your rook, you take mine. But at the very end, he's happy to just be a pawn down. He moves his bishop out one way, and white's pawn structure is a bit compromised, but at the same time, again, white has no risk, and white has an extra pawn. It's a passed pawn as well. If the rooks disappear from the board, I think Giri has great chances of winning this game long term. It will be a long grind. It will take a long time for this pawn to kind of bypass the 2 bishops later, but opening's been a success for Giri. And we've kind of completely neglected the middle game. We went straight from opening right down to the end game. And that definitely suits Giri's strengths more than Duda's. Yeah, one pawn as well. I mean, sorry, you could push it forward instantly. That would be really tempting. And you could also just develop this bishop to a great square. You can do what Giri's done, improve the bishop along the longest diagonal. And Fischer would be proud, improving the light-squared bishop. And good for white.
The black position looks very strange, very passive.
Yeah. Very passive. He's trying to at least occupy the open file, maybe get the rook into the game. But I don't think Giri will be too bothered about that. Worst comes to the worst, you just offer a rook exchange. And if the rooks disappear, as we mentioned, white is the only one who can win.
So do you think Anish is feeling really optimistic about this game now?
Yes. And Duda knows he's in for a long defence if he wants to save the draw.
Well, Anish Giri, he was definitely hoping to qualify for the candidates. He didn't. Jan-Krzysztof Duda, he was in the candidates, but he didn't do very well. He finished in last place together with Richard Rapport. How do you think, Anish, because, you know, it's hard to qualify for the candidates, right? You have to do well either in the Grand Prix or some of the other qualification tournaments. And Anish came close, right? But he just didn't qualify. How could he have done in the candidates?
Yeah, I think he would have done pretty decently this year. He has the type of style that isn't too affected by... I mean, he doesn't make one-move blunders. He doesn't get too emotional. And he doesn't really go on tilt too much. A lot of the other players, they were a bit up and down. So maybe he would have capitalised from some of their mistakes, some of their inconsistency. But it's always hard to say. If he'd started well, he might have done great. If he started badly, maybe he would have struggled to recover. A bit like Duda, just got frustrated.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, Giri's been there. Has he played in 2 candidates tournaments?
I think so.
Yeah, I think so, yeah.
Yeah, and he's done OK both times, but winning the event, that's another matter.
What did you think, Simon, about Jan Nepomniachtchi winning the candidates and, well, hopefully facing Magnus Carlsen in a World Championship match?
Really impressive. I mean, he deserved it. He played fantastic chess. I mean, I haven't been doing very, very well with my tips before the tournament. So before the candidates, I tipped Duda. I might have had a little bet on Duda. Went fantastically well, that, yeah. And before this tournament, I tipped Rajabov. And that also went well. So maybe just don't ask me about who's going to do well. But yeah, I mean, Jan was incredible. I mean, I just didn't expect him to be that strong mentally because he's he got kind of crushed in the World Championships, and that would really affect a lot of people. And he came back confidently. He played brilliant chess and he dominated the field. So it shows some real character on his part. And let's hope Magnus plays him. I mean, I think everyone wants that. It can't really be a World Championships without the best player in the world. It just doesn't feel right to me. So I think everyone wants Magnus to play. Fingers crossed. So
yeah, let's hope Magnus is not inspired by Bobby Fischer, who walked away from his title. And that is what Magnus is hinting he might do.
Yeah, definitely not. I mean, like Simon says, it just wouldn't be the same, and it wouldn't feel right, actually, another world champion that hasn't played Magnus in a match. And it kind of goes back to the days in the 90s when the chess world was a bit up in the air. You know, it was really unclear who the world champion was. And, you know, there were other people who were crowned world champion other than Garry Kasparov. And that did not sit well.
No.
Yeah, I mean, the world... when there was this kind of break with FIDE and then the PCA that Garry Kasparov formed with Nigel Short. After that, it took nearly 15 years to kind of unify again the chess world. And I don't think any of us want to see a drama. For the first time, we have a coherent system. For the first time in a long time, we have a qualifying system that makes sense, that's fair to everyone, gives a lot of top grandmasters a chance to qualify. And I don't really want to see that compromised.
Yeah.
Unfortunately.
Yeah.
But we'll see.
We'll see if we'll get an answer as well. And there's rumours that there's going to be an answer from Magnus Carlsen on July 20th or August 8th, is it, when the election in FIDE is?
Yeah.
We'll see.
Not too far away,
Yeah.
so we'll find out soon. But, I mean, imagine if Nepomniachtchi became world champion, it might be like, he would have to play a match against Ding, I guess, but it might be like Karpov, when Karpov got the title after Fischer just abdicated after he stepped aside. Karpov actually kind of elevated himself to a new level. He pushed himself harder to prove he deserved to be world champion, and we could see that from Ding or Nepomniachtchi. If they were to become world champion without having beaten Magnus, maybe that would actually motivate them, having the title, pushing them to prove that they are the best.
Yeah.
That
also
would be
take the #1 spot on the rankings.
That would at least be a positive for the chess world, maybe.
Ooh, well, it was dramatic times in 1972 and those years with Bobby Fischer, and it's dramatic now with Magnus Carlsen as the world champion. And in this game, it hasn't been dramatic so far.
No.
But maybe getting there, at least for Duda, struggling. His pieces are just not very far up the board.
Yeah, he's passive, Duda. When you're one pawn down in any position, the last thing you want to be is passive. Having these not weak pieces, but pieces that are stuck, not really threatening or doing anything. I like what Giri's doing, meanwhile, just inching up the board with white on the king side.
I guess he can exchange rooks as well, David, if he wants to at any stage. I mean, if Anish wants to take all the risk out of the rook to interpose for the black rook, but there's no rush. You know, you don't need... Oh, he has done it. OK, there you go. I've got something kind of right there. So, which it's just miserable defending this, isn't it? I mean, I really hate defending these positions. You lose a bit of your will, and you don't play... Well, I certainly don't as well. You know, when there's no chance of getting, a win, and you just got to suffer for a long time. So... I think Anish will probably convert this one.
He will have all the joy in the world, trying at least. I mean, the only thing that I can see in Duda's favour is that his position is relatively solid. And he is going to go for a blockade, and that's about it. The end.
Yeah, the end, yeah. And White's pawns on the queen side are doubled. I mean, that's a little bit uncomfortable, I think.
Yeah.
Because you can't really do much with them. So there's chances, I mean, to hold this, certainly, but just not fun to do so.
I guess it's about whether Giri can create this kind of second weakness, and you guys mentioned it. Jovanka said the word blockade, that's the key. I have a feeling Duda's just going to... OK, he always surprises me. I don't know why I was about to try and predict a Duda move. I was going to say he could put his bishop on this square and just leave his bishops in front of this one white pawn, and it's so hard to get rid of these two bishops. You might be able to trade one of them off, but for example, even if, okay, I'm going to do it in a convoluted way, but here probably ruining white's pawn structure is better, but even if you traded off one set of bishops, it's going to be incredibly hard to remove the black king ever from a dark square in front of this white pawn. But instead, Duda's going for a different approach. He's going for the active approach, and he's attacking one pawn, first of all. And after this was defended by the white king, he's attacking a second pawn. So he's not happy to just sit there and create a blockade. He's really asking questions of Giri, but maybe Giri's actually being helped here. He's going to push this pawn forward again and fix the black pawn structure on this side. Simon, you mentioned these were doubled pawns, but do you think Giri's happy to see them start to advance? Yeah, definitely. And he can also put his dark squared bishop up 2 squares. I mean, by a little creepy-crawly method. Then he's threatening to push his pawn in the centre. And if he does that, he may be able to break this blockade you mentioned, David, and his passed pawn starts to become extremely good then. So, I don't think Duda's helping himself here with his moves.
I love how we all have different ideas in this position. So my idea was actually to run with the king to the left and try to kind of create a kind of formation where the bishop will plant itself on c6, and then the king, and then the other bishop will improve itself as well, and then the king will make a dash. Okay, so for example, at some point you push this pawn forward and allow the white king to start running into the position, going after these black pawns. Yeah, you could combine all of these ideas, I guess, for white at the moment, and I hate what Duda's been doing over the last few moves, because right now white has clear plans. White has this idea. You mentioned also this square. You can cement this square, cemento, with this pawn. It just looks like a great outpost for a bishop. Also, at some point later, white can start pushing pawns on this side of the board as well, just combining, trying to overwhelm black's army, maybe hinting towards one side of the board, then pushing pawns on the other side. And that's the kind of theory of kind of attacking on 2 fronts. And even in an endgame, you can definitely imagine some real problems for Duda. Meanwhile, his blockade, I think he needs to go back to it sometime soon. The king will not be a great blockader of this pawn because the king might get checked away by white's bishops. So I have a feeling that he should just retreat his bishop, plonk it on this square, and cross his fingers and hope Duda. But that's not his style, to sit there, just wait and be passive and do nothing. I think that's his best chance, though, of drawing the game.
He's ticking down on the clock, Jan-Krzysztof Duda. Now under 7 minutes. Anish Giri's played quite fast so far. And he looks very focused, Anish Giri. We haven't seen any kind of reaction on his face. He's just deep into the game. And, well, so is Duda, it looks like, right now.
There have been a couple of moments I noticed a bit earlier in this game where, again, moves were made while Giri's hands were on his head. It keeps happening in this tournament. One of them was a pre-move, but there was at least one other moment where a very, difficult move was made while he had his hands on his head.
David, he's a talented guy. He's a really talented guy, that Anish.
So strange.
I still think he has one of his sons, just there using the mouse.
Yeah, or that third hand somewhere. So, possibly.
It's very strange because we don't see it from any other player, and it doesn't seem to be a delay or anything.
We've seen it several times now from Giri.
Yeah.
But I think, there are... OK, I'm not insinuating that there's anything fishy going on, but I think that there are some computers where you can hook up to your head and you can kind of teach it what you want.
Ooh.
So, for instance, if you keep visualising... OK, I got this from House. So OK, let's not... But, it was a patient who was in locked body syndrome, and he just kept looking down, and they told him, if you do that, the computer will learn. But, I mean, I'm assuming that was many, many years ago, House, that, technology's moved on.
Definitely. Well, we need to figure that out. We need to, get into Anish Giri's room and see what's going on. It's very interesting. Couple of moves.
Yeah, meanwhile, a few moves, and both sides are trying to improve their bishops. Black did give a slightly annoying check to the white king, and that check was blocked. So now black's dark square bishop has to retreat. Is he going to go in? OK, he steps back to this square. I really like your manoeuvre now, Simon. Improves that white dark square bishop. That's the problem child right now. That's the problem piece.
Yeah, I mean, you can, as you say, combine a lot of these ideas. You can maybe move the bishop, move the B pawn one square up so the bishop can come out. There's, maybe even the king can come forwards now as well. I mean, you've got a number of very tempting ideas which improve your position. And it doesn't seem like, the only person who's made progress here is White. Black hasn't made any progress, and that's a bad sign, when you'll try and defend these types of positions.
Spoiled for choice here, Giri. I mean, such a dream scenario against one of the informed players in the world right now, Duda, especially rapid chess, taking all the risk out of the equation and just trying to massage, suffocate the opponent, try to grind out that small advantage. If he's successful, he wins. It's great. It's tournament defining for him, potentially, Giri. Really going to give him momentum. If he doesn't win, then at least he'll have tortured his opponent and enjoyed the process. And actually, this type of thing is happening. First, he pushed his pawn forward, and now maybe getting ready for Simon's idea to activate his bishop. Duda finally deciding to go back, and I think he's finally stumbled across this idea of putting the bishop in front of the White's extra pawn.
We do have a result here in round 11 after less than 30 minutes. A win for Arjun Erigaisi against Hans Niemann, the two youngest players in the tournament. Hans Niemann, 19 years old, and Arjun, 18, the youngest player in the tournament. And this is taking him currently to first place in the preliminaries. Wow. Are we surprised that Arjun is playing such good chess against these older top players?
I'm no longer surprised. I think if you asked me 12 months ago, I would have been really surprised because he was a really kind of brand new name to at least at this level, Arjun Erigaisi. But last year he showed with his performances, with his continued tournament wins, he deserves to be here. And I just want to mention this game as well. Hans Niemann, I don't really know what he's been doing lately. Arjun tried to force a draw against him with White in the opening. Hans said no. He went for a drawn endgame, completely drawn, and he lost the most equal position I've ever seen.
Whoa.
So Hans, it just feels like he's not at the top of his game right now. Yeah. And Arjun was using that strategy we mentioned earlier today. If you're happy with the draw, you can actually bully your opponent. If your opponent wants to win, you wait for them to overpress and then you counterattack. And Arjun used that really successfully in this game.
I think, unfortunately, Hans Niemann is just on tilt. Yesterday he had a really bad day. He started off with a win, but then he lost 3 in a row. And today he steadied the ship somewhat by drawing against Shakhriyar Mamedyarov, but when you are so off form, off balance like that, it's very difficult to make rational decisions.
Yeah, I think some players are just very emotional players and some people aren't. And I think it's clear that Hans is a very emotional player. When things are going his way, he's kind of unstoppable. He gains like 200 elo points, but when things are going against him, it's like going on tilt. And he's very young, so that's something he can build and cure as he goes on. But it's emotional players. I mean, it's a very common thing you get. I mean, it's a mind game after all. So I would say I'm quite an emotional player, but I don't know. Are you two? You quite kind of cool and collective?
No.
Maybe no. You kind of look that way.
I don't think any player's cool. No. We can pretend to be calm, and I think I try to pretend to be. But
you seem pretty calm when you play. So
inside the blood is boiling. And,
especially when you get short time, David. You got like 2 seconds, and you seem so calm. And
then I just try and switch off my brain and go into like some alternate dimension and just
super mode.
Yeah.
Well, it must be hard, especially in rapid tournaments, when you have 15 minutes in between games. I mean, to forget a loss in 15 minutes and get ready for a new game. Yeah, no wonder someone tilts.
Yeah, it's human. It's just very human. And I guess the top players in the world, especially the likes of Magnus, he will lose a game, but it's just about bouncing back. You can't kind of escape the fact that we all make mistakes. It's just, that 15 minutes is what you do with it. It's how you recover, who you talk to, how you psych yourself up. And that's the key. That kind of extra 1% at the top level that separates all these top players.
Yeah. I suspect that with Magnus Carlsen, the reason he's able to bounce back so quickly is because chess is a form of meditation for him. I've seen him in press conferences. He's had the most devastating loss. And, he comes to the press conference and you can see he's visibly upset. And then he starts talking about chess and immediately his face softens and he gets absorbed into it. So I think that this kind of attitude is really, really helpful because you're able to forget about your previous loss because you're so focused and so concentrated on what is in front of you, a game of chess.
Yeah.
Yeah. Do you think if Fischer was playing in this tournament back when he was maybe at his peak, if he'd had one loss, do you think he'd recover? Do you think he'd struggle with... I mean, I guess they didn't have so many kind of high-intensity, several-game-a-day rapid tournaments back in his day, in his time.
I don't think he had that kind of mental strength because, you know, as soon as he had losses, then you saw that there was other things disturbing him. And, I mean, this was when he was very young. You know, he played in some very important tournaments and his coaches were begging him, play something a bit more active. And he said no, he wasn't going to do it. And he was quite stubborn in his opinions. And he did very, very badly, in fact.
Well, Bobby Fischer, he did make a comeback after losing the 2 first games in 1972 to win that match. And they didn't play many games in a day, but they did play 21 games. And how long time was that? So it started on July 11th, 1972. I can check actually here when it ended.
They had a lot of rest days back in those times between games.
And you could you call timeouts, or did that happen much later?
Ooh,
no idea. No idea. I mean, all I know is that, you know, the old candidates run-ups, they just went on forever. I mean, Kasparov, Karpov as well springs to my mind. I mean, those ones went on for months, and they were great. I mean, I loved them. It was really slow pace, but everything's quicker now, isn't it? Everything's more, which is good in a way, but you can get absorbed with very small subtleties in these long matches that make the difference. Yeah.
But I think somehow that was possible because there were no computers around.
Yeah.
And now the computers are kind of taken a little bit of that mystery away, so that when the games did go on, you could try to figure out what was happening, and it would be your brains against these grandmasters.
So computers, good thing or bad thing?
They're, I think, ultimately a good thing, but they do reveal a lot of the mysteries.
Yeah.
And
interesting to hear everyone's opinion on that. Like, you know, for chess, I'm just saying, for chess, was the invention of computers a good or bad thing? I mean, so you think good?
Yeah.
Yeah, David?
Oh, good, but...
Okay, right.
Bobby Fischer didn't like it, correct? That's why he invented Fischer Random.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's true. He didn't like it.
Yeah.
I'm going to say bad.
Oh.
Yeah. Oh.
It's added so much, though.
Yeah.
The top players in the world, they thought chess was dead. That's why Fischer Random was coming. But then computers have opened our eyes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's still so much we don't know.
Well, I just checked, by the way, how long the game lasted. It ended on August 31st, so it lasted like 1.5 months. Long time for a World Championship match. And the final game was actually, what is the name? They stopped it. At some point, because it lasted,
Adjourned.
Yeah, because it lasted for so long, and when it was supposed to start again the day after, well, you can tune in tomorrow because we'll tell you what happened. That is coming tomorrow. David Howell will take us through that final game when Bobby Fischer became the new world chess champion.
And reminiscent of the final episode of The Queen's Gambit. No spoilers, but adjournments.
Yes.
Those were a big part of chess in those days.
Yeah.
Now, am I glad that those don't exist? I hated them growing up. I was very young when they were around, and I just thought that they were the worst thing ever.
Did it ever happen that games were adjourned 2 days?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wow.
It could be weeks before you played. The next,
really?
Yeah.
Sometimes it's adjourned, and the first round of the tournament might be adjourned. You end up playing it after your final game of the tournament, and then you need to win because you know your other results and
crazy,
messy
stuff.
And actually, in that course we were talking about earlier, Simon, Grind Like a Grandmaster. When I was, I think, 9-10 years old, was my first adjournment, and it was over 3 sessions, 9.5 hours, just one game. And it was only because it was. I was 9 or 10, and I was playing. Maybe you know him, Glenn House.
Yes, I do. Yeah.
So he was. I think he was rated 400 points above me at the time, and I managed to win some endgame because, due to the adjournment, I was able to study with my coach and find this really nice zugzwang pattern that, in the course, I tested Magnus on, and it's really So you do actually learn a lot from studying during these adjournments, but. Obviously, it's not for everyone. It takes a lot of time.
And maybe it's not the best for chess becoming a fan sport.
Yes.
Yeah, but it's also a form of cheating, right? Because
now it would be, of
chess
course.
is an individualistic sport.
Yeah.
And it's
With
like,
computers, maybe.
Stop it. bring over my friends. We can all have a go. I mean, I don't like it.
Teamwork. It's
Yeah.
Maybe there's world championship matches for everything, right? And you know, in chess we have classical, blitz, rapid, Fischer random, computer world championship matches. Maybe there should be one where you're allowed to, where the games are adjourned as well.
Yeah.
You can work with your team, and that would be kind of interesting.
Oh, I thought it would also be quite interesting to have during team chess. Like you're playing as a team, that the captain can substitute a player in. So you're just like, oh, hang on a second, they're not doing very well. Bring in the guy.
Oh, it's a boring endgame. Throw in David. Oh, it's a fun, exciting attack. Throw in Simon.
Yeah.
Oh, some pawns need to be pushed. Throw in Jovanka.
And then you need to be a really good coach.
Yeah.
And not bringing in the Norwegian national coach in football. He did a bad job yesterday.
It's good you're not bitter.
Yeah.
Pretty good job, I think, didn't he? So, all things considered.
He did nothing in that game.
Meanwhile, this game, unfortunately, isn't changing too much. Maybe I missed the moment to switch games. Because this one, Giri's trying, he's pushing pawns, he's made a little bit of progress, but is it going to be enough? It's still unclear.
Yeah. I mean, a crafty tactic you can use in these situations is you can use the clock, right? So you can just sort of move around and not do anything until you both get short time and then do something, because it's going to make your opponent's decisions a lot harder when you've got the initiative. I mean, there's still stuff. I mean, he's pushing his pawns. He's making some space. I think he's made a little hole over on the king's side, so he's not doing much, but he's doing something, maybe. Yeah.
And for the viewers who hate those pesky little knights and all the jumps and all the knight forks, at least those are out of the game. They've been gone for a long time.
Yeah.
It's just about those linear bishops.
And also, it is a battle of wits. And whilst the players are in thoughts, maybe we can share a few selfies that you guys have shared with us. And the first one, with the king, takes a step back, just covering the resources. The first one is from Tyrone Jackson, who says that they're getting well in bed, but they have time to watch the Masters, and they give us a big shout out from California.
Ooh.
Thank you, Tyrone, and I hope you feel better soon.
Absolutely.
Thank you for tweeting. And then we have Honeybees, who is an inventor of the bee defense opening. She's watching from Orlando, so also a big shout out to her. Thank you for tweeting us and sharing with us how you're watching the show. And if you too want to share with us your selfies, then please tweet us using the hashtag ChessChamps. And now is the perfect time because the action is taking a while to heat up.
And Honeybees, she's one of the lucky ones that could just take her car a few hours to Miami from Orlando to watch the FTX Crypto Cup, the next tournament in the tour. It's a major, and all the 8 players in that major will be on site in Miami.
And will people be allowed to come and watch?
Definitely.
Okay.
Yeah, of course.
Are we going to Miami?
Fortunately not, Simon. We're going to have the studio here, and we're going to be so jealous of everyone in Miami. It's going to be warm.
Yeah, you have to share with us your tweets and your selfies. If you go to Miami, see the action on site. It's incredible.
Now, a bunch of moves here. Is it heating up in any way?
I wish I could say yes, Kaja. White is still manoeuvring around. I do have a feeling this one's going to go on for a long, long time. Giri's still trying to probe for weaknesses, still trying to catch his opponent's king or bishops on wrong squares, but I don't really see that changing. The one dream for Giri is to trade off the light-squared bishops. But the problem is Black's light-squared bishop is too active. No matter where you try and attack it, push it, it always has a good square to run to. Yeah, if he could get those light-squared bishops off, I think he'd be pretty well.
I think that's why he played this little move b3, pushing that pawn. He was trying to move his light-squared bishop back 2 squares and kind of trap Black's bishop. But OK, well, has he pushed the pawn? That seems like a very committal decision now because his bishop can never retreat, right?
Yeah.
So
this bishop looks like a pawn now.
Yeah.
He's just stuck defending this guy and not getting back in the game. His idea was to push. And, OK, he's trying to create something. I guess, for example, if Black takes this way, he'll capture the other way so that potentially later he can hope to create a passed pawn. Trying to create some imbalance there. If Black captures this way, Maybe he'll capture. He'll probably capture the same way. At least now he'll have a target on this square. I'm looking for small gains here, small hope. But, OK, Duda shuts down that whole side of the board. Instead, he just blocks it.
I think if Black just plays bishop 2 squares in front of the king, this looks like a complete blockade to me at the right time. Because White, like I say, White's bishop just can't get out. I think that pushing the pawn in the middle was maybe not the best try in the position. And
I think we're going to see a draw, as you mentioned, Simon. Wherever the king goes, it's going to get hit, or Black can just put his bishop on the square. Fortresses do exist.
And, like you say, the White king just can't get in, and it will end peacefully.
Well, not a lot of drama going on in this game, but there has been some drama going on in another game. So we do see that Shahryar Mamedyarov, with the black pieces, has won his game against Ju Wenjun, but he didn't win on the board. Ju was disconnected and eventually lost on time in that game. That's annoying. It was looking so good for Ju Wenjun to qualify for the knockout stage, but now it's going to be difficult. Not impossible, but difficult.
Oh, that's heartbreaking. I just looked over at the position and it's completely equal. She would never lose that game if she wasn't disconnected. So imagine if she fails to qualify by 1 point now. Or if Mamedyarov is the one occupying that spot just because he managed to get that win. Oh, that's so tough.
That's very, very heartbreaking. But unfortunately, it's just one of those things, you know, the same as mouse slips. They happen. And you just have to accept it as part of the internet gods kind of thing. You know, sometimes they smile on you, sometimes they don't.
I think this one, I mean, I haven't really got much more to say about this game, I'll be honest. It's just, well, I mean, basically, if Black does nothing, White can't do anything. So can't they just shake hands now, shake mouses or something? I mean, it's not going anywhere, is it at all?
Even if Anish only has like 30 seconds on the clock.
I mean, if they had 1 second each on the clock, it could still shake hands. Because it's just like, you know, he's trying to get blood out of the stone, but you know.
Cynical but fair, I think, there, Simon.
But they're going to keep going.
Do you want to switch? Because there is some excitement maybe going on in the Savian-Shankland game.
OK.
Savian, tournament leader, prelim leader. It looks like he's just maybe tricked Shankland and should have a winning advantage. It's a bit of a wild endgame over there.
OK,
This one should be a draw.
Let's have our technical crew in the control room set up the game between Sam Savian and Sam Shankland, the two Sams. Savian has had a great tournament. He is on top of the table before this round, and Shankland, horrible tournament. He is, it's not looking good at all for him to qualify. I'm wondering if it's actually going to be impossible for him now. Lost a lot of games. So we're getting that game ready to jump over. The bar is, going up and down here.
Yeah, I mean, it's been crazy for a while. Valuation bar mostly in the middle, but then suddenly Savian was winning. Suddenly the computer says draw. It would be fun to analyse that one. I think you'll get a bit more excited about that one, Simon, than this game at least.
Yeah, some things in life you just can't get excited about, and this is one of them. I'm trying, but I just can't. I can't do it, you know?
I feel guilty sticking with this one now for so long.
No, I think it was the right choice at the time because it looked like Anish was doing a great monsieur job, and it would be great to see how he did it. But, I mean, at the moment, it's not really promising much, is it? I mean, they're not... It's not going anywhere. No. So, I mean, is there anything that he can try here? I can't even see how he can try with the white bishop. I think the key move was blocking his light square bishop in. As soon as he played this, it seemed over. Here we go. This is what I like. Come on, bring it on.
Yeah, we have 3 pawns and a bishop versus a rook and 2 pawns.
OK, this actually looks more exciting.
Race. Yeah.
Yeah, this is more
clocks
like
as well, both under the minute. All right, this is going to be exciting.
Yeah, which Sam is going to win the game? That is the question. OK, and whose pawns are stronger? This is a check. Delroy, the d-pawn, checking the black king. Which way is the black king going to go?
It'll probably just be a draw.
Somehow. But how will this game be a draw? Someone's surely going to make a queen.
Yeah.
No.
But you're right, Simon. These games always fizzle out. And the fact the computer says 0.5 means it should be a draw with best play.
How?
Yeah, I just don't see how. No matter where the black king goes, one of the white pawns is pushing forward.
OK.
Black's pawn as well, looking really scary, actually.
I think the king, I was going to say not to that, Because now I think White probably has to forget about pushing or defending against the passed pawns and instead concentrate on pushing his own pawns.
Yeah.
And, if the B pawn queens, it's going to be checkmate.
I think
2 squares away.
his only idea is to get the rook behind a pawn again, isn't it? So he's going to try to do that by coming down with a check and getting behind a pawn, but that doesn't work for some reason, right?
I think the problem is Black's going to be completely stuck, so he has to go the long way round. And now, for example, if the White king sidesteps, attacking the Black pawn, and then the White pawn starts running up the board,
Yeah.
how is Black going to... I mean, Black's king is stuck, can't move.
Yeah.
Black's rook is stuck, protecting the B pawn.
It's a case where the bishop is stronger than the rook.
Yeah.
Because it stops Black from queening, it supports his own pawns, and the A pawn's going to be a winner. I have to say, I do like Sam Savian's... I think is that Capablanca in the background? Looks like Capablanca, isn't it?
Looks like the bottom half of his face, at least.
Oh, yeah, I mean, that'd be quite good if we could tell just by that, you know. Do you reckon Capablanca? Don't know, it might be. The picture, the artwork in the background there, but
the rest of the other artwork doesn't quite look like chess. And, the king is hunting down the H pawn, and we are expecting the A pawn to now start marching up the board.
Yeah, White's bishop is so beautiful. It cuts off the Black king, it defends its own pawn, and the White bishop stops Black's pawn promoting. It's like the dream piece. And this is a great tribute to Bobby Fischer. It's always the light squared bishop that wins the game.
very nice, very artistic, actually, this finish, because that pawn is just going to go plonk, 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 queen. Thank you very much. So
Black's rook can only stop one of them.
Yeah.
It can't stop all the White pawns. And okay, Shankland, he doesn't look happy. He promotes. At least he's got his king active.
Yeah, it's a bit too slow, I expect here, isn't it?
I think one move too slow for Black.
Yeah, yeah.
The problem is the Black king can't stop the White B pawn. It can't relieve the duty of the Black rook in time. It's one move too slow.
It's looked good for Samuel Savian to take back his sole lead in the tournament. The young American, 21 years old. He was not high on the betting list, I will think, before the tournament, to be in the lead before the final day in preliminaries, but playing fantastic chess. Sam Savian.
Yeah, and these are what we call spite checks. You know you're about to lose, just out of spite, you throw in a few checks, delay the inevitable.
Yeah, nice winner. He's really impressed, Sam Savian, because it's the first one he's played in, I think, for, is it ever, maybe?
Yeah,
and
tour event.
He's, again, another one of these young American players who just needs more chances, really, you know? That's what you need in chess. You need chances to play, and it's great he's got a chance here to show how talented he is. And
the US and India, they just have such strength and depth.
They do.
And meanwhile, I think we're about to see a result. One of the White pawns is about to make a new queen. Shankland looks ready to resign, and there we go. Sam Savian extends his lead.
He does. It's a heartbreak for Sam Shankland, struggling big time, but the other Sam Savian, is in sole lead in the tournament with only a few rounds to go in the preliminaries, playing some fantastic chess. And the next round, the final round of today, is coming up in only 9 minutes. And in that round, we're going to follow two players fighting hard to qualify for the knockout stage. Hans Niemann, struggling a little bit, and Richard Rapport. They will want to get 3 points, both of them. In that game, it's coming up in 9 minutes. And now, we are joined by a very special guest. This is the FTX Road to Miami, but not only that, this is the FTX Summer of Chess, because the next tournament as well, the FTX Crypto Cup in Miami. We have partnered up with FTX for that one as well. And we're joined now by Will Evans from FTX. Welcome to our chess show, Will.
Thanks for having me. I've been enjoying a lot of the action. It's been really exciting to see. And you guys are doing a great job. It's the players too.
Yeah, it's so exciting in this tournament. A bunch of young Americans really, really doing well. And, Will, first of all, what is your experience with chess?
Well, my chess career probably peaked around grade 2, so a very young start. But I won my school tournament back then. So, yeah, I've had a pretty happy about that at the time. And I've been a casual chess player and fan for most of my life. I probably got reinvigorated, like many people, during COVID and the Queen's Gambit coming out. And I'm now a very respectable 1600 rated player. So, so not good, I'd say not bad. And I'm just going to keep playing and having fun. That's really what I like about chess.
Fantastic. Now, yeah, what is it about? Is it the sports aspect of the game of chess that you then enjoy, or is there something about like the game of chess that fascinates you?
Well, I think there's so many things. I mean, chess has kept us captivated for as a human, race for hundreds or thousands of years. And one of the reasons I think so is that it's just so accessible for anyone and everyone, right? You don't need fancy equipment. It doesn't matter your body shape, your size, your height, your economic background, your gender, your age. So, and I think we're seeing that with all levels of all the players kind of coming from all different walks and stages of life, and they're all competing at the highest level, competing for fun too, many players. So to me, that's the coolest and one of the things I really like about chess, just the accessibility for everyone in the world.
Absolutely. And actually in the studio today, we've been talking so much about how the way you play chess often reflects how you are in real life as well. And Magnus Carlsen, he often says that the biggest thing he takes away from chess is the ability to make really good decisions fast. And being in FTX and the crypto business, how crucial is that also when dealing with crypto trading?
So on the business side of things, I definitely think that's true. The crypto space moves really quickly. And at FTX, we have to be aware of all the latest trends, what's happening in our communities, what are people talking about, and yeah, just generally what's happening in the industry and react quickly. However, from the personal investor side of things, I think with crypto, despite what maybe TikTok and YouTube might say, it's not really a get-rich-quick scheme. So I advise on the investor side for people to sort of rationally and slowly study the projects you're interested in, learn about the kind of teams, the developers, understand the token utility, the technology, and kind of think to yourself, will this project or token make a tangible real-world improvement in society and technology and gain that adoption? So in business, definitely be fast. In investing, be rational, patient. But just like in chess, try to be accurate. That always helps too.
And obviously, FTX is a leading global crypto exchange. Can you tell us a little bit more about FTX?
Yeah, I'd be happy to. FTX is a regulated leading crypto exchange operating in hundreds of global jurisdictions. So probably what brought us to early prominence was advanced trading features for what I would call big-time traders and institutions. But equally important, on the retail side, we provide an all-in-one platform that offers simplicity for acquiring, trading, transferring of digital assets like crypto, things like crypto, like digital assets like crypto, stable coins, and NFTs, all with extremely low fees compared to what we've seen on the industry. So I also should mention that for US residents or listeners listening, we recently launched FTX stocks. So, and more services kind of like this are being added all the time. We have a payments program called FTX Pay. We have a credit card. So, we're going to keep building, listening to our customers, and I think the roadmap for what's to come is also really exciting.
Absolutely. And we did have the FTX Crypto Cup last season as well. That was actually the highest rated chess tournament in history. And this year we're upping it to the FTX Summer of Chess with this tournament and the FTX Crypto Cup coming up next month. So why has FTX decided to partner up with the Champions Chess Tour?
Well, we see a great synergy between the chess and crypto communities. So as chess players, what I say is there's no single way to play a game, right? We all take different lines. We all have a little different style. And I think the same is true with investing. So when you look at crypto and stocks, there are hundreds or thousands or tens of thousands of options out there in the market. So with FTX, you have a trusted platform that you can rely on to sort of plan the route that works for your situation, your risk tolerance. But yeah, we're trying to provide that steady platform that you can rely on, minimal fees and easy to use interface. And through our partnership with the Champions Chess Tour specifically, so we want to let the chess community know sort of what we're all about, introduce them to FTX, see if something that they're interested in. And we hope that if they're fans of chess, they can be fans of FTX as well.
Absolutely. But of course, I have to ask you, because there's been a bunch of news about cryptocurrencies lately. It's been going through a tough time. Now, is this only a phase, or what kind of predictions do you have for the future of crypto?
Good question. Tough question. But I've been involved in crypto for nearly 10 years, which kind of makes me a little bit of a dinosaur in the relatively young industry. But I can say I've seen this bull and bear market cycle a number of times, right? Every cycle will be different, but they have some rhyme and reason, right? And I think also with any new technology, basically all of them, they're intrinsically hard to value in the moment. So I'll give one example. In the late 90s, it's Bill Gates who famously said the internet was going to revolutionize nearly every aspect of modern life. So then, 99, 2000, the dot-com bubble came, tech stocks crashed, internet stocks crashed, and everyone said, wow, this guy's so wrong. He doesn't know anything, right? Of course, until he wasn't, right? Until he was proven wrong. He was just early. So it's hard to know where as I say, new technology will fluctuate in different cycles. So what I believe, really, and what history tells us, if you have conviction in the long-term vision of a technology or a project, right? The best times to accumulate and invest are, ironically, in the very times when it seems hardest to do so. So for crypto, I think in the short term, really anything could happen. And I also do think many projects without utility, I won't necessarily name them, but you could probably guess, are going to die or going to be massively reduced during this kind of cycle. And in my mind, that's really not a bad thing. You can kind of think of it like the pets.com of the internet era, right? It was clearly overvalued, but you can then see the companies like Microsoft, Amazon, that had real utilities that went on to boom even after they were temporarily really crushed. So I think the projects that are building sustainable real world applications that are going to make technology, make the world better, make user experiences better. Honestly, these are in the early innings and they're just getting kind of started right now. So that's sort of my perception of the market right now.
Exciting times. Well, it's ticking down to the next round, so I'm going to say thank you so much for joining us and to FTX for partnering up. It's an exciting summer of chess.
Wonderful. I just hope the last thing I can share with the users is to take a look at our NFT at ftxcryptocup.com. I think it's going to be a really cool way to get involved in the tournament. So thanks, guys, for having me. Good luck for the rest of the tournament. Excited to watch and see what happens.
Thank you so much, Will. We'll see you in Miami next month.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Thanks. Yep. Remember, everyone, there is an exclusive FTX crypto key up for grabs for everyone. And this key basically unlocks and grants you access to a unique community on Discord where the ultimate digital fan experience can be unlocked to enjoy both this tournament and the big major in Miami. So go ahead and claim your free key. And more than 10,000 people have already claimed their free crypto key. So go ahead and claim yours. And we're jumping into the final round of today. This is round 12 out of 15 in the preliminaries. Both Hans Niemann and Richard Rapport, they're fighting hard to qualify for the knockout stage. It's been a terrible few games for Hans Niemann, and it's logged off the camera, but playing the moves. What's happening here, David?
Yep, it's early days. It's what we call an anti-Sicilian, so not allowing one of these open Sicilians where the centre is just exploded early on and where it's kind of opposite side castling, both sides trying to attack. It's more of a quieter game, and Hans, I guess, he just wants to play his way back into form, because there have been a couple of shaky moments in his games recently. Meanwhile, a decent approach for White. White's light squared bishop now is going to drop back and he's going to try and occupy the centre with some pawns. And Simon, I guess you have some experience in this type of position from the black side, or similar positions?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I know White set up his kind of like the Kopex system, I think it was called, and it's all about White trying to take over the centre with two pawns. So there's been a lot of discussion about the standard open Sicilian, and I think it was Bent Larsen, who's the Great Dane, who said it's just a bad idea for White to play that pawn structure because you've got to try to get two pawns in the centre, and that's exactly what Hans is trying to do here. So Richard did a very interesting idea there, and quite a common idea, I think, in this variation to stop that from happening. And I kind of like what Richard's done. He seems to have quite a nice hold, even though he's got double pawns in the centre of the board. So I would have thought he should have equalised the position by now, no matter what the computer says.
Yeah.
I say that quite timidly because then I'm sort of like, maybe not, I don't know.
Yeah.
So-
I mean, you're right. Black has at least a bind on the centre, and white will not be able to open up the middle of the board anytime soon. And I think this as well is quite well analysed, this type of idea in at least this branch of the Sicilian. White loves to push this pawn as far down the board as possible, if he can, just to clamp down and fix this black pawn where it stands on its start square. So it was very, very important strategically for Richard Rapport to push this pawn forward, stop any further advance. And now we do see a couple more moves. White just guarding a very important square, just stopping the black bishop coming out, maybe to attack the white queen, for example. And Richard reacting by trying to control all the dark squares. His knight might jump in at some point, but more importantly, he's stopping white's pawn breaks. This pawn break has been prevented, and wow, what a committal move, this last one. Pushing again a pawn to a dark square, clamping down on this square, this square, this square, but leaving white light-squared weaknesses.
Yeah, I have to say, having watched a few of Richard's games recently, it seems to be his trademark style. Put a knight on the edge of the board and then just kind of grip, take control of some squares, but at the same time ignore the fact that you've actually created holes in your own camp.
Yeah, this is a hole now that white can use, an outpost that can never be challenged. This is also an outpost that cannot be challenged. And, well, both players just... I never realised Hans was so quick in rapid chess, just making big decisions so quickly. Rapport, we're becoming accustomed to that now. He is attacking this pawn potentially, but it is quite committal. It looks like he's just trying to delay castling as long as possible. Is this because he wants to launch some kind of attack later, maybe, by pushing a pawn? I just don't really understand what he's aiming for. And wow, Hans is not even pausing for thought. He explodes open the centre. It's like they're playing blitz chess or bullet chess. And this pawn push is possible because now after a trade, for example, mouse slip. After a trade of pawns in the centre, black's pawn now is overworked. It cannot grab in the centre because it has to protect its knight.
I mean, it could be the tilt thing, couldn't it, that's going on with a little bit of Hans. I actually think Hans had probably a much better position than I gave it credit for, but he's moving so quickly with these big decisions, as you said, David, and this, I don't think he'd be doing this if he hadn't lost his last couple of games. I think he'd be taking a bit more time, so that's something he needs to work on to improve as a player generally.
Obviously, he did get a point against the 3 points against Timur Ajabov, a walkover win. But other than that, it's been only a draw in the last 5 games for Hans. So it's been a terrible period for him in the tournament.
Huge move, meanwhile, a really surprising one. Black's knight has jumped into the heart of white's position, given a check, and if this knight is eliminated, which it probably will be, then black will not touch the rook yet. First, he'll slip in. Pawn takes pawn, attacking white's bishop, and if the bishop now moves, OK, we have reached this position. If the bishop moves, then he might well consider just pushing the pawn even further with the double attack, hitting the bishop, hitting the rook. Black is a piece down, but he will regain his material, maybe with interest. So, fascinating position right now. Richard Rapport, if he gains back the piece, for example, if white, say, takes this, then he does have the bishop pair. This bishop looks very, very strong. This bishop looking good too. But he's still one move away from getting his king to safety. What do you guys think? I mean, it's almost blink and you miss it stuff.
Yeah, to me it was like a moment of genius from Richard Rapport. I mean, what a neat combination. And the position that you highlighted there at the end looked fantastic for black. I mean, bishop pair, open position. I mean, what more could you ask for? And the king, but it's one move away from castling. No danger whatsoever. You can even sacrifice a pawn just to get the king into safety. And I think black's position just plays itself.
Yeah, I agree. And from the position he had, when Richard played this very committal move on the queen side to the position he's got now, it's gone downhill a lot for white. And here we go. This could be happening, David. This D3, and Jovanka, you pointed out. Look at the bishops, black's bishops. They've both got such great range after black's next move, whatever he captures with here. Yeah. The bishops are looking fantastic, and white's knight is quite a sad piece there. Black must be better. I don't know why the engine is saying it's still equal. Maybe there's some tactical resource somewhere. But
I mean, computers might find some really specific, concrete way to equalise with white, but
The pressure's on Hans, definitely, to equalise this game. It's not as if he can hope to be better against this bishop pair.
Yeah.
Okay, the queen does take.
I had a peek at the computer kind of suggestion, and it's like this convoluted rook maneuver, which I don't think is that natural, to be honest.
Okay, so if black's queen retreats,
then the rook sitting on the e3 will swing to b3. That's the computer's recommendation.
Of course, the most unnatural move possible. Put it in front of a pawn where it looks stupid, but it's a great idea.
Yeah, and then it's.
I hate computers. I hate these computers.
Yeah. But the only reason if I'm going to dislike computers, it's because it makes everyone think that what we do over the chessboard is easy.
I know, and this is one of my pet hates. Like when a lot of games that are going on, let's say, and the candidates,
Yeah.
You get chess fans watching at home, and chess fans have changed drastically from when there weren't computers. You have these great scenes in big halls where people were following the moves and they were trying to work it out themselves, and now. A lot of fans, not all of them. I mean, but they're like, how on earth? There could be, like beginners, and they could be like, how on earth did, Firouzja play so badly? So obvious that this move is losing, and because they're just looking at the computer, and it's like, it takes a lot of the complexity out of the thinking process by just looking at the computer, and this has got to be avoided if you want to get better and you really want to enjoy chess. So. It's like, I suppose it's like a gun, isn't it? It's a tool that can be used for good and bad. Actually, can a gun be used for good? I don't know, but maybe I can think of a better example of that. I was thinking wheelbarrow for some reason. But how can a wheelbarrow be used for bad? Well, if you maybe run someone over with it, possibly. You get the idea. I'll stop there and let's go back to the game, David.
Yes, Simon. And on a different note, queen exchange, yes or no for black? White has just offered it. White's moved the knight out of the way. And the queens are staring at each other.
I think yes, because, I mean, the bishops are going to become much stronger in an ending or possibly middle game and just take away the danger. If you've got a positional advantage anyway, keep it as simple as you can. So why not get rid of the queens and then try to use those bishops later on? I'm
going to vote for no. And I'm just going to vote for no on the basis that I'm not sure White's queen is that great. She can be kicked away. And I think that you can really utilise the power of the bishop pair with rooks and queens on the board.
Yeah. So these bishops, are they stronger with queens or not? Jovanka's advocating maybe moving the queen to a safe square, protecting this pawn, and White's queen may be struggling to get active in the meantime. But Simon, also, it's quite a compelling argument, just taking these rooks off the board, taking these queens off the board. I'm not sure you should get greedy here and take this pawn because it does allow White's rooks to get active. I'm not sure which rook goes across, but this rook, for example, could slide across and grab this pawn next. But if you don't get hasty here, for example, you could start moving your rook into the game. You could make an argument maybe for castling, although this would drop the pawn in front of the black king. It's just about whether black can get active with his rooks quickly enough, because if he can, it's all about these guys, the minor pieces.
Is it more likely that we won't see the black king castling in this game?
I think it's 50-50 at the moment. Oh. If it was anyone other than Rapport, I would say we'll see the king castle. But, OK, the queens are off.
Queens are off. I'm glad I didn't make the bet with you, Simon.
We need to start betting some things, don't we, really?
Simon, you could have won so many drinks from us.
OK. But what do we think about this move? Interesting. A very interesting decision.
I mean, positionally, it's the right idea because you get rid of one of your pawn weaknesses. You open up lines maybe for your bishops a bit more, but it does seem a little bit slow because White's, we're talking about Black's bishops, but White's rooks are dangerous, right? Yeah. And it seems to me that you might be able to move them in with a tempo at some point, possibly, David?
White's rooks could start gaining time against his bishop, right?
Yeah.
That would look tempting. I'm always caught in two minds about whether, wow, that has actually happened. I'm always caught in two minds whether White should push a pawn forward. You're putting a pawn on a dark square, but you do lock out this black bishop. So that would have been slightly tempting as well. But, yeah, the most natural move in the position, attacking this bishop. They're both playing so quickly, though. Hans has had so many difficult decisions, yet he still has 14 minutes on his clock after 24 moves. And where is this bishop hiding? You called it, Simon. There's actually not so many safe squares, not many stable squares for this bishop. And it goes to attack the rook. I guess the idea, if the rook attacks the bishop once more, is to slide back. And you find safety, as he's done, Rapport. It's just about whether he can keep this pawn alive now. If these two pawns disappear, if it's all about one side of the board, one half of the board, the bishops don't
or I mean, they just find less joy. Bishops need pawns on both flanks. Knight's actually better if it's just pawns on one side.
Oh.
Yeah.
Maybe Hans has found a good way. It feels like Richard maybe has misstepped already.
Wow. Well, he's thinking, Hans Niemann. We do see 2 games still haven't started here in round 12 because some of the games in round 11 lasted for a very long time. And we should take a look at the results from round 11. It's getting close to round 15 tomorrow, where it will be decided who goes through to the knockout stage. 8 players will leave and 8 will go through. And it would be interesting to see results from round 11. So Rapport is coming from a win, obviously, a walkover against Timur Rajabov, who is out. Ergaisi, as we mentioned, won that game against Niemann to gain all 3 points. The young Indian player, Mamedyarov, a win against Ju Wenjun. Not on the board, but Ju Wenjun, she was disconnected and lost on time. And Sam Savian, he won his game against Sam Shanklin to gain all 3 points. And actually, I think that means Sam Savian is already ready for the knockout stage. Levon Aronian, 3 points against Wojtacek. And let's take a look then at the standings before this round 12. Sam Savian with 25 points should mean he is ready for the knockout stage. The 21-year-old Duda now in second place together with Ergaisi. The youngster still impressing us. Jeffrey Chong as well, 19 points. Levon Aronian is now inside together with Rapport and Giri. Some of the favorites have had a better day today, but nothing decided. A bunch of players can still make it. Hans Niemann, he is in 10th place right now, but it's not over, but he needs to start winning. Is this a game he could win?
Possibly. If you asked me 5 moves ago, I would have said Black is the only one who can win, but it does feel like Rapport's been neglecting a few factors. I mean, the Black King still uncastled, still takes a while to do that. The Black Bishop, the Black Dark Square Bishop could get locked out now by a pawn. Again, if those queenside pawns disappear, it should just be a draw. So I still think it's going to take a lot for Hans to win this game. It feels like Rapport isn't in too much trouble. This is, I think, quite a good move. Just blocking out Black's Dark Square Bishop. But Simon, Jovanka, what do you think? Predictions here? It's hard to say, to be honest. We've seen a few fluctuations already.
Yeah, my instinct is that actually, for the time being, I feel that White has the momentum and that White is the one who's going to start pressurising Rapport. And just look at the Dark Square Bishop. It's just completely locked out. And White's Knight is now going to centralise itself and start putting pressure. And the Black King is still a risk, whether it can castle or not. And whilst that king is uncastled, the rook sitting on the h8 square, it's not getting into the game.
Yeah, I agree with you, Manka. I mean, I guess Black has to try to get castled here. I mean, I like the strategy. If someone puts a piece in your own half of the board, you try to give it a kick. So I call this move like a kick move. You're kicking your opponent's bishop back. You know, you give it a little nudge there and saying, go away, get out of my side of the board. So when you kick that bishop away, at least you can castle then. I expect it should be pretty even, though, really. Yeah, I mean, I think the momentum is with White at the moment, but you can see those queenside pawns getting exchanged sooner or later. Then there's not really any weaknesses for either side then. So I think draw most likely here at the moment.
Yeah. I mean, there could be some dangerous scenario for Black if you allow this exchange of knight for bishop right now. For example, if Black just, makes a move, then this structure is sometimes dangerous. For example, if White steps a pawn forward, because Black's bishop can no longer enter the battle, it's a bad piece. Also, Black has this really ugly pawn structure, but of course, this won't be allowed by Rapport. And in the current position, why is Hans thinking? This bishop, it doesn't really want to sit on the edge of the board because it can get kicked again, Simon. It can get kicked back even further to a bad square where it's just staring at its own pawn. Surely you want to centralise the bishop, if anything.
It's the most logical. I'm not really sure why Hans is taking a pause. I mean, I'm trying to look at forcing moves, and I don't see any tactical shots either. Everything is protected for the time being.
No, I mean, I agree. I mean, you just move the bishop, don't you? It's funny that he's played so quickly. Oh, he's played it here. This is really strange. I mean, it's not a terrible move, but it just seems to be the wrong square for the bishop, right?
Yeah, I mean, we're always taught you never kind of put your bishop on a square where it's blocked in by its own pawns. So maybe there's a very specific reason behind it. The younger players like Hans Niemann, they're very concrete. It's all about calculation. Maybe he's calculated that, for example, if black castles now, the white knight comes forward, as we showed in that other variation, then maybe he thinks, oh, I need my bishop on the square, covering this pawn just in case. So maybe he has a specific idea in mind, but in general, this bishop would love to be anywhere else. It would love to be on an active diagonal where it's not just staring at its own statue here, this own pawn. What do you think if this knight jumps forward, attacking the bishop? Is black just going to move it away?
I think just retreat it, right? I mean, you don't want to allow that exchange. You pointed out, David, and if you can, I've seen you do this kind of manoeuvre a lot, David. If you can move the rook next to the king, and then just put the bishop back on the. That's a. Yeah. Tell me that's a how manoeuvre. Am I learning?
You're learning.
Am I learning the grinding method?
It's like my ultimate fancy. Drop this bishop back, save it for later, and then. Maybe not in this exact position, but this idea, right?
Then... is this one of your favourite moves with the bishop, right? That you did against Grishuk and
exactly.
Look at
Normally
this.
It's a white bishop on e1.
Yeah,
but, same idea.
Same idea. So I think black could safely do that if given a chance. I mean, black's bishop is bad as well. So we've talked about white's bishop being bad, but black's bishop in front of the king is also a bad piece. It's just the light square bishop seems to have quite a bit of potential here.
Yeah, definitely.
And you can get the rook in the game now. Why don't you just try to get the rook to the open file, stopping that knight manoeuvre? I think that'd be a very good idea. White's kind of relying on this knight manoeuvre, right? So stop it, get your rook to a better square, and start activating. I mean, this would be a very normal way to.
Makes total sense as well. I just don't understand Hans' last move.
I think he's been on tilt, hasn't he? Really, a bit during this one. I mean, it seemed like his opening went quite well, and just the fact he's got his camera turned off, I mean that indicates something, doesn't it? I would say, either that or he's just very, very, not moving, very statue-like, looking at the position, doing a Giri, moving those pieces with his magic arm.
With his mind.
With his mind.
Jedi mind trick. Okay, and he steps back with his rook in order to attack black's pawn on a4.
Computer doesn't like that move.
Yeah. We should also mention... Yeah, I mean, actually, I think I see maybe a reason why the computer doesn't like that move, but we should mention both of these players must be exhausted. Rapport played the candidates, then he flew to Germany to play in the Bundesliga, and Hans also flew out to Germany to play many, many long games in the Bundesliga, which finished on the same day this event started. And look at this. Rapport, he's going for checkmate. Queens might be off the board, but the white king is still in danger. And it does look like this might be the reason that the computer does not like what Hans has been doing. Let's jump in to show the threat. Black has abandoned this pawn on the edge of the board. It was going to drop anyway. So now he's just aiming to double up his rooks on the first rank. It's quite a rare pattern. And he's aiming to come across to checkmate white's king from behind. And look at this bishop. It's just in the way now. This bishop gets in the way of the king's escape. Yeah. How do you actually stop this?
I was going to ask you the question, David. You're the magician. How do you stop that? I mean, the only thing that I can think of is that the white rook will start challenging one of the rooks.
Yeah, you're right there, Jovanka. We see Stockfish. The computer suggests 3 moves there. 1 move maybe is OK for white, but the rest lose on the spot. He finds the best move, challenging a set of rooks. Now, can black just ignore that? Can black move his rook away again, for example, reinstalling the threat of this checkmate?
And this is where I was stuck.
Maybe the white knight has to jump back, kicking away this rook from the first rank. Looks so ugly for white now. You have to stop this threat of a checkmate. There's no way out for the king. Simply no refuge, no escape squares.
Wow.
Your white bishop, your white knight, they actually get in the way. And this looks really good, to be honest, for black.
Yeah, I mean, I was thinking you could put the rook to try and stop that rook coming in, but then the a-pawn just becomes too strong, so you could maybe, try this move, but it's not working. OK, well, Richard decided to swap off and keep things simple there, which is a little bit surprising, right, with the black rooks looking so good at the time.
Yeah, so he swapped a pair of rooks, so it's only 1 set of rooks left now, but I guess he's arguing that white's rook is a bit dumb, a bit silly on the edge of the board. Black has this kind of perfect bishop that you mentioned that I love, Simon, just controlling this, and look how the knight is dominated by the bishop. Anywhere the knight wants to go, the bishop controls.
And meanwhile, this pawn can never push forward because it just unleashes black's bishop. White's bishop is staring at its own pawn. It's the worst piece on the board. And black has a simple plan of just moving across. For example, if white tries to eliminate the remaining pawn, then this just gets pinned, right?
Yep, totally.
Pinned on the third rank.
And it's actually not like black is playing with a single bad piece, because black can actually activate the dark square bishop as well by retreating it to its starting square and also attacking the pawn.
For example,
attacking the rook, sorry.
Yeah, swinging back. How is white going to activate his bishop in the meantime? I don't really see it. It's all about the power of the bishop pair. Looks good for Rapport.
Looks great for Rapport. And I think the starting point for where Hans went wrong was actually just retreating his bishop. You know, when it was kicked back, putting it on the wrong diagonal. And here he's just suffering. And it's going to be a very difficult job for him.
Yeah, that's typical two bishops, right? So now have a lot of potential to come to life. And I mean, it's funny, if you look at the white knight and the black bishop, I mean, there's been quite a lot of discussion about this kind of setup in particular. It's kind of like the knight stable, right? But is the knight controlling the bishop, or is the bishop controlling the knight? And it's
who came first, the chicken or the egg?
That's right.
That sounds like a philosophical question there.
Yeah. If a tree falls in a forest and you can't see it, does it fall? So, that was one of the first things I had to do at uni. Don't bring back those memories.
Studied philosophy, right?
I did, yeah. But I mean,
Simon, the H pawn as well.
Yeah, it's coming up, and I think White had to play this move, right, to try and give his bishop some room. But is it just dropping a pawn simply?
Yeah, his bishop's been kicked away from already a bad square to an even worse one. And now black's grabbed a pawn, white grabbed a pawn back, so Harry the H-pawn has fallen, but it's all about this stronghold in the centre. This was the only thing kind of stemming the tide, holding back black's bishops, and now it's about to drop. You have to be maybe slightly careful about when you pick up this pawn as black. If you pick it up now, there is a chance white's knight will slide back, hitting this bishop at the same time. I mean, this one's complicated. Some calculation might need to be done. You could even consider at some point giving up one of the bishops, taking this pawn, starting to push your pawn down the board. But some calculation is required. So Rapport is really instructive. He's paused at this moment. Can he take this pawn? If he decides not, then maybe he'll just, for example, I don't know, just move his king across, guard this guy, which is attacked by white's bishop. What I would be trying to do, at least, I'm not sure he has the time or the luxuries to move the king the whole way across, just to protect this loose piece in the middle of the board, which is slightly vulnerable to white's rook. So, it's becoming really concrete now, really tactical. Different nature of the game. It's no longer just strategic, not just the bishop pair. It's about concrete action, concrete moves.
Yeah, I think what Richard's doing, as you mentioned, Dave, is very clever. That time management is so important. I remember with the Ginger GM course you talked about this actually, and it's like, okay, you can move quickly when the moves are pretty obvious, like in the opening, and you know it well. But then if a critical moment comes up, and there's probably only in a game of chess, you'd say 3, whatever, critical moments, that's kind of the average. And you can sense them, that's the turning point. That's when you need to slow down and take more time. And as obviously when I say slow down, he moves immediately. But it's very important to use your thinking time at the right moments. Has he found the right move there?
I think so. I mean, I like this idea of not being distracted by protecting those pawns on the right and instead just focusing on the trump, which is that passed pawn on the left side of the board.
Who's passed pawn? There's no passed pawns at the moment. That's the problem,
sorry.
right? Black's A pawn.
In my mind, the rook has taken the pawn. There is no passed pawn at the minute, but just focus on getting a passed pawn, and now we're going to see it.
Yeah.
Now we're going to see rook takes pawn on the board, unless black's king is getting checkmated.
Oh yeah, some calculation is required. Suddenly the black king could come under fire from some checks if the white rook can come up to the top of the board. I don't think that's checkmate. Should we investigate?
Yeah, we definitely need to investigate because it looks like something is going to happen.
Yeah, so Jovanka, you really want to take this.
Yeah, but that might be just a losing move.
Now you have a pass pawn there, at least. But, OK, a check. Why would this be a losing move?
Because
the king can run, no?
Now the knight can jump forward.
The check.
And now the rook will come and give a check on the 6th row.
Okay.
And according to my calculations, the bishop falls.
Ah, yeah. For some reason, I thought the rook was protecting it. Whoops.
It's getting to that time of the day, guys.
So glad I'm not playing in the event.
Oh, there's the pass pawn.
I was like, everything's protected, it's fine. Much the king. But, yeah, the black bishop would fall. Next move to the rook. And still some chances to swindle and try and save the game, but not what Rapport wants, clearly. So what else? Does he have to take this knight first? You don't really want to give up the bishop pair. But we saw that the black bishop is loose. I mean, if you take the knight, I'm just looking at captures first in every position. We've looked at this rook capture. Didn't work. We can rule it out. Next, we look at another capture. If it works, great, we can play it. If it doesn't work, we can rule it out. We can rule out white taking this one, because now this comes with check, gaining time. If you take with a rook...
You can take the pawn with a bishop.
Yeah, maybe. And now you protect this pawn, and this guy is still falling. But white would have at least time to retreat his bishop, maybe guarding this key pawn.
He's going for it.
Yeah, we're heading this direction. I think the most ambitious move in the previous position is to take this pawn with the black rook. At least now you definitely get a passed pawn. This guy could be potentially dangerous. This is unfortunately a pin for white.
I think we've got to give some credit to Hans, actually. I mean, you know, he's been playing very, very quickly, but he's found a way to keep fighting in using some little tactics there to simplify at least the positions. And, well, he has chances to hold this now.
I think Rapport should take this one. I think that's the best chance to win this game. If you take this guy, then white just retreats, and I can't see this one. Yeah, I can't see any way to win anymore as black. So... OK, big moment. Is Rapport going to take this pawn? He can't lose still, Rapport, unless he does something crazy, but how does he create the most winning chances? That's the question.
Yep, drama on the board. Yeah. And, OK, we're expecting rook takes pawn, and there we see Richard in full calculation mode. Very intense.
Yeah. And taking under 5 minutes.
I know. And whilst he's feeling intense... Well, Leon Watson has tweeted us a very cute photo, just to kind of contrast it all. It says, went to the loo, came back to this little monkey tapping away at my workstation. We like those little intruders. Oh,
we should all head into Chess24 and see if there's some shady articles published now. Leon Watson is working in Chess24, publishing articles, among other things. And maybe his son now has published something fancy. Let's see. And by your reaction, Jovanka, do we have a fancy move here?
There wasn't a fancy move, but it wasn't the move that we thought should be played. We expected Richard to actually grab the pawn with the rook, but instead he's gone for an alternative capture, and this allows Hand just to consolidate the position. And now, unfortunately, this game, whilst dramatic, it probably looks to be fizzling out to a draw.
I think so. I mean, it might be worth pointing out why black can't really take the pawn now. Because that's quite an obvious move, right? I mean, black can try going for the B pawn. The problem is that it's just going to get too simplified, and rook endings are quite often a draw. And with everything getting exchanged off, 2 pawns each, you get the rook behind the pawn, which we've seen, you know, is a great idea. And this is just a draw now. So that's why black can't do this. I was wondering for a moment if black could try to exchange rooks in the other position, but David, that line just looked like a draw, didn't it? You're showing there.
This one for sure. You mentioned trying to exchange rooks. I think the problem for black is you can't force the trade on your terms. I guess you would love, for example, a situation like this where white's bishop is tied down to this pawn eternally. But maybe white just says, OK, I'll push my passed pawn up the board now, and the white king might come. It's not clear, it's still tempting.
There's a crafty trick on the board with Richard's last move.
Okay.
He wants to play rook takes pawn.
Wow.
Rook takes pawn?
Yes.
Takes pawn.
OK.
For example, if white pushes a pawn now, rook takes pawn.
And the reason why he set this up with his king moving to that the 7th row is after bishop takes rook, bishop takes bishop, the bishop dominates the queening square, and there's no way for the rook to get behind the pawn with time.
Very nice line. Yeah, very nice line.
The key is that rook takes pawn, it's met by a pin. You pin and you win. Really nice, So that was a huge threat. As we saw in this position, rook takes pawn. And that has been stopped by Hans Niemann. He saw that threat, and he defended against it. This does allow, for example, a discover check, the pawn pushing forward with a check, but I don't think this is too big a deal. White can just retreat, for example, and it's just a pawn trade. So what tricks does Rapport have up his sleeve? Is he just going to advance his king, maybe?
Yeah, we like a Spartan king, you know, a warrior that marches up the board. It looks good, right? It seems like a good attempt to try to grind out a win.
Yep, activate the king, then you can go in either direction. You can go towards that white pawn. You can just sit there, harass the white rook. You could maybe... OK, he goes across. Where's that rook going?
Oh, he's probably going to go to the bottom row because he wants to just have the threat of pushing the pawn forward and doing this discovered check. And, you know, the white king is a little bit uncomfortable and he still has this idea of sacrificing his rook for the pawn and the bishop in his pocket.
Yeah, so really clever. And, OK, Hans has moved his rook across. Could he still try this? Bring the rook down. OK, yeah, if white just pushes a pawn, this is your idea, right, Jovanka? Nasty check, and potentially, OK, white could block, but now this pawn is very, very strong. But is Hans's idea in this position to maybe offer a trade of bishops? As Simon showed, getting the bishops off the board would be a huge relief to white.
G4 is quite a funny move as well.
Oof, G4.
Just hoping, well, I don't know what I'm hoping for, but, like, you know, just trying to find the worst move on the board. Yeah. So basically,
checkmate.
Checkmate. It's always nice checkmate with a pawn. So
yeah, there are some puzzles out there, right? They're called self-mates, and you have to find the only move that you allow checkmate with. Everything else wins, but one move loses. You have to find the worst move.
Do you like these retrograde puzzles? You know, or do you like them? I mean, I think there's a couple of books, aren't there, where you have to work out how you get to the position.
They really mess with the mind, though.
They do mess with the mind, but they're really interesting. I think, a bit different. Black's still kind of pushing here, right? Still pushing. He's got the active king. The king has come in the middle. What the problem is, White's king is very passive. Trying to get it around now. White's bishop is very bad, but some chances.
If White can get his king active to this square, maybe, and start pushing his pawn, whoops, not that one. If he can get his king forward and start pushing this pawn, maybe some hope, but in the current position, what to do next? White is a bit stuck, actually. White would love to just eliminate these two pawns because Black's pawn is a potential winner. White's pawn just ties down the whole white army. White's bishop, White's rook, they're both tied down to this really annoying pawn, but no way you can ever make that exchange. If you ever move away with your rook, the black rook comes down with a check.
Now the black rook can swing. Here it comes to a lovely square. I think it was Magnus who, when he was talking about some of the players in the candidates, obviously Richard was playing, and he said, well, you know, what are Richard's chances? And he said, well, you know, he's a fantastic player, but his opening's a bit dodgy and he tries to be a bit too creative. In actual fact, his real strength is in the ending quite often, but he just doesn't really get to the ending because he always does something a bit wonky before he gets there. And we see this quite a lot, actually. When Richard does play in a more traditional way, he plays fantastic, and he is grinding down Hans a bit at the moment with some nice positional chess.
Yeah, he's would make David and Magnus proud, I think. I mean, really instructive. The way that he's parried every single move that Hans wants to make. And now we see a check.
Yeah, I mentioned yesterday that I've played Richard twice, and I think I've lost both times, but not many people grind me down. Normally, I'm the one trying to win the long game against them. Both my defeats against him were long, long games, and he was slowly outplaying me. So, it was really... it was really eye-opening. Just, I had the stereotype in my head that he was just going to do some weird stuff against me and kind of freak me out and then confuse me. But no, he just made it boring, and he got me in the end. So
I mean, look at the coordination between his pieces here.
Beautiful.
I mean, the rook, the king, the bishop, the pawn. He's playing fantastic here, and it's again, it's that. Yeah, it's like you say, David. You kind of assume he's got this reputation of being a certain player, so you assume he's always doing that all the time, but you can't become that strong by not being great at other areas of the game. And when you see this kind of chess, you kind of realise just how strong he is. You know, incredibly good at every area.
In this position, should Richard actually be trying to bank it and win a pawn, or is he playing for much more than that since his pieces are so active?
How could he win a pawn right now?
I'm just thinking push the pawn one square forward.
OK, let's jump in. Maybe we can keep an eye on Richard because he's down to 1 minute. If we push this pawn forward, the big question is what happens after a capture? Okay, he has pushed it. I think his idea might be to drop his king down, just to try and kick. Okay, there we go, hit the white rook. There are some really nasty ideas here, right? If the white rook moves and gives a check, then suddenly this checkmate is inevitable. We talk about rooks, bishops, and kings. You mentioned it, Simon, coordinating so well. There's no way now to stop this checkmate.
And is it, if rook c2, can you go rook g1?
Whoa.
I don't know, probably not, but it's one of those, no, you can't, can you? Because
rook g1.
Because the rook f2, sorry.
Yeah, this was a really nice idea, though, with a discovered check, giving away the rook, and then winning the rook next, but the rook does block, unfortunately. So, okay, this is really hanging together by a thread now for Hans Niemann. He uses his bishop to defend his rook, but now the pawn drops, and Jovanka, you might be right, this pawn at some point is going to fall as well. First, I think Richard's just going to relocate the black rook.
Yep.
First, he swings it back. Now there's checks in the air, really annoying checks. There's ideas of switching the play. He's gone for the white king. Now he might go back for that white pawn. Oof, it's just a masterclass so far. Just look at that black king. So strong.
And all played with not that much time on the clock as well, when you consider the quality of this game.
Yeah.
And that they've only played this with, minutes.
Very impressive from Richard, I think, just seeing this other side of his game here. When he's not attacking, not doing anything crazy, but just grinding away in what was a slightly better position for him.
And are we going to see Richard give a check? Yes, he does. And the king goes to the edge of the board. I mean, is there some tricks here? Because...
Yeah, I mean, first of all, black can grab this b2 pawn, white's remaining soldier on that side. Oof. Then black creates a pass pawn of his own. Is there any downside to that one?
We could get bishop and rook versus rook here, which is...
be here all night, Simon.
Just what we want.
I think we've seen Hans lose that one before, actually, rook and bishop versus rook.
Yeah.
In the tour event a couple of months ago. Yeah, it's a difficult one to defend.
It is, yeah. Harder to defend than probably most other drawn endings.
Yeah. Theoretical draw does not mean practical draw.
Definitely not. And, OK, but how... I mean, I think probably Hans is dreaming about getting into a rook versus rook and bishop, because at the minute, it's not looking likely. I mean, I can see maybe one trick.
OK.
Which was just simply to attack the bishop. And...
OK, what was the trick, Jovanka? To attack the bishop with a rook?
Yeah, but it was a really bad move, because it was a one-trick wonder, because once you push the pawn, the whole idea was just to go bishop takes pawn. Boom, that was it.
Double attack.
Yeah.
Nice.
It's kind of like when your position's this bad, it's maybe this is the only time you could try a trick like that, right? Because if you're losing anyway, I mean, it's your last kind of punt. So, and I say that bad, I mean, it really is bad now. I mean, the white king is bad. All the white's pieces not coordinating, black's pieces working together, and black's won that pawn. So it's been impressive stuff from black.
Black's going to be 2 pawns up and with a mating attack. So this is a check, kicking the black king away, but the black king's happy to gobble up this pawn. And, OK, he doesn't take it yet. Maybe Richard. He's very, very sneaky. He knows that white's idea will be to retreat, check away the black king, and then maybe start going after his pawn. So is he just going to ignore the bait here and just push his king down the board even further to stop this white rook getting back? So many good options here. OK, he does go for the most obvious. He takes... and retreats. And, OK, we see this in action. Where is the win? Maybe he's just going to retreat, kick away the bishop. The problem is the white bishop can give itself up for one pawn, but not both.
Yeah.
Well, we do have one result here in round 12. Arjun Nergaisi won against Ju Wenjun. So that means currently Arjun is on top of the table, the youngest player in the tournament, but pending, of course, the other results. In this round, it's looking really good for Sam Shanklin against Levon Aronian. That would be a big win for Sam Shanklin. We see the other bars are roughly to the middle, so an exciting round. Final round of today, and only 3 rounds to go after this one. Before we find out which 8 players go through to the knockout stage. It's looking bad for Hans Niemann. He's in a bad period here in the tournament. Could be going on another loss, but the bar did go slightly down for Richard Rapport after the last move.
Yeah, slightly down. I think he maybe had a more direct path to victory, but it should still be winning nonetheless.
The only thing is keeping his A-pawn alive. That is a big question. Can he do that? It's not 100% clear how he does that anymore, actually.
And the clock as well.
Yeah, if he loses that A-pawn, suddenly it should be a draw.
Yeah. I mean, I thought the one way to keep the keep the pawn alive is actually just to go back to the position from before, actually check the king away, and then, as you mentioned, just step the king back, attack the bishop, and then try to defend the pawn either from the fourth row or behind.
Yeah, this king f5, I think, is very clever, because all of a sudden, if you take he's setting up some checkmate threats, right? Yeah. The rook takes pawn and rook g3 is the issue. And are we going to see this now?
We're going to see it. It's a check. This must be his idea, right? The king cannot go back because suddenly the black rook would move with a discovered check, and next move, winning the white rook.
And it looks, David, like the position of white's bishop is going to be key, because it stops any checks towards black's king. I mean, I think rook g2 doesn't that just win? Or
right now, yeah.
Maybe.
I guess the white king has to move up the board, trying to use the white rook as a shield.
And bishop f4,
Bishop, yeah.
That's the problem. This is where you want to check the king with your rook, but...
We would love to check the king, but yeah, no way to do that. So in the current position, why is the evaluation bar not giving a winning position? This looks like it's about to be checkmate. How about if the white rook retreats? Ugh, it looks so ugly, but maybe the white rook can act as a shield this way.
Okay.
Is that the only defense? Okay, he plays it, Hans Niemann, so any check will be met by a block. The white rook will be the shield. But and at the moment, there are other checks. You could even, at some point, switch direction and go from this angle. Okay, first he gives a check. Next, now the white rook is passive. He's going to attack white's bishop. And yeah, it's all about the white king. If the white king can get to a good square, a central square, it's a draw. But if he can't escape the edge of the board, he will just get checkmated.
Now, how big of a problem is that clock for Richard Rapport, though? Only 26 seconds versus Hans Niemann's 8 minutes.
I think he would have already won the game if he had 3 or 4 minutes more. Rapport. Right now, when the bishop moves, what's the idea? Maybe he'll give another check.
Yeah.
Maybe he'll zoom the whole way back. Oof. Yeah, maybe this is the key, to try and go from this angle to checkmate the king.
Yeah, when you checkmate that way, I don't see a defense, actually.
After you check the king once, yeah. And white has to be very careful when he puts the bishop, because you might be able to, gain a very important tempo on that bishop wherever it goes in the position.
Yeah. If it goes back the whole way, how do we win? This is the question. The rook, this looks like inevitable checkmate, but white can give a check at least.
You give a check first.
And then block. Oof. Sorry, we give a check first?
Yeah, you give a check first.
In this position.
So yeah, sorry,
check.
yeah. And then the king steps up, and now you go.
Yeah, and yeah, now a rook check.
And now the bishop blocks.
Now the bishop blocks, and checkmate is coming.
Yep.
Wow. Yeah, looks very, very good for black, but the computer is not impressed. Maybe we can see Stockfish. What does it say here for white? It looks like, we can't find a defense.
No.
He gives a check first. Wow. Okay, and now he gives another check. Okay, he didn't find the best moves. We just saw very briefly there. He had a way to draw, but it was not obvious at all.
What was the move?
I think the move to draw in this position, I only saw it for a split second there, but the white bishop coming to this square, maybe the idea is to actually give yourself up for this pawn at the right moment.
Right.
Just to break the mating net around the white king. But if we catch up with the current position, the reason this is winning now for black is because there are too many threats. There's a threat against the bishop, which needs to stay defending this loose rook, but also some checkmating ideas at some point. The problem is wherever you move the bishop, if you move it forward, for example, the rook will come back, hitting the bishop, and also a double threat of mating the king. This one looks over now. The white bishop will drop.
Yeah, very, very impressive play. Again, I keep saying it about Richard, but he's done this. He's done this fantastically well, and this must be the end now, because you're not even going to win that last black pawn. There's a threat of checkmate on the board, a threat against the bishop, and do we have a result now?
We do.
Yeah.
It's a win for Richard Rapport, and a very nice win as well. A loss, another one for Hans Niemann. He's in a bad period, Hans Niemann, but Richard Rapport, a great win. Our experts were really praising the way Richard Rapport was playing in this game. So here is today's Lisoveta learning point.
And
And this game is worthy of going down as one of the best grinds so far in the tournament. As we saw, Hans Niemann with white, Richard Rapport with black, but the way that Rapport simplified the position, a really complicated middle game here, was incredibly impressive. First, he gave a check with the black knight. We always say look for checks and captures first, but this is not obvious. The knight check looks like it loses material. For example, after the rook captures, the bishop recaptures, then this type of position, white has 2 pieces for just a rook and a pawn. White's minor pieces are actually fantastic, and white has a big advantage. However, Richard Rapport had spotted that after the rook captures, he needn't capture this rook first. This rook is actually a target throughout the next few moves in the game. First, he captures a pawn, hitting the bishop moves, and again, he pushes this pawn forward. Now, a double attack against the bishop, against the rook, and as we saw, after white gave the bishop back, it's level material, but the key factor was black had the long-term advantage of the bishop pair. It took a lot of hard work in the end, but he managed to grind this one out to victory thanks to this really nice sequence.
We're joined by Hans Niemann, who unfortunately lost this game, finishing with 2 losses and a bad day also yesterday. Hans, what's going on?
Well, I'm not winning.
What's the reason for that, for yourself not maybe playing your best chess?
Well, it feels like everything that could go wrong has been going wrong. Perhaps it's a bit of fatigue, but I had a great start, as I always have in these tournaments, and then just got a bit tilted and obviously a very strong opposition. But I cannot explain the way that I'm playing. I don't even know why you asked me for an interview. I'm very embarrassed myself, and it's just there's no words to explain how ridiculously bad at chess I am.
Well, Hans, we know you've been playing in the Bundesliga, some long classical games as well. Are you feeling a little bit exhausted, tired?
Perhaps, but I don't think I should try to excuse my performance in any way. It's just need to just get good.
Yeah, and there is still one more day in the tournament. 3 rounds of chess. It's not impossible to qualify. So how will you get out of this bad period and get into some winning chances tomorrow?
I will... if I knew the answer to that, I probably wouldn't have had a second bad day in a row. But I guess I'll just try my best and play better moves.
Yeah. Do you have some sort of recipe for like some music to pump you up, or is it about just not thinking about chess maybe for the next hours before before it starts tomorrow?
No, actually, when I have such bad results and it sort of consumes my entire day, my brain, every single waking thought until I recover is all just misery and pain, disappointment, and just disgust with myself. So I think it's impossible for me to not think about chess when my display of this is just not my best chess, not even close to it. So I don't think that I can not think about chess. I probably will have nightmares about the chess that I'm playing. But perhaps I can. There's a good Netflix show that I just started, and maybe that will serve as a distraction. But I think my plan is just to try to sleep as long as possible, so I do not have to think about how disappointing my games are, and I can play 3 more games, and I guess I'll just win the last 3 and qualify. So I'm still equally confident, but just a bit disgusted with myself.
Well, I love to hear your plan for getting back in the game, Hans. I know you have a lot of fans in the US as well, hoping that you will qualify. And of course, I have to ask you, what Netflix show is it that you're planning to watch?
I think it's called The Travelers, but I've gone through a lot of Netflix shows because, you know, I had the past 2 tournaments haven't been amazing. So I've been definitely looking for some distractions from the chessboard, because chess is just it's a game that sucks all the life out of you. And you know, if you just look at what happened to Fischer, you know, chess is a very very bad game, and it is just terrible, and it just sucks the life out of you. So you know, we'll see how long I last in the chess world.
Well, we hope you last for a very long time, Hans. And actually, it reminds me when we had Erik Hansen in Oslo for the previous major. He had some bad results, and he explained how difficult it was to be an elite chess player and then stuck in a hotel after bad results, the loneliness and feeling angry with yourself. Is that what you're experiencing now?
I would just say that if you look at I lost like 3 games in a row, and then I lost another 2 games consecutively. So in the past like 7 games, I've lost like 5. And it's not so much the fact that I've lost the games. It's sort of, there's certain aspects of chess that I think are more tilting than others. Some people, perhaps the stress they can't handle losing money, they can't handle all these things. But for me, I think the most painful thing is when you know that you are better than something and you make the exact same mistake over and over and over again. For example, the reason I lost those games because I'm playing way too quickly and I'm making insane blunders for no reason. So the fact that I've like lost like 5 games consecutively for like the exact same reason, and you'd think that I would learn eventually, that is just the tilting part. And in chess, generally when you lose or things go badly, very much it happens in the exact same pattern, the exact same way. So I think that's personally the most tilting for me. I don't really care if I'm alone in my hotel room. I'd rather be in my hotel room alone than socializing. So that's the best part is that I get to be in my hotel room alone. That's the best part of a chess tournament. The worst part is of course losing.
Yeah. Well, Hans, I did see a smile on your face there, and we are sending all the positive energy we can for you before the last day tomorrow. All your fans hoping you will qualify. You can still change this around. So best of luck tomorrow.
Yeah, all my fans, please find someone else to follow who's better at chess. I recommend this Magnus guy. He's pretty good. You guys should, if you're a fan of chess, you should follow Winner, and I'll try to get there, but I don't think I deserve any fans as of now.
We don't agree with you on that, Hans. You are a great chess player. You can still shift this around. Best of luck tomorrow.
Thank you.
Thanks for joining us. And we're also waiting for Richard Rapport to join us. He's ready there, finishing with what was described as a very, very nice win. Some great moves made by you in that game, Richard. Are you happy with how you played that game?
No, not really, actually. I don't know.
I was expecting that answer from you. Why are you not happy with that fantastic game?
Yeah, it didn't feel like it, it felt like I let it slip multiple times. Also, out of the opening, I thought I tricked him with this 92 check, and then a few moves later, again, I wasn't slightly worse, but sort of I was, so I don't know, I didn't feel like I played well. And also the end game, I felt like I spent too much time trying to find some wins, and then I just spent time for no reason and didn't make any progress. But then yes, later on when I was low on time, I found some lucky tactics or whatever. So yeah, okay. Yeah. This is online and this is Rapid, so I cannot be too critical, I guess.
Exactly. And you really have climbed the table. You are currently in 4th place. It's looking really good to qualify for the knockout stage. So final day of preliminaries tomorrow. What will that be about for you?
I don't really know the standings actually. So I was hoping to finish the tournament tomorrow. So but I don't mind if it continues after that. So I will just try to play.
Why were you hoping it to finish tomorrow?
Yeah, it's a win-win for me. Yeah? One way the tournament is finishing, the other way I will make it to a knockout, so there is nothing to lose. Yeah,
well, obviously you are coming, you played the candidates, you played in the Bundesliga. How are you feeling? Are you getting a little bit tired?
Yeah, I'm kind of sick of chess at this point. Playing every day, almost for a month straight, is a bit too much. But yeah, okay, I felt like as the events progressed and maybe my play got better, but also the importance of the events got unfortunately less important. So the first one I played really badly. The second one I played decently, and this one we'll see how it goes.
Yeah.
Right?
Well, we wish you best of luck tomorrow, Richard. Thank you for joining us.
Yeah, thanks.
Some games still going on here in round 12, final round of today. So we're going to jump into this one. Wei Yi against Sam Savian. If Sam is able to get a draw or a win in this game, he will be in sole lead before the final day, and he will have secured his spot in the knockout stage, and the bar is over to his side.
Yeah, a lot of life left in this position, but it does look pretty promising for Black. It's level material right now, but Black does have a very threatening queen near the White King. Some holes on that king side for White. Also, Black's knight looks much superior to its counterpart. And what do you guys think? It's going to be an uphill struggle for Wei Yi to defend?
I just want to see someone happy when they finish the game.
Yeah, I know.
I don't really care, to be honest. I just want to hear someone like, get in there, son! Not like, hate chess. What am I doing here?
You definitely picked the two most optimistic players to interview.
I did enjoy Hans' interview. I thought there was some good sense of humour there, actually. And, I think he was playing around a bit. It was nice. And obviously, Rich has, he didn't qualify in the candidates. He's... but anyway, they were interesting interviews.
It was interesting, though, what Hans was saying. Is that really what it feels like when you lose not only one game, but maybe several games? Just, you get so angry with yourself.
Yes. We've all been there, I think.
Yeah, definitely.
I'm not sure any of us have said it out loud to the public, to the worldwide, to everyone, but he's very honest, Hans.
Yeah.
That's genuinely how it feels. You hate yourself, you hate the game. It's temporary, the moment passes, but it's just about recovery now for him. He needs to bounce back tomorrow. Still great opportunity to do so.
I actually noticed and interrupt me if some important moves come, but I did notice when I started working with chess, so I came from other sports where it's very normal that you interview both the winner and the loser. The loser interview is just as important. But I noticed that wasn't as normal in chess. Players would often question me if I asked for an interview after they lost the game.
I think you're one of the only people who does that, actually, which I've seen. You're very brave because, I think a lot of people have avoided that in the past because they're like, we're not going to annoy them. But you're diving straight in there. I think it's great. But
it's interesting to hear, and especially, what we are hearing from them, how devastating a loss can be for a chess player.
Yeah, imagine anyone trying to interview Fischer after one of his losses.
Ooh.
I would definitely not be brave enough.
I'm not sure I would do that, no.
It's definitely got to be delicately done, but you do a great job, Kaja.
Oh, thank you. Well, I have been told off by quite a few chess players when interviewing them when they've lost, but I know it's not personal.
Yeah, and I guess it's different from sport to sport. I mean, chess is an individual sport.
Yeah.
In team sport, it's maybe slightly easier to go and talk about it afterwards. You don't just take it fully on yourself.
Yeah.
It was maybe partly your fault, but not. It's not as tied in with the ego as it is with chess.
Yeah.
Like my self-worth is definitely tied into the result of a game.
Yeah. And if you're probably annoying people, you're probably doing something right. In a way.
Yeah, that is a journalist job.
It is, You're doing the right, definitely. So.
All right, well, in this one, will we see a happy winner in Samuel Savian and an angry loser in Wei Yi?
Yeah.
Well.
Interesting moment. It does look like Black has all the momentum. This last move tries to cash in on the momentum, trying to push forward, trying to set direct threats. But, wow, okay, what a sneaky trap that Sam Savian has set. And Wei Yi only has 40 seconds to deal with this. We have to show why this is so sneaky. In the position just 2 moves ago, Black here is focusing all of his army against the White King, but there's no big breakthrough yet. White has everything covered. So he switched his attention to the other flank, pushed a pawn forward, offered it as bait. I thought maybe his idea was to go and grab this pawn at some point, but no, he pushed another pawn, trying to utilise the fact that the White Queen is undefended. So, for example, if knight takes pawn, suddenly a nasty knight check would happen, and next move, the White Queen drops to the Black Queen. But, of course, this was spotted by Wei Yi, and he moved his queen to a defended square, and also gaining time against the Black Rook. Maybe this is what Sam Savian missed, because suddenly it's not clear at all. Suddenly the Black Rook has to move. The first move that comes to my mind is this one, just to renew the threat, just hoping that the White Queen takes so that we can jump out the way and win the White Queen next, if it's on a loose square, but I guess this does walk into a nasty check. So instead, Sam Savian deals with the threat against his rook by taking a pawn. And so many targets on this third rank, but is it enough? And, okay, a queen check from Wei Yi. Oh, so much action here. But maybe this queen check is flawed because suddenly the White Queen, I thought she was needed to put pressure against the Black Knight. Whoa, rook sacrificed by Savian. I can barely even calculate this one. It's so much is happening. I guess the idea is after pawn takes rook, knight takes, simply the white king is too open.
Yeah.
The white king moves. After a capture, suddenly everything drops. I mean, rook takes pawn, queen takes pawn, white king is naked. No defenders around it.
Totally. And what a devastating attack from the young American. It just looks crushing now. I don't think that white can do a single thing. And just when it looked like maybe white had trapped the queen.
Yeah.
Nope.
Yep.
He found this kind of counter-sacrifice, and yeah, as we just showed, suddenly no way home for the white king, nowhere to hide, and two big, big black pieces about to attack. Yeah, it's about the queen now and the rook. They will combine to deliver checkmate.
Wow. Samuel Savian, in his debut in the tour, about to win another game. And, yeah.
He's not taking his foot off the pedal, right? He's just smashing everyone. It's the style as well. It's just brutal every game.
It's a really nice style to watch.
Yeah.
You know, because it is brutal. I mean, he's just ripping his opponents apart. It's nice to watch. I mean,
It's refreshing as well. Nowadays, we talk about grinds, and there is some beauty there too, but it's a different kind of beauty we're watching now. Just hammering down the opponent's defences.
the Mike Tyson of chess.
Yes.
Straight in there.
The knockout.
Still has not lost a single game.
No, and he will be on 28 points.
Yeah, and he's going to be
after this
definitely
victory.
ready.
Yeah, and I'm just thinking, what is the record? I think it's like 31, 32, I would say.
Really?
I mean, I need to check that out. But, yeah.
Could be on course for a new record if he just wins one more game tomorrow out of the three.
Mm-hmm.
Or draws all three games.
Yeah.
New record. Yeah.
Oh, wow.
We have to
Samuel
find out
Savian.
what the picture is behind him as well.
Yes,
That's
okay.
a good question.
Let's
I reckon it's Capablanca. Has anyone else want to have a little bet?
I thought that yesterday, and I was
think
too
that?
scared to suggest. But yeah, I think it is
You
too.
think so? It kind of looks like a picture I recognise, I think, of Capablanca.
And we have a result. Sam has won.
Wow. Wow, wow, wow. The American 21-year-old, another win for him, taking him back in sole lead in the tournament, 28 points. He is ready for the knockout stage, the quarterfinals already, even if there still is one more day to go in the preliminaries. So that means he can take his foot off the pedal tomorrow, but I bet he's not going to do that.
Why not? Just keep playing like he is doing. If he takes some quick draws, he might lose momentum. He has to keep going 100%, keep smashing these guys, keep attacking like he's doing. It's working for him.
Yeah. Now, we came in quite late in this game, but let's take a look at it.
Yeah, I just want to show the final moments because it was so impressive the way with which Sam Savian broke through. We showed he set these traps. Wei Yi had 30 seconds on the clock, but it was the final move that actually won the game. And Wei Yi here thought he was being clever. He thought he had trapped the black queen on the edge of the board. Not many safe squares for her to run to, but it was the sacrifice that really broke open the opponent's defences. Rook takes pawn, giving up a rook temporarily. After the recapture, this is a nasty fork. The white pawn cannot capture the knight because it's pinned along this file. So after the white king moved, we saw a capture. And here, simply, black has 3 pawns for the white knight, but it's all about the fact the white king is open. And if we fast forward just 3 more moves to the end, the reason white resigned is because his king is about to get checkmated. The white knight, the only remaining defender, is getting kicked away, and that will be the end of the game. What a performance. Again, dominating, attacking, and winning in style.
Wow. Sam Savian, is he really making his big breakthrough now in the very elite top of chess?
Definitely. I mean, this is the kind of tournament that he really needed. He needed all eyes of the world to start looking at his play, and he is delivering on big time. You know, he's playing fantastically well. His tactics are sharp, and well, what we're seeing is an incredible performance. And I'm really hoping that he goes for gold tomorrow so that he can perhaps get the highest score ever in the preliminaries.
That would be fantastic. And we're joined by the tournament leader, Samuel Savian. Congratulations on another fantastic day.
Thank you.
Tell us, how are you feeling about the way you are playing chess these days?
I mean, today was a really stressful day. The first game, I was probably worse with white, and then the second game, I was also, an unclear position, but the third and fourth games were completely insane. Like, both of us had no time, like Wei and Shanklin's game. I managed to outplay them in the time scrambles.
Fantastic. And you are now definitely ready for the quarterfinals. No one can take that away from you. So congratulations on that as well.
Yes, thank you.
I know that was a goal for you going into the tournament, making it through to the knockout stage. So what is now the goal?
Well, I mean, I want to play well tomorrow, play 3 good games, just continue playing well. And, whoever I play in the knockout stage, I'll prepare for them and get ready.
And of course, you can, as we've been talking about in the studio, if you want to, you could take your foot off the pedal tomorrow, just save your energy, relax a little bit. But what will be your strategy on the final day of the preliminaries?
I'm just going to play chess, because of the format, the 3 points are so, the prize format, I mean, when you win it's 750 compared to 250 for a draw, it's just more fun to play for a win than play boring drawish positions.
Absolutely.
And Simon was wondering about the pictures behind you. Is that Capablanca in the picture behind you?
Ooh.
Yes, this one is Capablanca. It was a prize in the Capablanca Memorial, which I played a few years ago. It was for 2nd place.
Wow.
Could you maybe show us? Is the camera mobile one?
I'm not. I can move it down.
Thank you.
Yes.
Pretty cool.
That's a good second prize.
Oh, that's such a cool picture.
That is. It's a really good second prize, that one. Yeah.
That's probably better than the first prize.
It is. This is the one you don't see. This is Tigran Petrosian.
Yes.
Yeah. This was not a prize. We just bought this one.
Wow.
That's really cool as well.
So you have the great champions of chess watching over you while you play. Is that? Are you feeling inspired by them, looking over your shoulder?
Yeah, a lot of world champions in this room. It's nice to see them while playing.
Absolutely. Who among previous world champions would you do you recognize your style the most with?
Oh, I mean, that's such a difficult question. Because I mean, nowadays people have to play universal chess. They can't just play one style. So I would hope it's like a combination of a few of them, but I can't really pinpoint one.
Well, you told me before the tournament that you do recognize with Bobby Fischer in the sense that you don't like to play psychological chess, right? You want to play the moves. Is that correct?
Yeah, I mean, I generally do try to do that, especially in longer time controls. But in shorter time controls, sometimes you can take some extra risks, especially when your opponent's low on the clock. So it changes from time to time.
Absolutely. Now, what is the clock in Massachusetts right now, Sam?
It's 4 o'clock now.
4 o'clock. So what will you be up to the rest of this day?
Well, today was extremely tiring for me, so I think I'm just going to relax today, not look at much chess, and probably sleep earlier than usual.
Sounds like a good plan. Well, congratulations on another fantastic day, and thank you for all the entertainment you're giving to us in this tournament.
Thank you.
Best of luck on the final day of prelims tomorrow, Sam.
Awesome, thanks.
Thanks for joining us. What a performance by the young American. He is already ready for the knockout stage, the quarterfinals, and he is in sole lead in the tournament. Here are the results from round 12. A win for Wojtaszek, obviously against Timur Ajavo, who has pulled out of the tournament. Shanklin, 3 points for him against fellow American Levon Aronian. Big win for Sam Shanklin, who has been struggling. Savian, as we saw, won his game against Wei Yi to gain all 3 points. A win for Lenny Dominguez against Aryan Tari. And Ergaisi as well, 3 points for him against Ju Wenjun. And as we saw, Richard Rapport winning against a devastated Hans Niemann. So now it's exciting to watch the standings in the preliminaries. Only 3 rounds to go to qualify for the knockout stage. Savian, 28 points. Ergaisi, the youngest player in the tournament, 26. Duda, 24 points. And Richard Rapport, he is inside, so is Mamdyarov, Aronian. But it's dangerous for both Aronian and Anish Giri. Do you think they're feeling nervous now, David?
Quite possibly, especially with the way they've been playing. Levon Aronian, he's been very up and down. And Giri, he would have liked to have secured his place a bit earlier. We've seen in past tour events, it always comes down to the final game for him, and it hasn't always gone well. So big day ahead tomorrow for all of those guys around the middle.
Yeah, there's a bunch of them. And Ju Wenjun, she was inside top 8 going into today. Now she's outside. But what is it about for her tomorrow, Jovanka?
It's about recovery, because today was a tough day for her. You know, it's somehow the luck just didn't go her way. And, well, just to pull herself together and see what she can achieve. It might be possible. Who knows?
Definitely.
Yeah. The magical mark is normally around 21 to qualify. We've learned that in the past. So 21, 22 points should secure it. That's what's needed for those players in the middle.
And let's take a look at round 13, first round coming up tomorrow. It's going to be 3 points for Sam Shanklin. Ju Wenjun, she starts off against Hans Niemann. They are both fighting hard now to qualify for the knockout stage. Giri against Ergaisi in that first round tomorrow. Jeffrey Chong against Shakhriyar Mamdaro, both currently inside top 8. Aryan Tari against Jan-Krzysztof Duda, and then All-American battle between the leader of the tournament, Samuel Savian, against Lenia Dominguez, currently outside top 8. Levon Aronian against Wei Yi, and Richard Rapport against Radoslav Wojtacek. Many players can still qualify for the knockout stage. So what's your predictions for day 4 of preliminary, Simon?
It's going to be very interesting to see who qualifies there. I mean, they're all sort of hovering around that mark in the middle, so it's going to be, very exciting 3 games. And can Sam keep going? And I'm really happy to see positive, nice, happy interview. And it kind of nice contrast to the other interview. It was also great as well, I thought. So, up and down like this. But, it's been great. And tomorrow, is the final day, and we'll find out.
Yeah. So to all the fans out there, send some love and send some energy to those players who have been struggling today. They need it because they are feeling a bit low, but they can all make it through to the knockout stage with a great day tomorrow. So we're looking forward to that. It's only going to be 3 rounds of chess. It will be intense, it will be fun, and 8 players will go through to the knockout stage. So we'll see you guys tomorrow, and in the meantime, have a good night.